as far as the firefight that is trying to protect so many homes?
Well, there is a reservoir in the hills of the Palisades Highlands, which many people are familiar with. It's used often to help fight those fires in Malibu, in the Topanga area. And so you saw in that video that we showed, there was a helicopter. And I can tell you that that helicopter is going back and forth between that reservoir, which is right off of Palisades Drive in the center of that Palisades Highlands community, because that is a place where helicopters in any fire situation always go and fill up. So that is what's going on right now. They go back and forth. There was actually a fire, Philip and Giovanna, on New Year's Day. It started early in the morning on New Year's Day. I know that we covered it. There were some reports of possibly fireworks being involved. No homes were damaged in that fire, but I got a similar video to the one I showed you from my mom, who was standing on her balcony and showing those helicopters going back and forth. And I'm thankful having I know so many people in that area that helicopters are allowed to help fight this fire right now, because I know that was a major concern that we had with these winds.
Yeah, it seems so close to your parents' home. How are your parents doing? How would you describe her? Like, is she scared? Is she frantic? Is she just going about the business? Is she calm? What can you share?
I appreciate the question. All of the above. I think it's frightening. You know, as I said, they've been in positions where it's felt close and they've watched it, but I cannot tell you a time that they've had to evacuate in this manner, where it is literally, I'm telling them, you don't have a lot of time. And it's scary, because it's like, we live in this beautiful place and we have views of the ocean and the mountains, and my parents hike every single day. And this is a risk with living in mountain communities, particularly the Santa Monica Mountains. But I think a bigger risk, and what makes me particularly concerned, is that brush that we're talking about has not burned in a very long time. I mean, I've lived in the Palisades my entire life, not always in the Highlands, but in other parts. And I remember the Malibu fires in the 90s. I remember my mom seeing smoke from our house, or not smoke, but flames one night, but it never really got close. We never had to evacuate. This is a much different situation right now. And you know, I'm thankful that we're in a position at KABC to be on the air and be educating, you know, people and letting them know how serious this is, how fast it's growing, and that people really need, as Philip just said, this is an order. This is not a warning. People really need to take this seriously and get out of there. There is a little bit of context. There's one road, Palisades Drive, that goes into the Palisades Highlands community. And that road is off of Sunset Boulevard, not too far from, of course, where Sunset hits PCH, where Gladstone's is. Again, this is kind of on the edge of the Palisades as you approach Malibu. And that road, when there's evacuation warnings, it is frightening for people that live in that area, because they basically have that one road in and out. There is another road. It's a fire road. It's paved. It's at the top of Lockman Lane near Bienvenida, which is a street in the Palisades. And the fire appears to be very, very close to that fire road. So if I had to guess, firefighters are utilizing that fire road as a fire break. So this does not reach the Bienvenida Lower Marquez part of Pacific Palisades. So Palisades Drive is your way out right now. And if you're watching this or listening to this, I think it'd be smart to make a plan and go.
Well, Captain Scott, we talked to earlier, who had said, and that was probably 40 minutes ago, he at that point said, we are in the ready, set, go stage, and everybody should be in the set. So I think, Josh, you're making a great point. It's time to go. People have had at least, the morning to start to see things. And we're also getting word now, and this is troubling news. According to LA City Fire Traffic, there is a house that's on fire. We don't know much more about it. And one of the restrictions and difficulties that we're having, the camera you see on your right there, that's Mona Gadanda. She's about 6 miles away from the fire. We don't want to get too, we don't want to, as Josh is saying, you don't want to hinder the firefighters. But our coverage is being hampered because Scott Reif and Air 7 HD and any of our other pilots, they can't get up because the flight the airspace is restricted due to the president being in town. So we've talked with multiple fire officials who've said it is not affecting the air assault on the fire. So we've seen water dropping aircraft attack this fire. We're having a hard time as far as coverage, knowing exactly what's happening on the ground because we're limited with Air 7. Air 7 can't get up over. So that's due to the president being in town. But you can certainly see from this fire that it is at least a smoke event that is massive across LA County.
It is massive with potential to get much worse throughout the day as those winds pick up. And just clarifying, the president is in the Coachella Valley today. So if you're concerned about traffic because of the president's visit in the LA area, you don't need to worry. He's heading to the Coachella Valley.
Well, this is all about air traffic.
Yes,
air
exactly.
traffic is being it's completely affected by Air Force One being here.
Absolutely.
So he is here for other events.
Right. But let's get to Shayla Jordan. She's following this wind event, and it really is an event. We're hearing it's probably the worst winds we've seen in many, many years. What can you tell us, Shayla?
I spoke to the National Weather Service. They said we have not seen winds in a setup like this since over a decade. 2011 was the last time they could compare something like this to. I want to take you back out to that Pacific Palisades fire. Right now, those winds are coming from the north and the northeast. So I know we mentioned earlier they were talking about those evacuations all the way to PCH, and this is why. Any area downwind of that fire, this is the area that's going to be of the utmost concern because these winds are so strong, because these fires are going to be just so fast moving. It's so critical as we head into the next 24 hours that our fire crews are able to get on top of these fires so quick because we are dealing with that extremely dangerous combination, strong winds and also extremely dry conditions, low relative humidity, dry vegetation. It just gives these fires the ability to break out and to spread so rapidly. Right now, Monica was mentioning in the area of the fire, winds, sustained winds, not extremely strong, and that's correct. Winds 10 to 15 miles, so they're definitely feeling that breeze, but it's these gusts that are so concerning. The last gust we saw in the area, 30 miles per hour, and it is only going to get much stronger from here as we head into the next 24 hours. This evening into early tomorrow morning, that's when we're expecting to see the worst conditions. So again, why it's so critical for these fire crews to be able to move, to get to the area and to get on top of these fires immediately. You'll see as we head into the afternoon, this is for the Pacific Palisades, still seeing gusts close to 30 miles per hour, but look as we head into the overnight hours. That's really when we start to see these winds picking up speed. Close to 45 mile per hour gusts overnight, and then even into early tomorrow morning, sustained gusts 30, 35 miles per hour. So it's going to stay extremely breezy till about tomorrow at noon. That's when we're going to start to see those winds die down just a little. I want to show you a live look at the fire. You can see all that smoke really just moved by those winds. This is from our Malibu sky camera. Sustained winds by this sensor only 8 miles per hour. But look at this, LAX. You can see all of that smoke. In fact, when we took this shot earlier, you could even see some of the flames from our view. Look at these winds, 23 miles per hour. At least temperature is still on the cool side, so that's the good news for these fire crews. We're not dealing with a warm up just yet, but that's going to change as we head into tomorrow. Glendale right now, I mean, you can just see the power of these winds. All of the palm trees moving in the winds, the wind socket as well. Temperatures right now pretty comfortable, but winds just going to pick up from here. With that, Philip and Giovanna, I'll toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Shayla, thank you very much. So Shayla has given us our weather forecast. We are going to continue our coverage here, and we are going to come back on ABC 7. Welcome back. We are on the air here with breaking into this coverage of the Jimmy Carter funeral arrangements. I'm Philip Palmer along with Giovanna Lara. If you would like to continue to watch this coverage, you will be able to watch that on our website, abc7.com. But we have a local event that is a bit of an emergency, especially for the people in the Palisades, a fire that has now grown to some 200 acres. And one of the biggest issues with this is extremely dry conditions with damaging and dangerous winds that are causing this to be a very real problem for firefighters to fight.
You're looking at live pictures from our cameras on the ground. This fire broke out at about 10:30 this morning on the 1100 block of North North Piedra Morada Drive in the Pacific Palisades area. We have spoken to a couple of captains this morning since this started with the LA City Fire Department, and they were both on their way to the fire. Both confirmed that several structures were threatened. We are also hearing that evacuation orders are in place. They are asking anyone in the Pacific Palisades area, living in that area down towards PCH, to get ready to leave their homes as soon as possible. There is serious concern here that this fire could grow much bigger.
We've also watched an air assault on this, so they are getting a lot of resources on it. There were times during this fire from this shot that we could actually see active fire. That's been less. We have seen fire from Monica de Anda's camera. She's about 6 miles away, and from her viewpoint, it did look like homes were very much at risk. We've heard from LA City Fire Traffic that there is a house on fire. So let's go to Monica de Anda. She is here with us to kind of give us a take. Exactly where are you located in relationship to the fire, Monica?
Well, Philip and Giovanna, right now we are off of Sunset and Cary, about 6 miles away from where this fire originated. I'll step out of the way to give you guys a better look at what we're seeing out here. We're seeing more white smoke in this area, but still some of that black, dark smoke. And as you guys can see, unfortunately, the way the wind is blowing, we do see that it's going toward all of those homes. And I know, Philip, you just mentioned that at least one home we have confirmed is on fire. So that is tragic to hear. I do want to get this out there right now. This is according to an LAUSD spokesperson. Due to the fire activity, the district is temporarily relocating Palisades Elementary School and Marquez Elementary School to Brentwood Elementary Science Magnet and Paul Revere Middle School to University High School Charter. Impacted schools are communicating directly with families, and they also say they are continuously evaluating the situation and will make changes as necessary. So if you have a child that goes there, just know LAUSD is moving kids to a safer location. Right now, as you can see here, we see a bunch of smoke. We continue to see fire engines make their way up Sunset Boulevard, heading toward Pacific Palisades, the 1100 block of Piedra Morada. That is where they're heading. And right now, I'm hearing more engines approach. And you see, we really are hoping that soon they shut down Sunset Boulevard, because this creates a traffic jam for the first responders who need to get out there to the front lines of this fire. And you can see now they're trying to get through, but they encounter traffic up ahead. So that is unfortunate. And please do not come through Sunset Boulevard right now. Try and go another way, because we have first responders and firefighters trying to get through and make it over there and try and help get a hold of this fire. We know at least 200 acres have burned, but that number could grow, especially with the wind. At times it picks up here and then it kind of slows down, and we know that in the afternoon hours it's only going to continue to pick up. Now, we did get a chance to speak to one of the neighbors here who lives about 6 miles away from where this fire originated. Take a listen to what he had to say.
About an hour ago, I would say. I saw some big plume of smoke, and then I went back inside and went out again, and then it was just spreading. Well, I have good faith in our fire department. I think they'll do a good job taking it out. But yeah, it's very close. Pray for everyone involved, and hopefully we can take care of it quickly and the wind dies down.
Did you guys come up, I mean, you guys know a little more down here, but did your family at all talk about coming up with a plan? That's something that firefighters talk a lot about.
Yeah, just getting the essentials ready. Water. If you have like animals, get food ready. Just extra anything, emergency kits, med kits, anything like that. Just be prepared all the time.
When you first saw this and you see it now, how fast did this thing move? Are you astounded by how fast this thing moved?
Yeah, it kind of spread pretty fast. It's because of this really heavy wind. Yeah, I was pretty surprised how fast it spread.
Did the wind start early this morning, or did it just come up
yeah,
last hour?
The wind was pretty much this whole day. So it was kind of scary. It's like, oh man, it's a tough day for wind. You don't want to have a fire today.
Back out here live, we're giving you a look at what appears to be a home on fire. You can see the smoke around that area. Now, very important to note here, the fire began in the Piedra Morada neighborhood, and evacuation orders have now been sent out. This is an order, not a warning, so if you live in that surrounding community, really grab your bag and go. And we know first responders have been really pushing people to have that go bag ready, to have the essentials, and to head on out. So again, evacuation order for that surrounding community. We're working to find out exactly what the parameter of that evacuation order is. But again, as you guys just saw, more fire engines and first responders making their way through. We see a lot of homes, unfortunately, in the path of the fire and the direction that the wind is blowing in. Now, earlier we spoke to LAFD Captain Eric Scott, and he told us that they called in additional resources, and we've been seeing more and more resources minute by minute here, quite honestly. And we've also seen resources up in the air from above. We've seen those super scoopers make some water drops here. Neighbors also told us that they've been seeing some water drops. So they are doing everything they can to try and get a handle on this situation. This fire reported about an hour ago around 10:30. And again, evacuation order now in place. You could see that one of those scoopers off in the distance there, that yellow aircraft, and it's going to make a water drop any minute now. So really, the resources are here. If people could just avoid Sunset Boulevard, I'm sure that will help first responders trying to make their way up to Pacific Palisades. For now, I'll send it back to you guys, Giovanna and Philip.
All right, Monica de Anda, thank you for that report, keeping us updated. We're going to come back to you shortly. Right now, we want to talk to Lindsay Green. She's in Santa Monica. Lindsay, can you hear us? And what can you tell us? What are you seeing?
Hi, yes, I can hear you. I am seeing, well, it looks as if, like the gentleman that just said, who was just on, the fire looks like it's dissipating a little. There's a lot of smoke, obviously, but it has been fast moving. I could see it out my window at about 10:25 when it started. And you could see the flames very well. Right now, it looks like it's gotten a little better, but it is fast moving. So it's going not only down the mountain range, but over kind of in that Palisades area, from my view at least. And I live, near the fire department here in Santa Monica, and I'm hearing lots of sirens. So obviously they are getting there and getting the help that they need. But yeah, it's pretty scary.
And I'm sure you've seen some of the images of how much the wind has blown across LA County. Are you getting that same type of wind in Santa Monica, or is it a bit less?
That's what actually made me look out the window in the first place. It was really windy, and I just happened to look out. I worked from home today, and I looked out the window, and I saw, huge plumes of smoke, and, immediately I could see the flames going. And then now it's a little less windy than it was this morning, but it looks to be, just by the smoke and whatnot, that it's pretty windy where the fire is actually originating out of. So, but yeah.
Well, Lindsay, I'm sure that you're being hit by the smoke more than anything, right?
Yeah. Yes, definitely. I'm Sunset Park area, so it's coming right over us.
Okay, so you're relatively close.
Yeah, not too far. And like I said, I could see the flames, from my window over here. So, it's definitely visible.
Okay. Well, Lindsay, thank you. Thank you very much. I was just going to point out to everyone, this shot that we're looking at on the left as we talk to Lindsay, some troubling sights in the sense that we began to see some active fire. And again, some of the difficulty, they're almost 6 miles away. So it's hard to really get a perspective of what was burning other than we could see a tree that was burning. But that, too, is a problem due to the winds, because now you have embers that are blowing all over the place. And we don't want these spot fires ahead. But to Lindsay's point, short of the fires that we were looking at, these little spot fires, it does seem as if the fire department is getting a real, not a handle. They are making some progress, because when we came on, you could see massive walls of fire from our shot at LAX. So there was a significantly larger fire footprint than we've seen lately. So you kind of can assume from that the airdrops are having some effect.
And helping, definitely. And we heard from Captain Eric Scott earlier saying that we are leaning in absolutely on this fire because of the windstorm. It's crucial to get it under control as soon as possible. We've got Josh Haskell on the line with us again. Josh, when we last spoke to you, you were on your way to the Pacific Palisades area. You were on the 5 freeway, lots of traffic. Where are you now?
We are on the 10 freeway right now, passing Robertson. I have to tell you, I have an update from a close friend That family has always lived in the Lockman Lane area, which is off of Bienvenida in the hills of Pacific Palisades. His mom was home, and she said that the fire moved so fast that they saw their deck go up, and she went to evacuate, and that she said she saw 2 homes on Lockman in that area that were on fire, and that it happened so fast that fire crews were literally arriving as this was all happening. And so this is on the Lockman Lane area. That's what I'm hearing from a friend whose mom just had to evacuate. So definitely some scary scenes playing out right now. And I know it's hard to tell because we don't have, obviously, the helicopters we've discussed, and there's just so much smoke. You can't get a great view of it now, but just to give you a sense, as we're on the 10 and 405, I mean, you can see that's the smoke from this fire that I'm headed to right now with Sean McCarthy in our news van. And you can see the smoke. You'll see it more once we pass Robertson here. But another sign of just the situation that our city's in right now, we just saw an LAPD officer patrol car speed by us with their lights and sirens. So you can tell that agencies are continuing to move resources here because evacuations need to take place. And if a fire is moving that fast, that my friend's mom is looking out her window and seeing her deck on fire and is leaving as the fire crews are arriving, that just gives you a sense of what we're dealing with in Pacific Palisades right now.
Yeah, I guess when you see the smoke and the flames, you think it's inevitable, but to actually hear that, you know, homes have already been lost or damaged, it's just, it's so upsetting. I'm really sorry to hear that.
Okay, well, one thing that Scott mentioned, we're going to go to Shayla in just a moment. I wanted to, we talked about this online. I want to make sure that everybody understands what's happening from some of the images that we've seen. We're not able to fly Air 7 because of the temporary flight restrictions that are in place due to President Biden being here in town. We're getting word that his flight back east has been canceled. So that Air Force One still is at LAX. Many times they'll use Marine One to go to different locations. So the temporary flying restrictions are going to remain in place for now. So Air 7 is not going to be able to get up and fly right now. However, that is not going to affect the firefight from County Fire and City Fire. They are able to, you've seen the Super Scooper up, you've seen the Quick Reaction Force. They'll have massive helicopters that are able to turn around and drop frequently. Josh had mentioned also a moment ago, they have water in a reservoir very accessible to them in this firefight. So the firefight from the air is okay. But our coverage of this is going to be different today for people who might be used to watching our coverage and really being able to see from above as to what's happening. So we're having to get word of mouth from people like Josh and from LA City Fire, who have confirmed at least one home has burned. But we're also hearing now from Josh that it might be more.
Yeah. I'm very unfortunate. Okay, and we want to check in with Shayla one more time for an update on this windstorm and what we can expect in the next couple days.
Ahead. It is only going to pick up from here. So I want to show you right now, taking you out to where this fire is burning in the Pacific Palisades. Winds 10 to 15 miles per hour. So sustained winds. Monica was saying breezy, not very strong, but it's those gusts that are so concerning, 30 miles per hour. And right now, these winds are coming out of the north and the northeast. So that is why all of these homes, quite a bit of homes too, downwind of this fire are going to be the utmost concern. And even if you're not in this particular area, it's a great time to have that go bag ready, be ready to evacuate on a moment's notice, because the conditions we're talking about as we head into the next 24 hours, we're talking about extremely strong winds. I mean, this is a once every 10 years wind event. Not only that, but a lot of dry vegetation in the area and also extremely low relative humidity. So it's that combination you never want to see that's making this firefight so concerning. So it's going to be of the utmost importance that these fire crews can get on these fires in the next 24 hours. We're already seeing quite a bit of wind out there too, and this is only going to pick up from here. So you'll notice it's those Santa Ana wind corridors, right up the I-5 into Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu, even Fillmore, already seeing gusts 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita even higher than that. Malibu Hills very close. And of course, this is all very close to where that Pacific Palisades fire is burning. So those gusts are only going to increase as we head into the next 24 hours. Moving east, there's a little bit of a pocket by Long Beach. You're not seeing as much wind, but as we head into Anaheim, Riverside, San Bernardino, same story. Wind gusts gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour, not even letting up as you move into Palm Springs. Gusts for you 30 miles per hour this afternoon. Now, this is not the worst of it. We're going to see these winds really picking up as we head into your Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday morning. I want to show you, though, a live look right now of that fire. You can see all of the smoke just being moved by the wind. This is from our Malibu sky camera. In Glendale, same story. No shot of the fire, of course, but you can see all of the palm trees just moving in the wind, and it has been like this all morning long. This is a big improvement, though. Winds right now down to 6 miles per hour. We saw gusts 20, 30 miles per hour earlier. Right now, you'll see our Keller Peak sky camera. It is shaking from those winds, and it has been like this over the course of the morning. Wind speeds right now at 17 miles per hour. Now, we talk about these Santa Ana wind events. There's light, there's moderate. This one is strong to extreme, and it all has to do with these wind speeds. We are talking about wind speeds across LA and Ventura counties. They could be 40 to 80 miles per hour. Higher elevations, so our mountains, you could see wind gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour. We've already seen wind gusts today over 80 miles per hour. Now, the good news is those really high wind gusts, those are going to be isolated. Those are going to be in areas where we're not seeing a big population. But for us, down in LA, Ventura counties, the foothills, still talking about wind gusts 40 to 60, even higher than that. And we're already seeing some of that this morning. So that is why we have this red flag warning in place. You'll notice covering the entire map of Southern California, sticking around through Thursday. You're already seeing just how these fires can spark so quickly and move so rapidly when we're dealing with this fire weather, those extremely high winds, the dry vegetation, the low humidity, and like we talked about, those high wind warnings in place too. So wind speeds, wind gusts for us 50 to 80 miles per hour, but for our higher elevations, anywhere from 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, when are we going to see the strongest winds? We keep talking about these wind speeds, how it's only going to get worse from here. They are going to pick up as we head into this afternoon and evening. You'll notice the map, the colors just expanding to cover most of Southern California as we head into this afternoon. So overnight is going to be crucial. Those fire crews on the ground, they're going to be, it's of the utmost importance that they can get on top of any fires extremely quick, especially as we head into the early evening hours and into tomorrow morning as well. By Wednesday at noon, that's when we're going to start to see things calm down a tad into the afternoon hours as well, and even into Thursday. But as we round out the week, Thursday, Friday, we are still talking about critical fire weather. So that's going to be of the utmost importance. Philip and Giovanna, I'm going to toss it back to you guys right now. It sounds like you have an update.
Yes, thank you very much, Shayla. And so again, wind is going to be such a major factor in this, and we've known it was coming, and unfortunately it's going to be worse. We have a new camera that you're looking at to the right there. That is at Gladstones. There's a lot of people that are familiar with Gladstones, but we're getting word about the Palisades fire that's officially now 200 acres. It's burning westward near the Pacific Palisades Highlands community, which you heard from Josh Haskell. They have Rustic Canyon to the east, Topanga Canyon to the west, all under evacuation warnings. And so this shot that you're looking at to the right, that's where the media has gathered. We're going to get a lot of updates from there. But again, it kind of also gives you that landmark that you can be aware of. Gladstones there in the Palisades. A lot of people have been to that location. They know where it is. So that's kind of giving you, if you're not familiar with the Highlands area, it's kind of giving you an idea as to where this fire is and what's going on.
Right. Also, Palisades Drive is closed now from PCH to the Highlands, and the Highlands is that community that Josh Haskell's parents live in. He said he was, he grew up in that area. So again, Palisades Drive is closed from PCH to the Highlands. That's also good to know. We want to check in.
Well, I was going to say one before I want you to do that real quick, but what we did want to point out, one of the deep trouble this hiking area, as you mentioned with Josh, LA Fire Department says they're trying to rescue a stranded hiker. So that is something that they are really looking at right now. And you can imagine that while that might be a one-off, we hope it is, they get that one person, but this is an area where people hike a lot. And if it got on them that quickly, this could be a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, we want to check back in with Monica de Anda. She is live on the ground. What can you share with us? What is your update?
Well, Giovanna, I got to tell you, we thought it was slowing down a little bit, but then things started to pick back up. If you take a look here behind me, we're about 6 miles away off of Sunset Boulevard in Cary. You can see a black plume of smoke. It's really billowing and picking up. That shows a lot of active fire activity in that area. And we know that the fire is now moving westbound. So these are all things to keep in mind. Evacuation orders have now been sent out for the community around Piedra Morada over in Palisades. There is also an evacuation warning for areas closer to Topanga Canyon to the west and Russet Canyon to the east. So this is all developing, but that's the latest on evacuations that we have for you. Out here on the scene, right now you don't see any super scoopers in the air, but about a minute ago we did see 2 of those making rounds around here. So we do know that they have air resources here and that they are doing their best to get a handle on the situation. But unfortunately, you guys can see all black smoke. But what you don't see right now is that past that black smoke, there's all homes along those hillsides, dozens and dozens of homes. And we have unfortunately seen at least 1 home from our camera up in flames. So that is, of course, tragic. If you are living around these communities, make sure you grab your bag, get your family, and you head out, evacuate immediately. We also know that LAFD, they issued an alert not long ago informing people of what's going on here and asking people to just get their belongings and head out of town. Now, according to an LAUSD spokesperson, due to this Pacific Palisades fire, the district is temporarily relocating Palisades Elementary School and Marquez Elementary School to Brentwood Elementary School Magnet and Paul Revere Middle School to University High School Charter. So just a lot of developments here, and you can see again, a live picture. We're going to try and move a little closer, and we'll check back in with you guys in just a bit.
All right, Monica de Anda, thank you for that update. And now we want to check in with a former member of our Eyewitness News team. Shubha Ravindran was a reporter here for many, many years. She lives in the Pacific Palisades, and so good to see you. I hope that your home is safe. Tell us what you can share.
Hi, guys. Hi, Giovanna. Hi, Philip. Yeah, I'm just standing here in my front yard. I'm off Chautauqua Boulevard, which is north of Sunset, just, a walking distance from Cary and Sunset, where your reporter is reporting live. And you can actually see the flames from our front yard here in the foothills. I'm going to just flip the camera around so you can take a look, and I can do that very easily here. Let me see how to, I'm just going to do this actually. Let's see if we can turn it around. And then if you can see, and I can zoom in, let's see here. I was not a photographer, so I'm not very good at this. Let's see if I can, here we go. There we go. Okay, here we go. We can flip it around and you can actually see the flames. It's getting kind of darker over there in the distance. It's, the smoke has been kind of wavering between dark to like gray, and oh wow, you really can see the flames there. Can you guys confirm that you can see the flames? Because I don't think I'm very close from my vantage point.
I think you can really see what you're talking about with the difference between the smoke color. So that black smoke is when things are not going well, and but yeah, Shubha, we're just glad you're okay. That's number one. But then we look at it. It does look like we know it's blowing west, so it's not blowing in your direction. The fire doesn't seem to be coming your way.
It's actually we see a lot more flames now. I can see that if I can actually zoom in here, but you can actually see more flames, kind of. Getting darker and darker, and the wind is moving definitely more west, and so you can see that the smoke is moving that way. We've been given an order to evacuate, so we're packing up right now, and we should be leaving anytime soon.
Shubha, has this ever happened to you before? And what I can't believe you're talking to us on the phone instead of running through your house grabbing all the things you need.
Well, we have been told to stand by. Okay, here we go. I'm going to zoom in here so you can kind of see what I'm talking about. But yeah, we've been told to stand by, and so I have my bags packed. I have one kid home sick right now, so his stuff is here. I've had to pack all his medicines because he's got asthma. So that's the first thing I packed up. My other 2 kids are in school, 2 different schools, and they both have given me email alerts saying that we're preparing to send out more information. For now, those schools are still open. One of them is in Santa Monica. Other one is not in Santa Monica. But their bus routes will obviously be affected by this because they're not going to be able to drop off my kids because that bus stop is right there at Cary and Sunset where your reporter is. But you can see that it is just getting darker and darker here, and you can see the flames as I zoom in here. And this is in the foothills just above our neighborhood. This is right above the alphabet streets of the Palisades, which is where we're located. But all of Palisades has been just on alert, their bags packed. I've had friends up in the Highlands who've been texting me, telling me that they were running out of the house. One had to leave her car kind of parked in one spot as she went and ran and got her kids out of school, and then just raced out of the area. But wow, you can see it's getting really dark now as these gusts pick up.
Well, it's hard to tell, but you can actually, Shubha, see the flames that you're talking about. And, so it seems as if there is another fire source in there, whether it's a home or more dense brush. But you also mentioned something that I think it's really important for people to be aware of. And I'm sure that folks that have asthma probably are already aware of this. But when you mentioned your child with asthma, have you noticed it yet, the smoke in your area? I mean, what is that? What is the air quality for you in your location? Because we know it can change in an instant with this wind.
Oh, absolutely. And it's so crazy how big this smoke is. I mean, it's massive. It looks like from a movie right now. But so far, my son, who's the one who has asthma, his breathing has been okay. It really hasn't kind of settled it yet because it's just being blown. It's on the move. Yeah. So I'm sure this is going to be an issue in the coming days. But as you can see, the smoke is getting darker from my vantage point. So that is active flame right there. And there are homes right below that hillside. Yeah. And I'm trying to keep the camera as still as possible here, but this is scary. My bags are packed. We've got the medicines all packed. That was the first thing I did. And we are ready to go at any moment. Yeah,
I'm so glad you're bringing up the medicine because it's sometimes people might not think they're going to be out of their home for very, very long time. So they just grab the very basic necessities, but medication is really, really important to keep in mind when you're gathering your belongings in a situation like this. Okay, well, Shubha, we're so glad that you checked in with us and you're sharing all this information. I hope that you and your family get out safely and that you don't have to get out. Hopefully they can get a handle on this.
Yeah, we're standing by. We're praying that we can stay put. They can get a handle on this, but the winds are just blowing in gusts, and I've been told that it's going to pick up later this afternoon.
They said we got to go.
We have to go. Yes. Okay. Oh my God!
Maybe you should just go then.
My husband just said we have to go.
We heard. Okay.
So we're leaving.
Be safe.
Okay, thank you guys. Good to see you.
Thank you, Shubha. And this is something I think when Shubha talks to us and you hear the urgency in her husband, I think that's a good example for a lot of people. Don't stay. When they say go, it is time to go. And we saw in her shot, just the few minutes that we got to see her, how the conditions changed over her shoulder from bad to worse. Yeah. Let's go to Shayla Girardin now. She is standing by with a look at the weather.
It's just so scary to see that. And it's so important, too. It's that illustration of any of those homes downwind from this fire. So these winds are coming out of the north and the northeast. We've heard earlier that everyone all the way down to PCH has been on standby. It is important to have that go bag ready. I mean, get out as soon as they give you those orders because this fire is so fast moving. We're dealing with winds in the area 10 to 15 miles per hour. That's those sustained winds, but gusts have been 20, 30 miles per hour over the course of the morning. I mean, that is why these flames are just able to spread so rapidly when you deal with these conditions, these dry fuels, this dry vegetation, the low humidity in the area, and of course, those extremely strong winds. That is the name of the game. I want to show you, this is a live look from LAX. You can see all of those flames in the distance, not to mention all of the smoke, and sustained wind speeds have really been picking up already over the course of the morning. LAX, not terrible, but 14 miles per hour, and that's not even talking about the gusts. Now, when we head out to the Pacific Palisades, you'll notice over the course rest of the afternoon, those gusts are only going to increase. We're dealing with 20s, 30s, and then as we head into this evening, that's when we're really going to start to see these winds picking up. So overnight, I would say early evening hours, overnight, and then into tomorrow is when we're going to see some of these strongest wind speeds, and that's exactly what this is showing. Wow, we see those wind gusts peak to 44 miles per hour. A little bit of relief comes as you head into the early morning hours, but we're still talking about wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour. Now you'll notice this isn't even the strongest of these winds, and this map completely covered in those reds, those pinks. Those are gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. So it's not only our Santa Ana wind corridors. Normally with events like this, we're talking specifically about the I-5 and into Simi Valley and Thousand Oaks. In this particular event, we are talking about strong winds across all of Southern California. But you'll notice those areas, no exception. Fillmore, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu, even into Santa Clarita, all seeing wind speeds 35 to 45. These are gusts, but still 35 to 45 miles per hour. Malibu Hills, not quite as windy as you get to Burbank, and a little bit of relief as we head into Los Angeles. But look at this. Those winds pick up once again. This is another Santa Ana wind corridor. So into Lake Elsinore, Riverside, San Bernardino, both Riverside and San Bernardino right now seeing gusts close to 40 miles per hour, and that has been continuous all morning long. Temecula, Hemet, a little bit of relief. You're in the teens, but Palm Springs continuing to see gusts 30 miles per hour. And here's another shot of that fire. You can see all the smoke. Our sky camera right now shaking from those winds. Temperatures, at least we have a little bit of relief. Not too warm just yet, but we are going to see, just like a typical Santa Ana wind event, those temperatures pick up as we head into your Wednesday. This is a live look in Glendale. You can see all of the palm trees. They have been shaking all morning long. We've even seen some downed trees earlier, but sustained winds by this center looking a little bit better, 6 miles per hour. So we've been talking a lot about when we're going to see the worst of these winds. It's hard to imagine that it's going to pick up from here, but it is. So as we head into this afternoon, we were talking about this afternoon into early this evening, that's when these wind speeds are really going to continue to pick up. You'll notice all the pinks, the reds. We're already seeing a lot of them out there right now, but those will continue to be the name of the game into the overnight hours, early Wednesday morning. So if you can, stay off the roads. If you're heading into work tomorrow, just be very aware. We're dealing with some extremely high winds. Finally seeing some relief as we head into your Wednesday afternoon. So it'll still be breezy out there, but that's when we're expecting to see some of those winds die down. In the meantime, though, we are talking about this red flag warning. So it's that combination of those high winds you've been seeing, the low humidity, the extremely dry vegetation. That's why this Pacific Palisades fire has been able to take off so quickly. The big concern over the next 24 hours is any of these fires that break out. It is going to be of the utmost importance that fire crews can get on them so quickly because we are dealing with such dry and windy conditions. Normally, when we have these high wind warnings in place, we're talking about a specific area, but that's not the case. This one extending all the way from Ventura County down into Orange County. We are talking about wind gusts for LA, Ventura counties, our foothills, 50 to 80 miles per hour. We've already seen gusts this morning over 80 miles per hour. Our higher elevations, so mountain spots, could see gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour. The good news is those are isolated gusts. Those are higher elevations, not as many people, not as many residents in those areas. But still, I mean, any of these gusts paired with that dry vegetation, extremely concerning for any fire conditions to break out. With that, Philip, Giovanna, I'm going to toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, thank you. And we have a map we want to share with you of the evacuation orders. There it is right there. Red is immediate evacuation order, and the yellow is to stand by. But evacuation, we're getting information from the LA City Fire Department that an evacuation center is available at the Westwood Recreation Center. That's on Sepulveda. People in the area of the Palisades need to evacuate now due to this rapidly moving wildfire. This is all coming from the LA City Fire Department. So heed this warning. Pack all of your family members, your pets into your vehicle and leave the area immediately. Don't forget your medications.
That's such a good shot right there where you can see where the fire is and where, you know, you're looking at Santa Ynez Canyon Park and then Bienvenida, which is what Josh Haskell was talking about. You see the areas that are at risk of the fire. And we were told that the fire is burning westward. So you can see that there are a lot of homes in the path of this fire. We know that the command post for LA Fire, county, all the agencies is set up at Gladstones, and we have a camera there as well with one of our photographers, Stephen Coleman, which we saw that eerie shot a moment ago that was able to show the smoke and the just a bit of sky in the distance. And Stephen is there with us. Stephen, what are they telling you on site there? What is the latest from the command post?
Okay. No. Where I just came in from Thousand Oaks with my reporter Sid Garcia, who is still stuck in traffic, a lot of traffic just prior to Topanga. But I was able to skip ahead. And so I'm in the parking lot at Gladstones at sunset. And I can see this huge wall of smoke coming this direction towards the ocean. And there are a lot of fire assets here. They come in for a moment and regroup, and off they go. I did see Ventura sent a team down. They passed me on Pacific Coast Highway. A lot of people coming down Sunset Boulevard. They seem to have cleared it up a little bit. But again, that wall of smoke is coming this way. And the radio was telling me that they thought that the fire was burning towards Topanga Canyon. Looks like I'm going to get someone from LA Fire. It looks like Scott's just pulling up. Maybe he can join me here in a half a second.
Okay.
Maybe we can get some actual information. So he's just parking his car. He's about 30 feet away.
Okay. In the meantime, stand by. We are getting word that there are 2 homes with elderly residents who are not able to evacuate, and LA City Fire adding rescue ambulances responding to those 2 homes. One is on Avenida de Cortez, the other on Palisades Drive. So just to keep everyone in the loop of the latest information that we're getting.
How is it now?
And you see the air resources are there. That's the super scooper above. I'm just getting word from our assignment desk that the evacuation order has been issued for one of the zones that we saw on our map a moment ago. I'm not going to read out the numbers, but if we happen to be able to pull up that map, then I would be able to show you. But what a great shot there of that. You also see the risk of the super scooper. Did you see him kind of move back and forth there? So if you notice, there, each of these zones are numbered up. So it's SM, SSM. Okay, so that's the same. That's the same zone. So that is the red zone. I apologize for repeating our information. This just came from our desk, but that is that area of red that you mentioned is definitely an order. It is not. It is no longer a warning. That is an absolute order, which is what you said just a moment ago. So, but you do see that firefight from above, which it's incredible that they're able in these winds to still operate. But part of that is because of the size of these vehicles. The Chinook helicopter is a very heavy helicopter. It can operate in these high winds. Some of the other air resources can't, but you saw that super scooper be able to drop. Yeah. So it's a big plus that they can actually get something on this fire from the air.
We're so grateful to have those super scoopers, and we have 2 this year, which is a new thing. Stephen Coleman, are you still with us on the ground there?
So he's working with Eric Scott, but I did want we can actually update you on one of the reasons why Air 7 isn't up. We do have a word from the White House because President Biden, remember, he was going to come to name some national monuments. Yes. But we are hearing this is from the White House. Due to weather issues, the president will not travel to Thermal, California. The previously scheduled remarks will be delivered in Los Angeles. That is from the White House. They even acknowledge there is a life-threatening windstorm in California with fire risks, which, of course, that is one of the reasons why we are on the air right now, is that the fire that is burning the Palisades. The reason I bring this up from the White House is because since the president is here, We are facing flight restrictions for Scott Reif in Air 7, for Chris Christie in Air 7. We cannot give up the fire. But look at that shot there on the right. You see that fire tornado. These fire storms create their own weather in many cases. And you can also see that fire just twisting around there. If you've covered them, I've covered them, we've been there, and it is fascinating to watch, and it is, in a manner of speaking, terrifying when it is right up on you like that. Some of our shots are from distance, and so it's hard to tell what it's burning up against. It really does help when Air 7 is up, and you can actually see how close it's getting.
Exactly, exactly. And the other danger in particular today are these winds and the embers that can fly several miles in any direction, and you can have new fires pop up, or the embers will go into the roof of a home, and then that home will likely burn. And we have heard already of several homes burned. Hard to keep track, but we know at least 2 that Josh Haskell mentioned, friends of his, who they saw as they were leaving. They saw 2 homes on Lockman Lane, I believe it was. Prior to that, we heard another report, I think from firefighters, that there was 1 home. And just looking at the visuals from Shuba's video, we could see that there was a lot of dark smoke, and that indicates that there is debris burning.
That was when she showed that was my main concern, was that a house had caught fire. And when you talk about trees burning, we've seen a lot of these palm trees burning. That's one thing. When you have these fires burn, there's so much more in the way of material in the home that can explode. And then what you're talking about, embers are going miles. Right. And it's deeply troubling in the aftermath to look and see how one home will be completely gone. Everybody around will be fine, but then miles away there will be another one that started as a result of an ember that blew off into the distance. And as you mentioned, getting into the attics, it's almost, but everything is from the ground.
Yeah, so, we saw that in Camarillo. But right now we've got Captain Eric Scott on the phone with us. Actually, he is live with Stephen Coleman. Can you hear us? Hi, Captain. Any updates?
Yes, we can hear you.
Any updates on acreage? It might be too soon, but if you do have any info.
Yeah, it's 200 plus acres. It's a very fast moving fire due to the significant amount of winds that we anticipated. So we threw everything we had at it really quick. We knew that if we didn't get it in 20 minutes, it would go to hundreds of acres, and it was just impossible to catch, even though we had such a significant initial attack. It'll continue to go from there. The fire is in Pacific Palisades. It's mostly affecting the Highlands community. So that's the big box is kind of between Topanga Canyon, that would be to the west, and Rustic Canyon to the east, and PCH down to the south.
We've seen, you can't see it, but from our shot, we've seen 2 super scoopers make back-to-back drops. Can you talk about the air assault? What other kind of resources on it? Are the helicopters able to get out on it?
Yes, we got helicopters up immediately. That gave us excellent situational awareness, allowed us to put our additional resources into key places to protect life and property. The folks out here and in Los Angeles County can really be proud that we arguably have the largest initial attack of aviation resources in the United States when it comes to automatic and mutual aid between LA County, LA City, and Ventura County. So the point of that is that we absolutely hit this hard from the ground and air, but that just shows the power of Mother Nature. Even though we threw everything at it, it's a very fast-moving fire. What this means to you and to the public is we want you to now ensure you know the ready, set, go. If you're in Pacific Palisades, you are absolutely in the set mode and should be moving to the go mode. That means you should have your predetermined plan. So you have everything that you've determined was important to you and to your family and your belongings. You should have those in your vehicle. Your vehicle should be backed up inside of your driveway and a means of rapid egress. We do have a large amount of people that are evacuating on foot due to it being such a hilly, narrow streets with hairpin turns that turn into choke points when they're trying to evacuate, and the fire department is coming up with a big red fire engine. That's why we proactively enacted parking restrictions that we announced last night that are enacted today and tomorrow to minimize people parking at those choke points so we could do the best we can to help you.
Captain, we heard a report that there were that you needed to assist a couple of homes, residents that could not self-evacuate. Can you give us any details on that? And does that present a bigger problem for the fire department resources that you have to go and actually physically help people?
Absolutely. That's part of the challenge and difficulty when you have a fast-moving brush fire, to be able to ensure we protect life and property. So yes, there were some people that needed assistance, and we expect that to continue. We also immediately worked very closely with LAPD. We put them in charge of evacuations. So they are going up in areas and having people come out. We're working with Department of Transportation. We're closing down streets so that way we could get some really good flow in and out, and working even with the folks on CHP and LAPD for the PCH here that we're shutting down a portion of it. So what that means is pay attention to the uniformed personnel. We're trying to make decent means of egress inside and outside so people can get out.
Captain, if I could ask you a question about your ability to monitor this fire. We're restricted because we can't fly with Air 7 there. But are you able to get an idea as to how many homes have been damaged? Are you able to see above? We've heard multiple reports of various homes, but we can't get confirmation. Have you been able to confirm any kind of loss of property?
That's an excellent question. I don't have confirmation. I'm trying to make my way over to the updated command post. It's kind of a moving target. Anytime you get a large-scale incident, typically the command post is where the fire was. Well, we outgrew that with the amount of resources. We went to the nearby fire station. We outgrew that. Now we're at Will Rogers and the Gladstones area. So we're going to set up a significant base camp here. We know we're going to have operational periods that are going to go multiple days on this fire. So I'm going to make my way over there. We'll determine if there's been any homes damaged, but at this point I have not heard of that. And we're proud to state that.
That's awesome. Captain, thank you very much. I appreciate it. I know you have a lot of work to do.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that.
Take care.
All right, you too. And we want to check in now back with Monica de Anda, still on the ground, about 6 miles away from the Pacific Palisades fire. Monica?
Yeah, Giovanna, Phillips. So we actually were trying to move a little closer. We ended up on Rimmer Avenue, and we are on the Saratine family home. They let us graciously up here to give you guys a better view as to what these families are facing. When we met this family, they were packing up their dogs, grabbing whatever they could, and they were getting ready to head out. So you can just feel the urgency in these communities. And it was emotional because the mother here told me, it's tough. She was tearing up and telling me this is our community. And it's a very hard time for these families. You could see here all the debris, right? All this dry vegetation that is just providing fuel to the fire. A lot of orange flames now that we're able to show you from this vantage point. And then, of course, all of the homes there just off to the hillside. You could see so many homes so far from where we're at. We haven't seen any homes burning here, no homes on fire from our vantage point. But we do know that earlier, from where we were at over on Sunset and Cary, we did see at least one home with some smoke and flames around it. So no official confirmation yet, but from this point of view, you can see we do have active flames, and of course we still feel the wind, and it's only going to pick up more and more. Now, I do want to talk about the evacuation order. There's a mandatory evacuation order in place for the Palisades community. Let me give you guys the specifics here. We're talking north, the area north of Pacific Coast Highway, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Surfview Drive, and of course, the areas surrounding Pacific Palisades. So like this family did, do not even think twice. If you can see active flame and you're under this evacuation order, make sure you take off. We're going to continue to monitor the situation out here, but as you can see, a lot of dark plumes around here and a lot of flames from our vantage point. Giovanna, Phillip, back to you.
Okay, Monica, don't go anywhere. We're going to be coming back to you. I want to talk about the perspective of that fire in relationship to those homes that we saw. But Josh Haskell, you saw his image just a moment ago. Josh is trying to make his way to that area where he grew up. Josh?
Yeah, I'm at Palisades Drive in Sunset right now. Philip and Giovanna, this is really just kind of worst case scenario evacuation situation where there's so many people trying to get out of the Palisades Highlands community. We've been stuck here for about 10 to 15 minutes, and then you can see this line of fire trucks that's trying to get up into the Highlands to save homes and protect homes. And they're coming from Sunset trying to turn on to Palisades Drive. It is just not moving right now. And I just got a report from someone that's trying to evacuate from the Palisades Highlands community, and they're stuck on Palisades Drive trying to get out. So I think our message is be patient. If you're told to leave, you should leave. And it may not be as fast as you want. You might have to sit in traffic. We've seen people on the side of the road here on Sunset with their suitcases. Some people have just kind of ditched their cars and started walking. I can tell you it's a few miles up this hill, Palisades Drive, this road, to get into those homes in the Palisades Highlands community. And I just want to give you one more glimpse, Philip and Giovanna, of what I'm seeing at Palisades Drive and Sunset. You have a line of cars. These are all people that have been up in the Highlands. They're trying to leave. And then right over here, you have a line of fire engines that have just been waiting, trying to get up. And it looks like we may be able, the LAPD looks like maybe they want us to turn around. We see some of our other stations who have been in front of us not able to move at this point. So I'm not quite sure on our ability to get up to the Palisades Highlands. That's where my parents are right now, trying to get up there, trying to bring some coverage of what's happening in that area. But as you can see right now from our news van, it looks like they want news crews to turn around. So we're going to have to do that right now. And then try and see where else we can go. But it clearly seems like the only people going up Palisades Drive right now are fire engines. You can see all these cars coming down. So we're going to park right here. And then that, Philip and Giovanna, is kind of what I've been talking about. You see another just traffic everywhere. People trying to leave, people trying to get here, and smoke covering the road here at Sunset Boulevard and Palisades Drive. Just an absolutely surreal sight. In the area that I grew up in, very chaotic right now as people try and evacuate a very fast-moving fire. I'll send it back to you.
Yeah, I can imagine the panic everyone is feeling right now because the flames just seem to continue to grow and the smoke keeps getting larger, that plume of smoke. Josh, I just have to ask you, did your parents get out? I'm a little worried about your family. They're out.
They're in the process of getting out. Okay. Their fear is to be stuck in that traffic on Palisades Drive, and the flames actually shifted a little bit more towards the Bienvenida, Lockman Lane area of Pacific Palisades. The flames kind of moved away from them, so that's why they are not, I think at this point, completely out of their home, but they're in the process of doing that. And I think that maybe if there's any news when it comes to covering this fire, like all fires, it continues to change. We were driving on PCH and it looked like it was blowing towards the Palisades. Now it almost looks like I'm seeing smoke over Malibu. We just went by Gladstone's, that famous restaurant at Sunset and PCH, filled with fire engines, filled with fire crews. And I'm not saying that the fire is burning towards Malibu. It's just hard to tell where it is burning because of the amount of smoke. We're right on the border of Malibu right now. So, they're in the process of evacuating, and so are. Just take a look at this scene right now. It's just not moving. And out my window, you just see people with suitcases and on foot, just trying to get out of this extremely chaotic situation. Are you seeing these suitcases right now, Philip and Giovanna?
Yes, we are, and we heard from Captain Eric Scott that there were some people evacuating other homes on foot. So, yes, we did hear about that. You mentioned Gladstone's, all of the fire folks there. That is the command post for LA City Fire, so that's why you saw so much fire personnel there. But just really an awful situation, and no easy way in and out of the Highlands area. As you mentioned, Palisades Drive is the only road in and out. You did mention though earlier a fire road. Can you see that? And I'm just curious why fire engines, maybe they are using it, but they wouldn't go up that way.
I'm actually hearing conflicting reports on whether that fire road was able to be used as an evacuation route. I can tell you, Palisades Drive is clearly being used as an evacuation route right now. just take a look at this line of cars of people trying to evacuate. But what's confusing to me is the amount of cars coming from the Marquez area right now at this intersection. And we continue to see a large LAPD presence coming here to help in this very chaotic evacuation situation. As I mentioned earlier, I don't know the exact number, but we're not talking about 50 homes or 100 homes up in the Highlands. We're talking about 500 to 1,000 to even more than that. And so that's a lot of people that are trying to get out of here. Let me see if I can interview someone. Were you evacuating?
Yes, we're evacuating.
You are? Where is your home up in the Highlands?
Yes, my home is about 2 minutes up the hill.
And
and
has fire reached Palisades Drive?
I think I did hear there were brush fires along Palisades Drive. There were multiple fires going on. And so it started over above, like higher up than us, but then it kind of jumped over and then the wind was blowing towards the ocean.
Do you know if that fire road at Lockman Lane was open?
I do not know the answer to that.
What is the scene right now up in the Highlands?
Well, so I'm a teacher and I left school in town as soon as I could, and my daughter from school went somewhere with another family, thankfully. And I got here and this was early on, and they were not letting anybody even up the hill. So we're in mandatory evacuation, but I can't get to my house.
Got it. And you live up in the Highlands?
I live.
What are you hearing from friends or people up there right now?
So what I'm hearing is that it's complete gridlock, both sides going down. And so what was happening was there were fire trucks lined up here that couldn't even get up the hill because all the lanes were coming down because they weren't letting anybody up. And I'm just praying, and the firefighters always do an amazing job, and you see the trucks coming from all these different cities, and it's incredible. So we just pray, and my kids are safe, and we're trying to get my cats out, and that's, we just pray. But thank you.
Thank you. And it's scary to hear you say that it's gridlock up there, because what we're seeing right here is absolute gridlock. It's Sunset Boulevard and Palisades Drive. You can see that the LAPD has been bringing in a lot more officers to help in this very chaotic evacuation. I know that my parents actually live up in the Highlands, so I'm very familiar with this area. And I know that in the past there's been, some fires up in Bienvenida, other areas. Do you ever remember something like this, and how would you describe this evacuation situation?
We have lived in this house for 4 years, and there was one time my son was going to school at Calvary Christian, which is, they evacuated the whole school today, and we have evacuated the school I teach at in town as well. I don't ever remember it like this because I was never here at the beginning like I was today, and I couldn't get up, and so this is awful, obviously. It looks like, though, this is finally moving. Because what we heard before was that nobody could.
What's your name, ma'am?
Tara.
Tara, your last name?
Connon.
How do you spell that?
Connon.
Thank you so much for talking
very
to us,
welcome.
Tara.
Okay.
Best of luck to you,
Okay,
and I hope your home's okay.
Thank you to the firefighters.
Thank you to the firefighters. That's Tara's message. This is what Tara's talking about. Wow. So you guys, I don't know if you're still with me, Philip and Giovanna.
Yes.
You see those flames?
Yes.
This is the evacuation
sure
route, and those are flames along Palisades Drive.
Wow.
Okay, Josh, thank you. And let's also acknowledge the presence of LAPD getting in there and starting with traffic and really being able to get people out of there in a difficult but more orderly fashion. Hopefully, you'll start to see people move out, and then that way the firefighters can get in. Let's go back to Gladstone's. That is where one of our crews has set up shop, and we have Paul standing by with us. Paul, how have you seen things change? Where did you come from to get to Gladstone's?
I was coming from downtown, actually East LA at the Keck Medical Center, and just decided that best to get home because my wife was at home, and in the event that there was an evacuation, which eventually came to fruition, and I guess they're evacuating now, but I can't get up the hill.
So you're from the Palisades?
Here at Gladstone's.
So you're from the Palisades?
Yeah.
Okay.
Have you been in touch with your wife?
Yeah, Palisades Highlands.
Okay. Have you been in touch with your wife?
Yeah,
Is she on the
I've
way
been
out?
talking to her.
Okay. And what is the situation?
She wasn't. She was staying in place. It was at that time that her and the neighbors were just kind of defending in place, and there was no immediate concern for immediate evacuation, but they're prepared to roll if they have to.
So, Paul, if I could ask, how is cell phone service for you, being able to get in touch with her? Has it been solid so far?
Yeah, been fine. No problems.
So we're hearing there's a lot of congestion as you're trying to get out of the Palisades. Traffic is really difficult, trying to get some firefighters up there. How is your wife? Does she feel she'll be able to get out quickly enough if she waits?
Well, the option was that she's relying on neighbors, and so the neighbors are deciding based on whatever information they had immediately at that time that was to stay in place. So I haven't talked to her since I've been on the air here talking to you, but I will definitely be talking to her shortly. But I'm confident with the location where we are. We're next to the reservoir there up in the highlands, and we've been through this before. We've lived up there over 27 years, and there's always been adequate protection and communication with the fire department and responders.
All right, but you said you've been through this before, so you know the process of gathering your personal belongings, and so all that part of it is done as far as you know?
Yep, that's all in place. Yeah, that was my last conversation.
Okay, well, Paul, we're going to let you go back.
She's got her go back.
We're going to let you go back and talk to your wife. I want to thank you for talking with us. We do hope and pray for the best for you, and we just hope everybody can get out of there and get out quickly. Thank you, Paul. He's at Gladstone's in an evacuation order. His wife is still up in the Palisades. Monica DeAnda is out on the fire lines as well. She has a shot in a resident's backyard who let them in. Monica, how have these conditions changed since you got there? Because when you first got there, we saw active fire right behind you.
Yeah, Philip, I hate to say it, but it seems like the fire is starting to move. We're now seeing some active flames very close to some homes. Right now, you can't see it because the wind is moving some smoke, but you may be able to see a little orange glow. It keeps lighting up. It kind of looks like a torch, and it's very close. And literally, I would say, in the backyard of a home, if you will, here. So a lot of homes in this area, as you can see right now, one of these super scoopers about to make a water drop. We've seen them in the last 10-15 minutes continuously coming by this area, dropping some water, doing what they can to try and protect these homes. We know that the Palisades community is right now under a mandatory evacuation order. And this is why, right? You're just seeing a drop right now. We have active flame in this community, and it was very emotional speaking to the Saratine family who graciously let us onto their home. They said, you know, some of these homes just got built a year ago. This is our community, and it's heartbreaking to see it up in flames like this. This family, I will say kudos to them. They had their go bags ready. Their car was packed very quickly, and they took off. They left us here and said, please update us on how our home is doing before you guys take off. So this is the vantage point we're getting, and now we're starting to hear, can't really give you a good look here, but we are hearing, besides the air resources, we're seeing, here it is, some neighbors here now spraying down, they're hosing down their home, if you will, maybe preparing to leave. We'll have to ask them in a minute. But again, this is now people kind of doing last minute attempts to try and make sure they can do whatever it takes to secure their property and try and protect it just in case that fire moves this way. But here's what we know. We know that evacuation orders have been issued for north of Pacific Coast Highway and that the fire is moving westbound. Other areas under an evacuation order south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, and west of Surfview Drive. There is an evacuation center located at Westwood Recreation Area, so if you need somewhere to go, you have some place to go. Right now, Philip, Giovanna, I got to tell you, the wind is picking up. You may be able to hear it on my mic, but we are seeing now more tree branches moving, and of course the wind continues to move the smoke, and we are still seeing active flame out here. With that, I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, we can see those hot spots of flames there behind you, and a moment ago when your cameraman zoomed in, you could see more flames and you know, and near homes. Very disturbing and upsetting. I'm sure for us to watch and for those who have to, you know, escape the area. I'm curious, the family that in the home that you said they let you into their yard, they left, but the neighbor is staying. Is that am I understanding that correctly? He was not evacuated or choosing to stay?
Yes. Well, you know what? Actually, I got to say, they told us, the Serratine family told us they were going to be on the move. They were leaving. So they were taking off. And then I happened to start hearing movement off to my left. And that's when I noticed, oh, there's a family here next door. I'm seeing him right now. He is trying to spray with the water hose down the roof, just trying to add a protective barrier. So I'm going to go and try and speak to them and see if they have any plans to evacuate.
Okay.
Okay,
All right,
Monica,
Let me ask quickly. Are you guys going to evacuate? Do you guys plan to evacuate or are you going to stay? ¿Se va a quedar más tiempo? Media hora. Okay, Giovanna, Philip, he's telling me he's going to stay about 30 more minutes or so and try and keep protecting his home, and then they're gonna take off.
Yeah, we heard
Okay.
that.
Monica, thank you very much. And again, just to be clear, sometimes it's difficult to see where the fire is because of the camera length and the ability to zoom in. The perspective is lost in many instances as to how close the fire is. But you do see that firefighters are really focusing on that line right there because the two super scoopers have dropped twice in that spot, and we saw it earlier with Monica. This is a wind-driven event. This is a dry event, and Shayla is standing by. And those two things, as you see another super scooper, really that's within 2 minutes. Shayla, you've been talking about this. And the saddest part of it is the worst is to come as far as the wind.
It's true. We're going to see these winds picking up as we head into this afternoon, this evening, and then into tomorrow morning. So this is a fairly long wind event. We see Santa Ana wind events into January. That's not unusual. What is unusual about this event is just how strong these winds are, how widespread it is, not to mention how warm and how dry it is. It is not a combination you want to see, especially when we're talking about fires. So I want to show you right now this fire burning in the Pacific Palisades. Winds in the area 10 to 15 miles per hour, but it's these gusts that are so concerning. We've seen gusts all morning long, 20 to 30 miles per hour. And these winds, they've been coming from the north and the northeast. So even if you haven't been evacuated yet, if you are anywhere you can see the smoke extending all the way to Topanga Canyon, if you are south or southeast of this fire to PCH or even into Topanga, you need to have that go bag ready. Have that evacuation plan in place. This is a fast moving fire, not to mention all the dry fuel, the vegetation in the area. That is why any fire over the next 24 hours is going to be able to spread so rapidly. Right now, I want to show you, this is a live look from LAX. We were able to see some of those flames earlier. Right now, you can just see all of the smoke. Wind speeds by LAX right now coming in 14 miles per hour. So again, sustained winds have been in the teens, but look what happens. Really starting to pick up those gusts as we head into this evening. With that, Philip and Giovanna, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, thank you for that. And we have a couple of more days of this windstorm, so not a good situation. We want to check in with Deborah, a resident who lives in Pacific Palisades. Deborah, can you hear us? Can you tell us your situation? Yeah. What does it look like around you?
Yes.
Because Dallas.
It's a lot of smoke, a lot of fires just popping up all over the place. It's a pretty big span of ridge, as you can see. It's pretty gnarly. It feels like a little bit of the end of days, actually, to be honest with you.
And where is your home?
I'm around the corner on one of the Calais streets. I'm at my neighbor's house in her backyard. We're trying to hunker down right now and see if we can be of service to some of our fellow neighbors who are still here.
And you have said that you're not going to go. Can you tell us why you're not going to go?
Right now, I'm not planning on going, but as the winds kick up this evening, depending on what the containment looks like, which does not look very good today, as I've been watching it for the last couple of hours, I probably will end up evacuating, like a lot of my neighbors. I still have to get my kid, who might be stranded down the mountain. So that's our plan at the moment.
Do you live in the area where homes are being evacuated, people are being evacuated? Or did you get an evacuation order is what I'm trying to ask you, or was it just a warning?
No, we got the evacuation order.
All right.
Can you tell us a little bit about the fire that we're looking at over your shoulder and how that has been progressing? I mean, we see active fire behind you, and I was kind of curious how it's changed. Is it getting closer to you? Is it burning alongside parallel to you? Or what is it? Actually, when you go back the direction you were, the fire right directly over your left shoulder, it looks like that fire there. Has that been moving away from you, or is that moving in your direction?
It's been pretty constant. It's actually getting closer to the homes. We've noticed that it's starting to get closer to the homes. There's a lot of brush, and then there's a lot of brush. So probably all this brush is going to be burnt out at some point today. And then we've got fences of everyone's backyards. Hopefully, the firemen will start spraying when
That's all right.
if that happens. But it's going all the way down.
Yeah, and
like pretty far
and
down.
we can see. Are those firefighters behind you?
No, those are news people as well.
Okay, okay. All right. Well, thank you for talking with us. I hope your home is safe and you get out safely and there's no damage where you are. But be safe. It might be best to heed those warnings and leave earlier rather than later. Thank you, Deborah.
Let's go to Josh Haskell, who has made his way. Josh, are you still in the same location you were a moment ago, or did you go somewhere because the conditions look horrible where you are now?
I moved a little bit north. I'm on Palisades Drive right now, just north of Sunset. Take a look at the Palisades Highlands Shopping Center. It really does feel like this shopping center is about to catch fire. The fire, which started couple miles from here, up Bienvenida, Lockman, Palisades Highlands, has now made its way towards the ocean. We are almost at Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard, and you can just see the strength of the fire right now and how fast it has moved. We've actually seen some of the palm trees along Palisades Drive catch fire. This is quite a situation right now. As you see the firefighters, they've been trying to defend this shopping center, but it is moving so fast. Ash and smoke are really dominant, and this is what I was telling you guys. This is what is making this evacuation so chaotic, because there were a number of cars heading down Palisades Drive trying to evacuate. Well, the fire reached Palisades Drive. It is not safe for vehicles really to pass through those fires, through that fire. We still see a few different cars, but I have to tell you, we tried to get up to the Palisades Highlands. The LAPD told us that it is a hard closure of Palisades Drive for anybody trying to go up, according to the Los Angeles Fire Department. That is a direct order from the LAFD. So we now parked at Sunset and Palisades Drive, and as you can see, the fire has reached Sunset and Palisades Drive. The whole hillside behind that Starbucks, there's, I know, a sushi restaurant, a bunch of cafes, there's a collar and leash pet store. Everything behind there is on fire, and firefighters are going to do the best they can to defend this, but it is a pretty wild scene right now, as this fire and flames are pretty much surrounding the Palisades Highlands Shopping Center. Philip and Giovanna?
Josh, just because you just identified where you are, we're getting word from the fire department, Eric Scott, that says they want evacuees to go south on Palisades Drive to westbound Sunset to southbound PCH. Does that make sense from your position right there, or is that going to change based off of what we're looking at?
That does make sense. That is definitely accurate. I know we're showing you some pretty dramatic pictures of flames. Sean, any chance you can show just the traffic right now? There's a lot of smoke, but you can see that there are cars still coming from all directions. Those are cars on Sunset Boulevard heading down towards PCH trying to get out of here. But it is slow going, and that's why we ask anyone who is under a mandatory evacuation, be patient, listen to the fire department, listen to the LAPD, because they right now are doing the best they can to prevent fire from crossing Palisades Drive. This is kind of the scene, as there's been a number of people on foot with luggage, with their belongings. We talked to that one woman earlier, Philip and Giovanna. She could not get up to her home. So she's just standing here trying to get a sense of what's happening up there. And I can tell you that the wind is just really kicking up. And you can just see the strength of the fire. And although I saw some helicopter plane firefighting activity as we drove up here, I've not seen any at this particular Palisades Highlands Shopping Center complex. That is because it is so incredibly windy right now. It'd be very hard for them to get in here. How are you guys doing? Did you make it down the hill?
We did. She pulled over. This family pulled over, and we've been helping them. They abandoned their car.
You left your car on Palisades Drive?
Yeah.
What is the scene like coming down Palisades Drive?
I don't know. Let's go. I can't talk right now. Windy.
Right. Well, we wish the best to you. So that is what is happening, is that family left their car along this road. They clearly didn't feel like it was safe. You can see why it's not safe. Look at how close those flames are right now to Palisades Drive. This is across the street from Calvary Christian School, which we already heard was evacuated when this fire first started. And I'm not seeing as many cars come out of the Highlands right now, but they are letting cars through. So you see a line of fire engines, and they are going to do the best they can, as I said, to prevent the fire from jumping Palisades Drive. Why? Well, when it jumps Palisades Drive, the next community, of course, is then Topanga, and it starts to blow towards the Malibu area. That's not something that they want. These winds are not going away. So you see that line of fire trucks right now on Palisades Drive, and it is just a surreal situation to see this shopping center right now. It looked like part of it was going up. Things have calmed slightly. I'm trying to see inside the collar and leash pet store, Sean. It looks like there's a light on. I don't know if there's damage in there or what exactly is happening, but you can just see that there's too much fire, not enough resources in this particular part, and you still have people evacuating, Philip and Giovanna.
Yeah, and just a moment ago.
I only have one, I'm sorry.
Just a moment ago, Sean McCarthy was showing us those flames to your right behind you on the other side of the strip mall. They were really coming down to the, look at how close they are to the road, to those palm trees, to the cars, to the people who are still making their way down. It is just such a frightening situation. Josh?
Yeah, and as I said, this is really thick brush that is not burned in a very, very long time. And it is so smoky right now that even though I have glasses on, I have to close my eyes because they're literally stinging from the ash and from the flame. That is the situation right now. And it looks like every time I turn my head and I look behind the Starbucks or behind the Lovely Nails, there's fire. And I can tell you there are homes everywhere in this area. We are in the Palisades Highlands at the bottom of Palisades Drive. Just over the hill there is the Marquez community, of course, Bienvenida and Lockman, which have already been impacted by this fire. And then just to show you again, people are still trying to get out of here and get to PCH, and it is just jam-packed right now. One thing, Philip and Giovanna, I want to point out that I thought was pretty interesting was one of those families that I spoke with. They told me that, you see, this is 2 lanes going up to the Palisades Highlands, 2 lanes coming down. All 4 lanes, according to that woman, were being used to bring people out of this community and evacuate. As I said, those folks, there's not 100 homes, there's not 500 homes, there's close to 1,000, maybe more. A lot of people live up there, and there were clearly a lot of people home when this mandatory evacuation came out. And when they evacuate, Philip and Giovanna, this is what they're encountering from their cars. An incredibly scary sight, literally driving through a wall of fire.
Well, Josh, one of the things that people, sometimes get confused by when they see fire activity is the illusion of what, it's almost a misconception of what they're seeing. All of those firefighters are on the other side of that mall, correct? I mean, it seems like they have a pretty good fire defense for that mall, and what we're watching is a burn that is very scientific in nature. Sometimes they will let things burn, correct? There's a fire presence behind that strip mall.
That is correct, and I'm actually seeing for the first time some hoses go on those flames behind this shopping center. I can tell you I've been to this shopping center many times. There is a barrier and some brush clearance directly behind these structures. And I actually see a firefighter on the roof in the distance there looks like that is the firefighter that was just putting some water on those flames as they try and save this. But yeah, just a very dynamic, frightening situation here at the base of the Palisades Highlands community. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Josh, thank you. Stay safe out there. We're going to check back with you in just a moment. Right now, we want to speak with Kim Marshall, who is at the Gladstone's parking lot. Kim, hi, thanks for talking with us today. What is your situation? Where's your home?
I am smack up in the Highlands. I always leave early whenever I see a fire. And I was loading the car, and all of a sudden the warning evacuation came. So we just ran down drove down the hill with my 2 dogs and suitcases. And my worst nightmare, it just wouldn't move. It was gridlock. So I made the decision to park the car across from that shopping center he was talking about and walk. So I walked to my girlfriend's at Edgewater, and that was looking bad. And she got an evacuation order, so I'm over at Gladstone's outside with soot in my eye. My poor 2 dogs are with me. It's terrifying.
Well, Kim, you sound like you left almost instantly and still got caught in all of the gridlock. Was that a bit of a surprise to you?
Yes, I've always been out early. My friends sort of make fun of me, like, oh, there's Kim evacuating again. That's how quick these winds are moving. And I could see flames on both sides of me, on both hills. And I was like, who would sit in a car and wait for this to happen? So there's that.
And were there others who also abandoned their cars and, continued on foot?
There were a few, but now there's a lot. There were a few. And then I saw the nursery school, all the kids holding hands, and they walked over to Gladstone's. They're gone now. But there's smoke and red all over the sun. I think that's a telling sign. You guys should get a picture of the sun. It's terrifying.
Oh my gosh,
looks like
Kim.
Armageddon out here.
Kim, I want to ask you something about
Yeah.
leaving the cars and what you saw when you left. Were people parking? Or were they just abandoning them in the middle of the road? Because if they're abandoned in the middle of the road, firefighters can't get by. They were pulling off to the side?
Yeah, parking. And not everybody was doing it, but I don't like to just wait. I have to get out of there.
Yeah, I don't blame you.
It's looking bad here by the beach.
Yeah, I don't blame you. Kim, there is an evacuation center at the Westwood Rec Center if you wanted a place to get away from the smoke.
I have so many places to go, I just can't get there. My friends have been so wonderful. Come over, but how? I'd have to walk, I think.
Oh,
I have
I
a
see,
carry-on
that's right.
suitcase and 2 dogs.
Oh my goodness.
So I may sit in your TV truck if you don't mind.
Oh, we don't mind at all.
Anyway,
Kim, thank you.
At least we're safe. So
Yeah.
thanks for checking in.
Yes.
Thank you very
thank
much.
you.
And just to have the wonderful spirit that she has. And it is such a terrifying sight when you see what's on the right here. Monica DeAnda is also in a location where the house that she's in, they left. They've evacuated. But Monica is on a property and able to see fire and its progress. Monica, what do you have?
Yeah, Philip, Giovanna, we are on Rimmer Avenue for those of you just joining us. And as you take a look, oh gosh, the fire is really inching closer to these homes. When we first got here to this property about an hour ago, it was up top of the hill, and now it's making its way. And you can see just how close these flames are to this entire hillside where there are dozens and dozens of homes, some of which this homeowner here tells me have just been built about a year ago. Others have been here longer, but of course, it's just unfortunate because each one of these homes belongs to someone. So it's really heartbreaking to see. And then, of course, all around us, it's just this continuous plume of black smoke. And then, it's moving westward. We know that's the direction that the fire is going in. Of course, the area here, Pacific Palisades, is under an evacuation order. We're talking north of Pacific Coast Highway, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, and west of Surfview. And there is an evacuation center, as you guys have been mentioning, over at the Westwood Recreation Center. And I hate to say it, but you're looking at the flames, and Philip, Giovanna, I'm sure you guys could see they're picking up. They're only intensifying. They're getting bigger. We can see them, more from our vantage point, and they're just inching closer to these homes. In the last 15-20 minutes, we haven't really seen any more air support, and that may be because we've been hearing the wind pick up. So maybe that's why no more support has been coming from above. But we did see them here earlier. It's just now with the wind conditions really picking up, it's looking like a little bit tough for the air resources. And now we're seeing what it appears maybe a property there going up. Philip, Giovanna.
Back to you guys.
All right, Monica, and we want to call your attention to the evacuation map on the left. We showed you a similar map earlier with much more yellow areas, which are evacuation warning areas. Now you can see that a significant portion of the Pacific Palisades area down to PCH are in red, which means mandatory evacuation orders.
Well, and the yellow that you see on, I suppose it looks west, but it's almost north. These two to the far left here, RMB, MAL, and the C11, and then the UO30. Those are new. So you have two new evacuation warning areas. All of the red, as you mentioned, Giovanna, is an order. They want people out of those spaces, but it does look as if they're starting to expand the areas that they want people and are telling people to leave.
Yes. We are also, I think we want to go to Josh Haskell, who's standing by with more information. Josh.
Yeah, I mean, I have lived in this area most of my life. It is so windy right now, which is making it so difficult for firefighters. And our biggest fear is that some of the trees are starting to catch fire as they reach Sunset Boulevard. That's a giant palm tree that you're seeing right now. We just saw a number of firefighters move into the area. And I can tell you that this fire, where we are at Sunset and Palisades Drive, is doing everything it can to make it to the Pacific Ocean, to Gladstones, where we've been hearing from people down there, and I saw a number of fire engines staging. There's a lot of property between here and Gladstones. There's a Vons supermarket, there's a couple strip malls, there's a lot of apartments. There's an apartment building right here. And who knows, it wouldn't take that much for the wind to blow an ember across from this shopping center. It's hard to see what the status of all those flames that were surrounding that shopping center, but as I step out of the way and show you, you can still see flames in the distance as fire engines are trying to do their best to not just save the shopping center, but to prevent this fire from reaching all the homes scattered in this area. And you may ask me, well, where's the closest home? It's really hard to tell because of that smoke right now, but you see those flames that we're bringing you. We're again at the bottom of Palisades Drive and Sunset, and I have to tell you that we've seen not as many vehicles come down Palisades Drive. I heard from one person that they were not, and I'm not going to say this yet because I don't know if it's confirmed, but we've heard different reports of, the status of Palisades Drive. You heard one person tell me about gridlock coming down. We met that other person that said that they left their car on the side of the road. So we would love to take you up further, but as I just shared, there's a hard closure of this road for anybody going up, and the LAPD was very strict about that. And in these situations, we follow them because they had a direct order from the fire department. Why? Well, take a look at the fire trucks that are just trying to defend this area and try and prevent these flames from jumping Palisades Drive. I know right now it's 1:12 in the afternoon. It's starting to feel like it's 5 p.m. It's getting very dark here just with the amount of smokes. Sean, look behind you real quick. I'm seeing a fireman with a hose. It looks like, I don't know if they're trying to set up some sort of fire break here at Sunset Boulevard, but there's a number of fire engines that have just arrived in the last few minutes, and they're running hoses across. You see that right now. They're running hoses across Sunset and Palisades Drive. My guess is that they're going to line up and do the best they can to make sure this fire doesn't make it any further. But as I showed you at the top of my live shot, there's a palm tree that's already caught fire as it gets very close to Sunset Boulevard. Philip and Giovanna?
Okay.
All I can think that all I can say is that fire resources are just being stretched so thin. They're really doing an amazing job, the best they can out there. Let's check in with Shayla Girardin. We are watching these winds become more fierce as the day goes on.
Yes, they are just picking up hour after hour, and it's only going to increase from here. So we are talking about dangerous wind speeds as we head into this afternoon and this evening. Right now by the Palisades fire, we've been seeing wind gusts over the course of the morning morning and afternoon, 20 to 30 miles per hour, and that is consistent. And you'll notice these winds are coming out of the northeast, so it's all these homes to the south and the southwest, all the way to PCH. That is why all of these homes are under that evacuation order, because these winds are driving this fire so quickly. And of course, we're also dealing with all that dry fuel, that vegetation, these warmer temperatures. It's just allowing these fires to spread so rapidly. And I want to show you, we keep talking about how these wind speeds are going to increase, and that really is the name of the game. As we head into this afternoon, we continue to see those wind gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour, just like we're seeing out there right now. But look at what happens as we head into the overnight hours. Wind gusts closer to 40 miles per hour. This is not even as bad as what we could see in other areas. Into early tomorrow morning, those winds staying really concerning. We finally start to see a little bit of a break as we head into Wednesday about noon. But as we head into the overnight hours later this afternoon, these winds only going to increase. And you'll notice all the pinks, the purples on your screen. It's not uncommon for us to see a Santa Ana wind event in January. What is uncommon is for this event to be so widespread, all of Southern California under those high wind watches, those red flag warnings. And so it's not just our Santa Ana wind corridor. We're used to seeing high winds through Malibu, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley. This encompasses everyone. And look, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, seeing wind gusts over 40 miles per hour. As you go into Santa Clarita, wind gusts right now 57 miles per hour. That's close to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. Malibu Hills also seeing those gusts over 40 miles per hour. A little bit of a break as you head toward Long Beach, but those winds pick up once again. Wrightwood, San Bernardino, Riverside, all seeing wind gusts 35 to 40 miles per hour, or excuse me, to 45 miles per hour. Laguna Beach, Lake Elsinore, Banning. I mean, you're noticing no one here is getting a break from those winds, and this will continue to be the name of the game as we head into later this afternoon and early evening as well. Now, it's not just the winds that are fueling these fires. We're also dealing with some extremely low humidity. I want to show you right now, Santa Monica at 10%. That's very close to where this fire is burning. So that's why it's that combination, right, Philip, Giovanna? We never want to see the dry conditions, the wind, the dry vegetation, all just the perfect combination you need for those flames.
Okay, Shayla, thank you. And you've been warning us about it. We knew about it yesterday, and here it is. These conditions are just the worst. We've seen people try to evacuate. We know that it's been a massive problem coming down Palisades Drive, and you saw a lot of LAPD activity trying to help with the traffic situation. We're now alerting that the city of Los Angeles is on tactical alert due to what they call a major incident, which we've seen that their resources are being pulled all the way down to Palisades to make sure to try to help with the traffic. Shubha Ravindran, who is a former colleague of ours here at ABC7, reported for us many years ago, was one of the people who was evacuated. Shubha, you and your husband, as soon as you found out you had to go, you were ready and you left. What was it like? Was it pretty much an ease of transport, or did you face a lot of the difficulties others have seen?
So, hi, Philip. Yeah, luckily it was smooth getting out of the house. As soon as we saw the flames this morning, a little bit after 10 o'clock, we were actually coming from another part of LA near downtown, driving home, and could see the flames. As we got closer, that's when I started getting the phone calls. This is the Palisades. My son was home sick with the babysitter. He stayed home sick today, so we were trying to race home as quickly as possible. Getting into our location, which is right below where you can see those flames. Our home is right below those hills. Was not too bad. We got there. I packed up my son's medication right away because, again, he has asthma, and I had to make sure I had that ready to go. And we loaded up the car and got out of there. And I'm currently in Santa Monica right now, just down the street from my daughter's elementary school. As soon as it hits 3 o'clock, we're going to just go scoop her up. And we've actually just booked a hotel in the area. Luckily, we were able to find a hotel. But yes, driving out of the Palisades was a bit of a nightmare. Luckily, I'm not too deep into the Palisades up in those hills. I'm right off Sunset and Chautauqua, which is kind of that main entry point into the Palisades. So we hopped onto Sunset going south, and we were able to kind of take some back streets through Rustic Canyon. It was still bumper to bumper all through that canyon area. And we just decided to just stay put here in Santa Monica, where we're, again, close to my daughter's school. we're just going to grab her as soon as school is let out. Many schools in the area have been evacuated. Luckily, my daughter's school it has not yet. They have been in communication with all the parents, and everyone is just standing by because at any moment we could get that notice to come and get your kids. They don't have a bus service, so we're going to have to go scoop them up. My older daughter, their middle school bus route drops off right in the middle of town. So I'm assuming those are all going to be canceled. So it is going to be a mad dash to get her from her middle school. And I can tell you right now, we saw as we were leaving the Palisades, so many families just, it was bumper to bumper, and they were just going in different directions. Obviously, some people have family and friends. I got so many texts from friends just saying, come stay with us, come stay with us. Again, my son is very sick. He's home sick today. And so I think we're just going to stay in a hotel just so we don't get anyone else sick. But we don't know how long this is going to last. The winds were so just erratic all morning. And even as the flames were, kind of starting up, this has happened before. So we've been evacuated. I remember a few years ago, we got, in the middle of the night, 2 a.m, I had to grab the babies and get out the door, and we headed to my parents. But this has just gotten more and more, and the smoke is getting darker and darker. So we don't know how long this is going to last.
Shubha, thank you so much. I have one quick question before we let you go. Did you see any homes on fire on your way down?
We, luckily, because we were moving away from the fire, I did not see any. But, earlier you guys had footage from up in the hills, and you can definitely see the smoke. I personally did not see any structures on fire. I've been texting my friends who live up more in the hills to see if they saw any homes. Nothing so far. We're just crossing our fingers that everyone is safe, have been able to get out safely, and obviously we're probably going to know more later as this goes on during the day. But I personally did not see any structures on fire, thankfully.
Okay. Shubha, thank you so much. And that's a great report. If we hear more of that, it'll be great. Josh Haskell is standing by. He's right near an area that was at very great risk just moments ago. But Josh, another example of firefighters, they were in place, and it was almost as if they knew the direction and they were ready to attack it by that strip mall.
Yeah, and the good news is that I'm seeing the strip mall standing, but every time I speak with you, within the last hour, there's a different firefight, and now the fire has somehow made its way along Sunset Boulevard as it continues to try and burn towards Gladstone's and the ocean. And you can see that palm tree. It's like I turn my back, there's another part on fire. I thought that this apartment building to the right of us was okay, but now it looks like it's gone around, and there's a house that I see up on that hillside right below. That fire is getting very close to a home, and it has just been, one of those chaotic scenes. There's so many chaotic things about covering a fire and the evacuation, but something I'm noticing right now at Sunset and Palisades Drive that is really haunting to me is the amount of cars that people have left in places that you wouldn't normally see cars. Take a look at some of the vehicles in between these fire trucks. There are clearly people that did not like sitting in this traffic. The fire was getting close and they ditched their cars, and we are seeing a lot of vehicles everywhere, which of course, as a fire truck goes by us right now, which of course makes the firefight hard because fire trucks are trying to get in and out. You see they have hose lines now up and down Sunset Boulevard, and that fire is really, really raging right now. We are also, I want to show, we are near a pretty well-known location here on the edge of Pacific Palisades in Malibu. It is the Self-Realization Fellowship Temple. That's behind this fence that we're showing you right now. I have not seen any flames in that area, but I can tell you there is a lake down there. Seems like they're having no trouble getting water on this fire, but there is a lake down there. That's on the other side. But you can just see that firefighters are using Sunset Boulevard as this fire break. And when I think that maybe they have a handle on what was happening on the bottom of Palisades Drive, I turn and see this pretty scary situation in a home up there on that hill on Sunset Boulevard just south of Palisades Drive. Philip and Giovanna.
All right, Josh, thank you. Stand by, of course. Continue to update us on what you can share. And we want to go to Sid Garcia right now. I believe Sid has joined our photographer at Gladstone's. Sid, what can you tell us?
Getting here was just hellish, to say it at least. I saw all kinds of fire engines getting up here. But if you've got no reason to be down here on Pacific Coast Highway, just stay away because you're going to be stuck in traffic. Let me get out of the way here. You can see the American flags here. This is what's blowing, and it's just completely, it's almost dark. It is the early afternoon, but it looks more like dusk here. You've got traffic trying to get out of the Pacific Palisades to turn left onto Pacific Coast Highway to get people out of here safely. Again, we can feel the strong breeze coming towards the ocean. The flames were being told, you could see the glow on the other side of these buildings here. The end of the road for the fire pretty much is the Pacific Ocean here, but what I was hearing on radio and just listening and monitoring social media with first responders is that there's a lot of property protection, structure protection up in the fire zone. I'm hearing that some homes have been destroyed, no injuries so far. But the winds are really starting to pick up here right now as folks try to get the heck out of here and get out of here for safety. As more and more fire engines are going up to the fire, you've got traffic heading out of there and basically heading south on Pacific Coast Highway. I came up from the north, we were in Agoura Hills this morning, and as soon as we heard that this fire broke, the fire engine, the fire trucks outside a fire station, they're off of Canaan. The guys mounted up and started coming towards here. That's what we assumed we were coming here. And then coming through the canyon, it wasn't that bad until we hit Pacific Coast Highway and you could just see the plume of smoke going up in the air. And I could tell you that as I was coming through here, a lot of ash was falling on my car as I was trying to get here. Again, the winds are strong. This is bringing back memories from the Thomas Fire and the Woolsey Fire and even the Mountain Fire, how strong the winds were blowing through. And that's the concern. Again, you've got first responders heading up to the fire as people are being evacuated, coming down from the Palisades, heading down the Pacific Coast Highway, hanging a left here and then heading towards Santa Monica to get the heck out of here safely. Again, if you've got no reason to be out here, just simply stay away. If you've got family that's in this area, first responders, LAPD, the Sheriff's Department, and LA City Fire, they're trying to just get everybody out of here safely. Ma'am, can we talk to you real quick? Can we talk to you? What? You just left your car? Okay. There was a mother here with her son. Let me step out of the way here. They just left their car and just walked down to the beach here to be safe. There's a lot of folks that are doing that, just parking their car someplace and just walking down. Again, it's windy. The winds are strong here as they forecast. And again, you've got first responders going up to the fire as folks are trying to get out of here safely and as orderly as they possibly can. There are reports of homes destroyed, no injuries though, that's the good news there. But again, it looks like dusk out here right now. The smoke is so thick. And it's, can we talk to you really quick? Come on over.
Sure, where's it going?
So where were you when all this and you just had to get the heck out?
So, here's the story. I was in Hollywood and I heard about the news. And I had a cat over here in the Palisades. I live right there. I can see my house from here. And I couldn't make it. I had to leave my car up on Marquez and run the rest of the way down. Got my cat. My dad's up helping the firefighters. And then I had to run down here. Meanwhile, it's spreading. What are they calling it? Spotting, where it hops around. I'm getting hit with palm leaves that are on fire. I ran into a car. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
How's your dad doing up at the house?
Last I heard, he was good. He's up at the corner of Sunset and Palisades with the firefighters. He's a security guard over at the school over here.
Just how scary has it been just seeing all of this and just wondering if everybody's safe that you care about?
It's terrifying. I was definitely worried for my dad. But what can you do? It's a natural disaster. I'm from New York. I've never done this before. So I don't know what to do.
And your name is, you are?
Samantha Rose Baldwin.
Samantha, this is your first time going through this.
This closely, yeah.
Just describe what it was like getting up here and then trying to get home and then realizing the safest thing for you to do is just to abandon your car and come down.
It's terrifying. I mean, it feels like a horror movie. I'm screaming and crying, walking down the street. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up again right now, and that's what everybody's afraid of, is that the windows are getting gustier. But you've been in touch with your dad, and so far so good, everything's okay. You can see your house.
Okay, well, I mean, I could. It's too smoky now, but I don't know where else to go. Like I said, my car's up there. I'm just going to go sit at the ocean because the fire can't touch it, so.
Samantha, good luck. Thank you very much for talking with us.
Thank you, and thanks for being out here.
Thank you.
Sid, if we can ask you a question real quick before you take off. We had talked with Captain Scott, who was at your location a moment ago and had not confirmed any homes were destroyed. You said you had heard there were structures damaged. Have you talked with LA Fire? Have you talked with anybody and gotten confirmation as to the number of homes that might have been damaged?
In monitoring the news radio and listening to colleagues of mine who are up towards the Palisades where the fire is, I'm reporting to you what they see. And they've been reporting that they see structures either destroyed or seriously damaged. So that's what I'm getting at right now. No confirmation officially from LAFD, but that's what I am hearing on news radio outlets right now from reporters that are up above us right now. So that's where we're getting the report is more and more people are making their way down here. Again, you see it's in the nearly 30 years I've been home, this is one of the craziest wildfires we've covered. Even though it's 200 acres, as you guys know, this is a very dense area. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to you as we start to regroup here. But again, more evacuees are coming down the hill. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Sid Garcia, thank you. And we are also hearing, just new now, an unofficial report of about 20 homes being damaged in this fire in Pacific Palisades. Of course, we're going to continue to get updates from the fire department, but that is an unofficial count of how many homes may have been damaged so far. And right now we want to go back to Josh Haskell, who is on Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard, I believe. You're still there?
Yeah, I'm starting to get a better sense of why all that traffic slowed down here at Palisades Drive and Sunset. When we first started speaking with you, line of cars, nobody could move, cars coming from this direction. It looks like they've closed Sunset, possibly diverting cars to Pacific Coast Highway via Temescal or possibly even Chautauqua. The reason why I'm learning this information is Max Aram, who we're here now, you work in Santa Monica. Tell us what happened, how you found out about the fire, and for context, Max's wife, mother, and 11-month-old are still up in the Palisades Highlands, correct?
Yeah, I got a call from my wife that the fires sent me a picture. I just left my meeting and just head this way. There was no traffic until the sunset, so I just got stuck here. And then I called my wife to see if the fire road is open on the hill. And I tried to go back, take Temescal up to the fire road. I just made it there and a bunch of homes were burning, so I turned around and she tried to get out and this road was blocked, so she turned back, went back home. So on the way down here, I got stuck on the side of the street, so I just had to leave my car and run away.
Where is your car right now?
I just put a pin on it. It's one of the side of the street. I just don't know.
So you just ditched your car?
I ditched my car and just walked.
What's that feeling knowing that your family's a couple miles up the hill? What are they telling you?
I'm so scared. I think they're surrounded by the fires. So it seems that it's much better quality of air than this because they're higher up. But yeah, I just want to get to my family. They're not letting me go up there. They cannot come back down here. And yeah, I'm just stuck in the middle and with you, just surrounded by fires.
When we first met here, Max, you were telling me that the LAPD officers were saying people can't come down. Did your family try and leave?
They tried. It was blocked, and they turned around and went back up because I think it's much better air quality. It's like smoke, and the road was blocked, so they just turned around and went back up because 11-month-old cannot cannot breathe. So we had to get him to like a better air quality. I'm trying to go join them, and they're not letting me.
And it's just too dangerous for you to walk up right now as the fire has reached Palisades Drive and Sunset. Something that Max brought up that I can confirm is that there are still a lot of people that are up in the Palisades Highlands community, and some have been getting conflicting reports, although they were under a mandatory evacuation. As you saw, it was just too dangerous to leave on Palisades Drive with the fire reaching this shopping center here, and that is what Max said his family encountered. We are happy to report that his family is safe right now, but think about what that feeling is. You rush home from work, all you want to do is help your family. You're at the bottom of Palisades Drive and Sunset, and you can't get up, and they're up there, and all you see is fire.
Yeah, again, there's a bunch of cars. I think it's like, I don't know, 600-700 cars on the same street that I was on. And they will not be able, because the road was blocked all the way to here, and there's no way that they can get those cars out of the side of the street. And fire was like 5 homes up, and I waited to see if the road's gonna open up. Didn't open. I just left my car, ran down the hill, and asked questions from the fire department. It's like if people can do anything, and just ran up there and just told people that I'm gonna leave my car. Up to you, whatever you guys want to do. But I left my car and just ran down. I just don't think that those people will be able to get out of that street.
How's your family doing right now?
I don't know. I think they're scared. They're more scared for me because they saw where I am. I don't think there are fires around the house yet, but it's so windy. Any minute can just change direction, so that's pretty scary.
Right now, it may seem safer up there than down here, but we know with these Santa Ana winds, they could change at any minute. You told me that you thought maybe your car had burned. Well, what do you think the status is of your vehicle? You just left it on the side of the road?
Let's check.
He's pulling up his car right now to check. Is it moving? Obviously, cell service isn't great here, but clearly the biggest concern is not your vehicle.
Offline. That's not a good sign.
The car's what?
Offline.
Offline.
So, yeah.
And you just left it and you walked down here. We've seen a lot of people like Max looking for family members, trying to get up there. They can't get up there. The fire department has just taken over Sunset and Palisades Drive, and you can see all those abandoned cars as this fire has reached Sunset Boulevard. Good news is that this activity seems to slow a little bit, but look down there, Philip and Giovanna. We are still seeing flames. I'm now seeing that same palm tree on fire. We are okay where we are right now, but we are keeping a close eye. As you see, our news van is not too far away from that current situation, and that explains what Max has been feeling. Philip and Giovanna, while I have Max, anything you guys want to ask him?
No, just more than anything, it's so deeply troubling and you can imagine the frustration of wanting to get to your family and not being able to get there. But it's for the safety of all. So, Josh, thank you very much. From Josh's shot, we also saw a moment ago that's one of the reasons why those firefighters are pulling the line across the street.
Right.
Is because of what started to burn on the other side.
Right, that palm tree.
Yeah. We also have Monica to end. You are kind of in the situation that Max's wife is in. You're almost above the fire, but you're at a position where you're able to see what's going on. What are you seeing, Monica?
Yeah, Philip and Giovanna, right now we are on Rimmer Avenue. Again, we're on a woman's property. This family let us come on here. They evacuated. They're long gone. This is off of Sunset. And if you take a look here over my shoulder, we've seen this fire start from the top of a hillside all the way to my right and move its way down, inching its way closer to these homes. And we can now see smoke in that community. Of course, don't want to speculate. We have not, gotten any confirmation of any homes lost in this area. But what I can tell you from our vantage point here on Rimmer, we are seeing some smoke surrounding part of this neighborhood now that you see off in the distance, and also starting to hear some of the cracking noises that come when a fire kind of is moving around toward more dry bush vegetation. There's a lot of that all around here, a lot of trees, shrubbery, and of course it's been very dry. So all of this coupled with the wind, it's really adding fuel to the fire here, and it's It's not helping the situation because we have seen, like I said, those flames moving westward and inching closer to these homes. So we are continuing to monitor the situation out here from really the patio of a family who is already evacuated. And I know earlier we checked in with the neighbors. Oh, give me 1 second. We just got an emergency alert. LAFD, evacuate now, evacuation order for Palisades fire. So this is an alert that I'm sure many of you at home are getting in this moment. We just got it out here. It says all in that area, Pacific Palisades, must evacuate now, gather people and pets and leave immediately. All others shelter in place. So that's an alert that just came in. If you are needing a place to go, just a reminder, there is an evacuation center set up that is located at Westwood Recreation Center. So yeah, out here from our vantage point, we're still seeing a cloud of black smoke all around us. And of course, now we're seeing it inch toward these homes. With that, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Yeah, that is an alarming sound, what we just heard from your phone. Thank you so much, Monica de Anda. Stay safe out there. Be careful. That's the #1 priority, to keep everyone safe. But let's check in with Sid Garcia at Gladstone's. This is a command post for fire officials. Hey, Sid.
Guys, I've got City Councilwoman Tracy Park. This is her district. What can you share with us as far as what your folks are telling you, what's going on behind us?
Sure. So obviously this is a very dangerous situation. These winds and the dry conditions are a deadly combination. This fire has grown very quickly. We are now over 300 acres, and we have evacuations happening for everything west of Mandeville Canyon, north of Sunset. We have opened an emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. The Palisades Rec Center is too close. It is very, very important that people understand this is not a drill. This is a very serious emergency. They need to comply with all orders that are being given by our public safety partners.
What do you tell those who just simply can't get out? Uh-oh, the fire's already on this side up there. What do you tell those who just simply can't get out and they're still up there?
They need to follow all of the direction that our partners on scene are providing at this time. We have crews and people on the ground all up in these communities working to get people out. But this is not a drill. This is an actual emergency. Grab your belongings, be ready to go, and follow all of the directions that you're being given.
Thank you very much, Councilwoman. Appreciate it. Things got really interesting. Be safe.
They did. Thank you.
As you can see now behind that complex right there, the fire's reached down there. I can't gauge just how close it is, but it looks like it's right behind the top floor.
Grab the box.
All right, so we're going to move a little bit here if you can see us, but yeah, it's already gone over the hill, and that's what firefighters were afraid of. And now we just watch to see what's going to happen there. It looks like it's igniting the top floor of this condo complex or apartment complex right now, and
it's hard to say that though, Sid. It's really the depth perception is difficult. It very well might be. But we want to caution that because firefighters they were right on top of that strip mall by Josh Haskell, and we're able to save that. So it is terrifying, but it's difficult to see from your vantage point, I'm sure. And with the telephoto lens, that makes it difficult as well.
Yeah, very, very
difficult. You know what? You're absolutely right, because from our angle, it looks like it's right behind it. But I don't know what's behind that or how much defensible space there is between what's on top of the hill and just below what's going on. It looks like to the right of our
screen. Have him zoom in right there, because it might be on the building now.
Yeah, it does look like there's a piece of that building that, like something coming out.
Could be a tree.
To the right, and it looks like that is on fire there.
I mean, it's still pretty smoky where we are in the Gladstone's parking lot, but it looks like it's some kind of a tree on the right of your screen that is burning. And then to the left, I'm not sure what exactly is on fire there, if it's actually the structure or not. Again, from our vantage point, it looks scary, it looks horrifying, but I don't know what's behind it and how much space there is there as far as going up to the buildings above it, structures above it, and then what's going on there. What I can tell you is that the winds let up just a little bit a few seconds ago, but then again, as soon as they let up for a few seconds here, then the winds pick up again. The fire is still just in that one part when we were talking to Tracy Park, Councilwoman Park. It's still right in that one spot, and like you said, to the right, it looks like it's some kind of a plant or a tree that's on fire. There's some fire engines that are heading up there now. I'm not sure if they're going to go there or not, but again,
that's a piece of the building.
It looks scary from where we are, but it's, again, I can't tell from our vantage point if that's actually the structure or some brush behind it that's on fire. The winds are starting to pick up again where we are, and it's blowing from, on your screen, from right to left. Again, it looks like you're right, Javon. It looks like it's just some kind of a plant or small tree that's burning. But again, from our vantage point, we can't tell if it's grass or something, a plant or whatever, it's burning behind the structure or not. It looks like the flames have diminished a little bit. I'm not sure what that means, but again, when it started a couple of minutes ago, it looked scary. To be honest, it's like, whoa, what's going on here? But now the fire on the right-hand side appears to be going out, and you don't see any flames towards the left of it. So I'm not sure if that's good news or it's just sort of settled down a little bit as the winds again are starting to pick up here.
And
Guys,
Sid,
back to you.
And Sid, that's directly across the street from you on PCH?
Yes, yeah, we're in the Gladstone's parking lot at Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway. For those of you who are familiar with the area, we're directly across the street in the parking lot here, and smoke is starting to clear a little bit because of the wind, but yeah, it's there's more sirens coming over here, more looks like more first responders are coming out here, but again, it's been crazy here. You've got a bunch of fire trucks here waiting to protect the structures here as well. So again, there's a whole lot of activity here, and it looks like that fire from where we are, maybe it's diminished quite a bit. Let's send it back to you.
Okay, Sid, thank you. And I'm going to hope that that was a bit of an illusion there, that maybe the firefighters were behind that building and they were able to let whatever was burning burn, and hopefully they were able to save that structure. We do get word now that another task force has been to assist to 12 structures that are threatened by fire. But there are so many structures that are currently threatened by this fire, and primarily anything in the Palisades is threatened because of the winds. And Shayla is joining us now, because when you see the smoke like you do on that monitor just to your, the double box here, where you see that and you see how close these homes are with the amount of wind we have now and what's coming, it's terrifying.
Yes, and these winds, they're coming out of the northeast. So any of those homes in the path, we're talking southwest of the fire, all the way to PCH and Topanga, you'll notice all the smoke here on our radar. Any of those homes, those residents need to get out immediately. These are so many homes that are going to be impacted by that fire. And this is why these fires are so fast moving. We are talking about some extreme wind speeds, and this is only the start. Now, normally with this event, we're just talking about those Santa Ana wind corridors, but that is not the case today. You'll notice all the pinks, the purples you see on your screen. Fillmore, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu Hills, all seeing wind gusts close to 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita right now still seeing wind gusts this afternoon close to 60 miles per hour. And that has been the case at least for the past hour. Even as you start to move farther south, the story not changing. Riverside, San Bernardino, even Palm Springs, all seeing those wind gusts close to 30, 40 miles per hour. And it's only going to pick up from here. We'll talk about that a little bit later, but I know you guys have some updates. I'll toss it back to you.
Wow. Okay, Shayla, thank you. Just some new information. There will be a press conference at Will Rogers State Beach. We don't know the timing of that, but we'll bring it to you live when it happens. And we want to go back to Monica de Anda. Josh Haskell on Palisades Drive and Sunset. What's the update there, Josh?
Well, the good news is that it does appear that this apartment building right here has not caught fire, but you can just see how close the fire is to the apartment building. These firefighters have been doing everything they absolutely can to save structures. I told you that there was a home up on the hill there in the distance surrounded by flames. I do not know the status of that home, but I do know that the fire continues to make its way towards Sunset and PCH, towards the Pacific Ocean near Gladstone's, where our Sid Garcia has been. And everywhere I look, there still seems to be fire. Just take a look. I'm not going to go on camera right now because there's just not enough safe, defensible space between our photographer and where it looks just some pine needles and parts of trees that have been blown off by these winds caught fire, just to give you a sense of what the situation is. But I want to turn a little bit back up north to show Sunset Boulevard. We're standing in the middle of Sunset Boulevard. It does seem as though the fire department has done a good job at saving most of that shopping center, but the fire continued to move to homes behind that shopping center. And I was told that there is a structure about 400 feet behind that shopping center. So we just continue to see fire engines, the LAPD move back and forth. I also have an interesting update that I talked to an LAPD officer who told me that at this point, they have told people, although they are under a mandatory evacuation up in the Palisades Highlands, to stay put because the fire made its way down Palisades Drive, along Palisades Drive. It was just too dangerous to evacuate. So he said that once the fire department can get some air support, hopefully, on that part of the fire, then they'll try and get more people out of here. But it is just such a crazy situation to think the amount of neighborhoods and homes here, people that were home, Lockman Lane, I'm hearing that there were homes lost in that area. Someone had mentioned Bienvenida to me. That gentleman didn't even know the status of his car because he had left his car to walk here to try and get up to his family. But no one is going up Palisades Drive right now. Philip and Giovanna.
Well, and that was Max. And by the way, Josh, it kind of is wonderful to hear that firefighters do understand they want people to stay in place if they're already up there. So thanks for the update on how they were supposed to navigate. On our right, we saw it looked like fire retardant. So some of the super scoopers that we've been watching were dropping mostly water, but it did look like there was some fire retardant being dropped. Sid Garcia is at the command post at Gladstone's, which normally, Sid, these command posts are at a safe place so the operations can go, but fire was seen at your location. I mean, so it's really intense, the amount of fire and spotting all over the place.
It is. In fact, we're being told that they're going to probably move the command post north of here to Will Rogers State Beach. But again, things got, it's always at a place, and you guys have covered these before, it's always a safe distance away, but this is the first time where the command post was literally across the street from the fire. So we're being told that there's going to be a news conference later and that they're going to move north here a few miles to Will Rogers State Beach. But as we continue to monitor above this, looks like I think it's a condo complex, there's still flames on the other side or behind the building there that raises a lot of concern. The wind is still gusting here right now, and there's still a lot of activity. You hear the sirens of first responders going up. We don't see much vehicle traffic right now coming down the Pacific Palisades area and then heading over to Pacific Coast Highway. And then there you go again. We've got some more flames in that one spot that broke out maybe about 15, 20 minutes ago when we were talking to City Councilwoman Tracy Park. The wind, we can tell you, is still blowing pretty good down here. It's blowing on your screen to the left. That's where the smoke is going right now. Again, a lot of Pacific Palisades is under evacuation orders. There's still a lot of first responders, firefighters heading up there. There's some that are staged here on Pacific Coast Highway ready to go. And again, as we monitor what's going on behind that condo complex up there, you see some more flames. And again, Philip, like you said, from our vantage point, we really can't tell how far behind the flames are. So we'll continue to monitor the situation for you. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Sid, thank you. We want to quickly go back to Josh. Josh, we understand there's a house on fire near you. Josh?
Yeah, we're showing you a live picture of an unfortunate situation right off of Sunset Boulevard. I'm trying to pull up the street right now. There's a bunch of homes up in this neighborhood, different apartments near Via Lucia, just right behind the entrance to that Palisades shopping center. And we have seen off and on this structure go up. Now it's kind of hard to see because of the amount of smoke, but we know that fire crews were going up in those particular neighborhoods, and it is just the first home that we've seen from my area. We do think that shopping center had a little bit of damage, but I can tell you was not destroyed. I'm looking at it right now. But off of the street is Paseo Miramar, That's the street to get up into that neighborhood. That area of Paseo Miramar, which is basically between where I am and Sid Garcia is, that is where the fire is really burning right now with lots of fire activity. We're showing you a home right now in the distance that is completely engulfed. Again, this home is not on Paseo Miramar. It's off of, right below Paseo Miramar, and just not something that anyone ever wants to see. And that seems to be a theme of today as the winds continue to change. And, you know, we're safe where we are, but there's definitely been some moments where we thought about moving our truck just because we don't know which direction it's going to go, Philip and Giovanna.
Yeah, as you should, Josh. If you feel unsafe, please get out of there.
And Josh, that is some of the first images we've seen of an actual home being burned. But then on the right, that is Monica de Anda's camera, and we're going to bring her back in. And Monica, I've been watching your camera, and it does appear as if there are several homes that are going up in that area.
Yeah, I hate to see this kind of thing, you know, Philip and Giovanna. Obviously, we're a little bit far away. We're on somebody's patio here on Rimmer Avenue, but looking into our distance right now, it does appear that some homes are going up. So this is something we're going to be watching carefully here. But we have seen that the fire has made its way down the hillside, and it's been slowly creeping up closer and closer to these homes. And now we're seeing that smoke really in this neighborhood. And unfortunately, where you see that black smoke, that's more than likely something burning, right? We don't know 100% with certainty that they're homes, but there are so many homes in this particular community, and there's so much dry bushes, trees, vegetation all around here. So it really makes it tough when we have the wind component in all of this, because those embers start to spread really quickly, and that sparks the fire and it keeps it going. So yeah, very, very sad to see. Of course, we still have all around us, it's black smoke, and it's moving westward. Good news is that this neighborhood has been quiet, no activity, no cars visible over there on that side of the canyon from our vantage point, but we are hearing now what my photographer Brian Dunn's telling me is a propane explosion, most likely out there in the distance as a result of this fire. So this is what we're seeing on the ground. Of course, here we have the orange active flame, but right now we're looking at those homes, and unfortunately it seems like some of them, the fire is really getting close to them. Back to you guys.
And Monica, from where you are, it is basically just continuing along. It's not moving in your direction, right? But because you can't see over those hills, we can see from our monitors, we can see there are several homes that are on fire right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we can't, it's not moving toward us too much. That's, you guys have a different vantage point, but I can tell you that I mentioned a few hours ago, maybe about 2-3 hours ago now, the homeowner here on Rimmer Avenue, they evacuated, and just moments ago I was able to go to the next door neighbor, and they are in the process of packing their things and most likely evacuating. Their trunk is open and they're filling it up, and that's because, you know, they see what we're seeing, what you guys are all seeing. A lot of the smoke is inching towards these communities, a lot of the fire, and obviously people want to be safe. We all got that, if you're in this area, you got that alert from the LA Fire Department asking people to evacuate immediately, not to wait, to grab your family, grab the essentials and go. There's no time now to wait around and sit at home and just hope that it doesn't get closer. You got to go, and you got to just say your prayers and hope that your home will be okay. We do know that we have all these resources available. Right now, we haven't seen any air resources over the area where we're at, but we have seen a lot of smoke now, and it's moving this way now, actually more toward us, and of course moving westward. So that's the latest from the ground over here in Palisades.
Okay, Monica, thank you. And it is important to note, I mean, so many times we'll have these brush fires and we can go long periods of time where there might not be a home in the immediate area of fire, but this is a very densely populated area where this fire has moved through. Unofficial reports of some 20 homes being burned. We've watched a few from this vantage point. Josh Haskell has seen the firefight up close. He is very near a strip mall. He is very near really a choke point there, Josh, where you were as people were trying to evacuate, because we've talked about this. So many people have been told to evacuate. Some did right away. And even those who evacuated right away, in many cases, were stuck in traffic just trying to get out.
And the good news is we are starting to see some of that traffic move. These are cars coming down from the Palisades Highlands community, the first cars that we have seen in about an hour. Why weren't they allowed to come down? Because fire had reached that shopping mall that has the Starbucks. Most of that shopping mall is still standing, but the mandatory evacuation order never changed. It was just that they needed to hold cars for a little bit, make sure that they were able to get the fire as it reached Sunset Boulevard here at Palisades Drive under control, then let the cars through. So I'm happy to see some cars are coming, and I think if you're up in the Highlands right now and you're watching and you think you're okay, I cannot tell you how incredibly windy and how much this situation has changed in the last hour. So it may seem okay right now, but I can tell you that that will change. Firefighters are doing the best they can, but that mandatory evacuation has not changed. Why has it not changed? Take a look at the amount of fire activity that we continue to see here along Sunset Boulevard. We are bringing you live pictures right now of a home that has gone up in flames. This is not on Paseo Miramar, off Paseo Miramar. There's a well-known hiking trail back up in this community called Los Leones that is very popular and something that I know many people are familiar with. And there's a lot of homes hidden up in these hills, and we can see one of them right now, bringing that picture to you live. Something that I think is kind of interesting, and it shows you just everything that the firefighters are trying to do. We just had a Redondo Beach fire engine pass us. Sean, show that water spitting up right now. I saw some firefighters putting a device on one of the fire hydrants. As far as I know, there's not a person over there, but they wanted to get water on these trees to try and save this apartment building, and it's essentially unmanned, spraying water, because that's the situation that we're in, that there's too much fire. They are doing the best they possibly can to get resources around all of these structures. But from where we're at, it's kind of hard to tell where the fire has moved, because it was over there, then it moved down here towards Gladstone's where Sid Garcia is. And at this point, I can tell you, this situation really concerns me, because there's a lot of homes hidden up in those in that hillside there off Paseo Miramar. Philip and Ellen.
Okay, Josh, thank you. And that's what we were just speaking of. If you look at a map of the evacuation area, you can really see how densely populated this area is. Now, this is a massive evacuation area. You can see where the fire is. That's a generality of where it's burning. All of the red is an evacuation order. The yellow is a warning, and that's the area that has been added to this. But again, it is just because this has burned so quickly, so fast. Technically, it's 300 acres, but it's got to be larger than that, and it's affecting so many homes because of where it's located. Ellen Leyva is now joining us here as we continue this coverage. We've been watching this fire since about 10:45, 10:30 this morning, and firefighters have been doing everything they can. But Ellen, the wind and everything has been what has just driven this to almost uncontrollable. And what we've been watching on these pictures and videos is that the topography is so difficult for those firefighters to maneuver, the hills and the valleys, and that fire that burns uphill. So for those people to evacuate, that was a feat in itself. You know, just to get out of that area is not easy. And Shayla is joining us. She's been with us talking about wind all day. And Shayla, this is one of those where we knew the wind was coming. Didn't know the fire was coming, but the conditions were just perfect for something like this to happen.
Yes, we knew we had this set up. Extremely strong Santa Ana winds and widespread too, and only continuing to pick up as we head in the next 24 hours. So this is actually a prolonged wind event. We are talking about winds increasing as we head into this afternoon and this evening. I want to show you out towards Pacific Palisades. We've been seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour in that area, but it is only going to increase. So as we get into the early evening hours, wind gusts increasing to the 30s, and then tonight into the 40s, 45 mile per hour gusts, even as we head into early tomorrow, staying very close to that. So a little bit of relief around 2 a.m., but not much. These are still gusts 20 to 30 miles per hour, and we're going to continue to see those really strong winds throughout your Wednesday as well. Now, those winds, they've been coming from the north and northeast. So this Palisades fire, we've only seen sustained winds 10 to 15 miles per hour, but it's those gusts, right, that we were just talking about, 20 to 30 miles per hour, going to continue to increase as we get into the later hours. You can see from all this smoke on the radar that this is why those evacuations are so widespread, all the way down to PCH and Topanga Canyon, because all of these homes southwest of the fire are really going to be what those fire crews are focused on, especially when you add to the fact that these flames are so fast moving. We have that dry vegetation. We have those powerful winds. We've also got very low humidity. In that area, it was down to the teens earlier this afternoon. I want to show you the wind speeds we're talking about right now. You'll see all the purple, the magenta on your map. These are extremely strong wind gusts. So oftentimes with events like this, we're only talking about winds along those Santa Ana wind corridors, but that is not the case. This event is so widespread. Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Fillmore, Malibu Hills, all seeing wind gusts around 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, you have seen wind gusts close to 60 miles per hour almost all afternoon. Even as you move south, not much relief. We are all feeling those winds. Laguna Beach seeing gusts over 30 miles per hour. Riverside, San Bernardino, both seeing wind gusts around 40 miles per hour. Even out into Temecula, Palm Springs, Banning, all seeing some very powerful winds as this event continues. I want to show you, this is a live look from our LAX sky camera. Right now seeing a lot of smoke. We even saw some flames earlier from this vantage point, but right now just talking about some very powerful smoke. But look at this, again, wind speeds 25 miles per hour. So it feels like there's no relief in sight. Eventually, these will start to die down. We just have a very concerning 24 hours ahead. I want to show you, you can see a time lapse of what's heading our way, daytime up in the corner here. As we head into this afternoon, early evening hours, we're going to see a lot more of those pinks, the magentas on that wind map as these winds continue to increase. Even into early Wednesday morning, you can see around 8 a.m., not much relief in sight. So this is a great 24 hours to stay home, stay off the roads, especially as we continue to see these extremely high wind speeds. Finally starting to see a little bit of relief as we head into Wednesday afternoon. But keep in mind, even though these winds are not as powerful tomorrow afternoon, we're still talking about wind advisories in place, red flag warnings in place, and fire danger through at least Thursday. Philip and Ellen, with that, I'll toss it back to you guys. It sounds like you have an update, but a concerning 24 hours ahead of us.
Yeah, certainly wish that it was not the case, but unfortunately that is. Shayla, thank you so much. Let's go to Monica de Anda. She has been out there in the hills of Palisades. And Monica, what are you seeing?
Hey, so right now the situation out here is, it's unfortunate because the flames keep inching closer to the homes. We now see smoke all over that neighborhood, and then there's been times where we see these little areas of black smoke, which could only signal to us that maybe a home is going up, but we're not sure. We don't have official confirmation. Right now where we're at is actually on the patio of a homeowner's home here off of Rimmer Avenue on Sunset Boulevard. She graciously let us onto her property. She evacuated, but this is how we're able to bring you this view of what's happening just over the canyon here. Since we've been here for about 3 hours now, we've seen the flames make their way closer and closer to the homes. And now, unfortunately, it appears that some of these homes are catching fire. Again, we're a little bit far away, but I can tell you we've seen in the last actually minute or so more air resources come and make some drops, drop some retardant, drop some water. We've seen plenty of that happening in the last few hours as well. So really the resources are here. The situation is that, as you guys can see, there's so much fuel for this fire. And not only do we have the wind, but all of the dry vegetation all the way around. So we'll continue to be out here and keep you guys updated with the very latest. For now, I'll send it back to you guys. Yeah,
and from your vantage point, the good news is that you guys are safe, but you're seeing it off in the distance, and you're talking about all of those homes that are, it's not like a brush fire in this circumstance. Once it gets in there, it's going to start to spot, and the problem is they're not going to get it out right now. Right. And with the winds picking up this afternoon and evening, this could be a long playing event. Josh Haskell has been right at Palisades Drive and Sunset. He has an evacuee with him doing something that so many people wanted to do, is get home, get their pets, and get out. Josh, what can you tell us now?
Yeah, I'm going to make this real quick because Megan Garman is trying to evacuate. You live just right up the hill. Tell us what happened.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going.
Where did you leave your car?
Just right up there behind the fire trucks.
Well, I can
right.
tell you that we have some resources right now.
Yeah.
At Gladstone.
Okay.
There's some people there that I think can help you.
Okay.
You can just make it down. It's not even half a mile.
Okay,
We want to let you and your daughter and your dog go. Just, have you ever seen anything like this?
Never. And I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I'm scared for my life. It's terrifying. So.
Well, we're glad that you're safe. We'll get you down there and get some help. Thank you for talking to us.
Thank you so much.
Nice meeting you.
Well,
do you want our mask?
One of the things that she just brought up, Ellen, and Josh, we can still hear you, but I wanted to point out something to a lot of folks that is a complication with this. When people are trying to evacuate and they're stuck in that gridlock and then they just evacuate their cars, the problem is, I'm not saying that's what happened with this woman, but there are times where people leave it in the middle of the road, and because they're fearful of their life, they just leave. Now that car is right in the middle of the road. There's no way for anyone to navigate around it, and that is a complication for these firefighters. They're trying to get up into these neighborhoods and they can't because people were trying to evacuate and they just left their cars. So I don't know if that's complicating, but it has happened in the past. And you hope that that's not what's happening as this woman is able to get to firefighters and police and get out of there. By the way, LAPD is on tactical alert. We found that earlier. So.
And you got to feel for that mother with the dog and her little girl. You see the little frightened look on that little girl's face, and the mother. I mean, what a horrible predicament. But you're right. Some of these streets, too, are winding. They're a little bit narrow. It's not that easy for the fire engines to get in and out of there if these people are abandoning their cars.
And LAPD just right there and doing so much good work. We've watched them try to alleviate the traffic as best they can. The firefighters have done so much good work saving structures. But, Josh, we've watched. They can't be everywhere in these conditions. And we've seen fire destroy homes.
Well, that was heartbreaking. I have met so many people here today that just were stuck in traffic, didn't know where to go. Fire was everywhere. They left their cars and they started walking. The problem is, as Megan just told you, she doesn't know where to go. She didn't know the direction. We tried to tell her just less than half a mile down there is where Sunset meets Pacific Coast Highway. That's where Gladstone's is. There are resources there. We know that our Sid Garcia has been reporting from that location. But just an absolutely heartbreaking scene as that LAPD car that stopped for the woman that we spoke with, her daughter and their dog, it had someone else in it. There was another person in that car that had to get out to make room. That's the situation that we are encountering here in Pacific Palisades. It is so many things, chaotic, heartbreaking, and meanwhile, you can't really see it, but we've seen homes up on the hill there continue to burn. So I don't see this situation calming for quite some time. And as you heard what Shayla told us, that's not the expectation. The expectation is that the winds will continue to pick up. These cars leaving the Palisades.
Well, hopefully we did not miss Josh altogether, but you can see, you know, the look of panic on that woman's eyes and her daughter running for the car. But we will get to Josh in just a bit. But we do have Shayla. She's been covering, of course, all these windy conditions. And look at the thick black smoke there. It's really hard to tell what you're looking at.
Yes, we have seen so much of the smoke, that this fire just explode over the past couple hours. Now, those winds coming out of the north and northeast, it's a Santa Ana wind event. So really, it's all of the homes. This is why, I mean, there are evacuations all the way to PCH, past Topanga. It's all of these homes to the southwest that right now are of the utmost concern. Even if you are in the surrounding areas, make sure you have that go bag ready. This is the time to be on high alert because wind gusts in the area, we've seen them 20 to 30 miles per hour all morning long, but that is only going to increase. Now, this is considered one of those extreme Santa Ana wind events because we're used to higher elevations, seeing those high gusts, 60 to 80 miles per hour. But this is LA, Ventura counties, seeing wind gusts 40. We've even seen wind gusts already this morning at 80 miles per hour, and it's only going to continue to increase. Now, I want to show you right now, up those Santa Ana wind corridors, we're still seeing those really high wind speeds. Santa Clarita seeing gusts close to 60 miles per hour. Even as you head into Simi Valley, Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu Hills, all seeing gusts over 40 miles per hour. And keep in mind, this is all very close to where that fire is burning. We've also seen low humidity in the area, out by Santa Monica down to the teens this afternoon. Again, it's that combination of the dry fuels, the dry conditions, low humidity, and these winds that is making the firefight so difficult. Down into Laguna Beach, wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. Same story in Riverside. San Bernardino seeing wind gusts over 40. And even as we move out into Palm Springs, so our low deserts, continuing to see winds 30 to 35 miles per hour. I want to show you, this is a live look from LAX. We've been bringing it up all afternoon. You can see all of that smoke. Right now, no signs of flames, but we did notice those earlier. Winds right now in that area, 25 miles per hour. Normally with these events, it's not uncommon to see a Santa Ana wind event into January. What is uncommon about this one is how widespread this is. There's no relief in sight. We're talking about extremely powerful winds. Also, we haven't had much moisture yet this water year. In fact, almost none. So we're dealing with also very dry and warm conditions. Now, we keep talking about those wind speeds increasing. I want to show you, this is out by the Pacific Palisades. These winds are going to continue to pick up as we head into the afternoon hours. So gusts, we talked about wind gusts in that area, 20 to 30 miles per hour. It'll continue to stay in that 30 to 35 mile per hour range as we head into the early evening, but overnight continuing to pick up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see wind gusts even higher than this, but over 40 miles per hour, early morning hours, still holding on to those very powerful wind conditions. It won't be until we get into about tomorrow afternoon that we're really going to start to feel that difference. I want to show you a look at the next 24 hours. So you'll notice pretty strong winds, those pinks, those magentas continuing to pick up. Those are wind gusts 30, 40, even close to 50 miles per hour as we head into your early Wednesday morning as well. These are going to be those prime hours. So tonight, again, if you're in any of these areas of concern, foothill communities, or any of those surrounding vicinities, just make sure you're tuning into your local news. You have that go bag ready. You're aware of your surroundings, because we're going to continue to see these really powerful winds, low humidity, dry conditions through tomorrow as well. Now, Wednesday afternoon, we start to see things die down a bit. You'll notice, though, these are still really strong wind gusts. We're talking about still 20, 30, 40 miles per hour, still at wind advisory levels, but not going to be nearly as concerning as what we're seeing out there right now. So this is why we have this widespread red flag warning in place. We're used to seeing pockets or certain areas that are under those red flag warning conditions. That is not the case this round. This is of utmost concern for everyone. We're dealing with low humidity, dry vegetation, powerful winds over the next 48 hours, high wind warning as well. We talked about this a little bit earlier, but these are dangerous wind gusts. LA, Ventura County, all seeing wind gusts 50, even up to 80 miles per hour as we head into the next 24 hours. Normally, it's only our higher elevations, outlying communities, isolated areas seeing those high wind gusts. Mountain spots could see gusts 80 to even 100 miles per hour. Now, the good news about that is those are going to be isolated wind gusts, areas where not as high a population, but keep in mind, even if there's not high population, we could still spark a wildfire. All of these very concerning conditions as we head into the next 24, 48 hours. Ellen, Philip, I mean, it's just that combination of all of these things that you never want to see.
Okay. Shayla, thank you. And if you ever want to get an idea, let's look at that shot from LAX there to the left. When you see a fire that's laying down like that, you know you can visualize the amount of wind that you have. And now one of the things about this fire that's been different for us and for trying to help you understand where this fire is because we can't have Air 7 up today. Air 7 is not up because the weather's too bad. It's up because there's a temporary flying restriction due to President Biden being in town. And that is going to be the case because they actually canceled their event out in Thermal, and Air Force One is still at LAX. So flying restrictions for our helicopter. It's not affecting the air assault on this fire from firefighters dropping retardant in water. But just as you know, we need people like Monica D'Anda and her photographer, because where they are actually able to get us a shot of where this fire is burning and what we're seeing. It's just difficult, Monica, sometimes to be able to tell how far away the fire is from structures.
Yeah, the difficult part is that we are on someone's patio, right? And we're giving you a vantage point of what we are seeing. And I want to start here off to my right, okay? The canyon, it's now we are seeing more smoke filling this canyon, and the flames starting to work their way down this way, which is an area of concern. And then off to my left, you can start to see the smoke has kind of moved in here. But if you really look, there's that orange glow, and of course, inching more toward the hillside. You can't see it, but there's an entire hillside there, a couple of ridges, and then the entire community here filled with dozens and dozens of homes. And this is the area that my photographer Brian Dunn and I have been focusing on. We've been watching really close to see, the resources coming in here to try and make sure that they protect these homes as best as possible. And we've heard the copters up above. We've heard the scoopers. They make the drops here, and they continue to come on by and go. But unfortunately, now it appears that this fire is right there in the neighborhood, just behind us here over this canyon. And again, we are on Rimmer Avenue and Sunset Boulevard, and then we are seeing the flames move closer. And the thing that I've noticed, we've been here for about 3 hours now, Philip and Ellen, and the thing is, the wind, like Sheila has been mentioning, it's only picking up, and that is concerning because it's only going to fuel this fire. And with all of the dry vegetation in this area, it's just going to be more fuel, and we're going to see, unfortunately, more, for sure, vegetation burn down. What we're hoping is that they're able to save some of these homes, but as the smoke fades, you can see there some smoke coming from the distance there. Not sure if it's from a home or not, no official confirmation, but we have seen the smoke in the neighborhoods and the flames really close to some of these homes. Again, evacuation order in effect for this entire Palisades community. There should be no one here at this time because of the situation that we're seeing out here. Back to you guys.
And those residents that live on the street where you are they all of them evacuated now that you know of?
Yeah, Ellen, I actually just went to the truck a minute ago to get some water, and I saw them. They're outside, and in the midst of them trying to get out of here, they asked me, "How are you?" And that just goes to show the people in this community, they care about each other. And so nice of them to ask how I was doing, but reality is I asked them, "Are you guys okay?" And they're like, "Yeah, we're trying to get our things and we're going to go." So some of them are gone. The homeowner that we are on their home, she's gone, but there's other people that are now thinking, this is getting really close to our home. Too much smoke is getting into this area, and we're going to go ahead and go.
I can imagine the air quality there is horrible, and hopefully you have a mask, Monica. You stay safe out there.
Let's go over to Shayla Girardin, because this weather event, this is a fire event that is a weather event. And as firefighters try to get a handle on it, and they're really nowhere near, the terror of winds increasing throughout the evening is what is just really putting some urgency to trying to get some sort of progress on this fire.
Yes, and Philip, we knew this was going to be a wind event. You just hope that it doesn't turn into a fire event, and unfortunately it has. And like you mentioned, we're only going to continue to see these winds increase. That's why it's so important that any fires that break out in the next 24, 48 hours, crews are able to get a handle on them right away. I want to show you, when we're talking about Santa Ana winds, we talk about these wind events all the time. Often we're dealing with weak to moderate. We knew this was going to be a strong one, but right now we're talking about an event that's strong, bordering on extreme. We're used to seeing high winds in our higher elevations, 60, 80 mile per hour gusts when we're dealing with these Santa Ana wind events. But this is a wind event where even across LA, Ventura, parts of Orange County, we're talking about gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour, some pushing over 60 miles per hour. And then our higher elevations, of course, have that chance to see gusts, isolated gusts, but approaching 100 miles per hour. It's just that combination that you never want to see, especially when you're pairing it with these extremely dry conditions. This is a lookout from our Keller Peak sky camera. You can see it has been shaking in the wind all afternoon. Right now, winds coming in over 20 miles per hour in that area. In Glendale, showing the same story. You can see all the palm trees out there just moving from that breeze. These are extremely strong winds, 22 miles per hour. We're also seeing some cooler temperatures out there today, but all of that is going to change as we head into tomorrow. These winds continuing to pick up. We'll also see warmer conditions. I want to show you, it's hard to imagine we're talking about winds increasing because they're already extremely strong. Anytime we have these events, we always look out for those Santa Ana wind corridors. That's where we see the strongest conditions, and we are, but you'll notice, unlike some of these past events we covered, this entire map almost covered in those purple, those reds, those magentas. This is a widespread wind event. This is why we're all under those high wind warnings, those red flag warnings. You'll notice Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Fillmore coming very close, all seeing gusts around 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, you have seen gusts close to 60 miles per hour. all afternoon, and that's only going to increase. Down into Malibu Hills, close to 40 miles per hour. So this is very close right now. That's the closest sensor we have to where that Pacific Palisades fire is burning. We've been seeing gusts in that area, though, closer to 20 to 30 miles per hour. As we move farther south, though, you'll notice the story doesn't change. No relief in sight here. Laguna Beach, Riverside, seeing gusts over 30 miles per hour. San Bernardino, gusts close to 45 miles per hour. So keep in mind, this is going to continue to increase as we head into the next 24 hours. It's a great time to stay indoors if you can. Stay off the roads, especially any high-profile vehicles. Travel at higher elevations, especially, going to be hazardous. Out by that Palisades fire, we're dealing with winds coming out of the north and northeast. So this is why those evacuation orders are so expansive. This is a fast-moving fire fueled by some very low humidity. We're talking about single digits. All of those flames, that smoke, moving southwest, so down to Pacific Palisades and Topanga. We're going to keep a very close eye on this, Philip and Ellen, but even as we head into the next 24 hours, these wind gusts only going to increase.
Yeah, you could really tell by that shaking camera behind you, Sheila. That is a pretty, look at that camera as it shakes. We also have a lot of video of houses on fire right now that we can't really count how many because you can't really see through the thick black smoke. But interesting, you were talking about how we couldn't get Air 7 in the sky because Biden is at LAX right now. Well, they gave us clearance. The White House gave us clearance to fly Air 7, but now the winds are preventing it. So we are going to effort as soon as we can, and when it's safe to do so, get Air 7 in the air to give you a bird's eye view. But for now, staying grounded.
Well, but to that end, they're flying a different helicopter than those that the quick reaction force from the county will do. Ventura County, Orange County, which is now involved, and LA County all fly Chinook helicopters, which are much more capable of flying in this wind. We haven't seen a lot of the helicopters in the air, though, today. We've seen a lot of the fixed-wing aircraft. We've seen the Super Scooper, in many cases, dropping water. They have dropped fire retardant. We're actually watching one on a different monitor begin to taxi and is about to take off. That's out of Van Nuys Airport, where Air 7 is ready to go. We've talked to Chris Christie. He'll break down some things for us as far as what the challenges they will face and why they're not able to get up. But again, this fire has just it started as about a 20-acre fire and then just took off. And the problem is the shot that you see here from Monica de Anda's camera, it's off in the distance, but you know that is a home that's burning. And we've watched multiple homes burn. In many cases, when you're above it and you can look down, you can actually see where the progress is, where the firefighters are. It's hard for us to tell where they actually are in this fight. But in many cases, they just can't get to the fires. And they can't stop them because it's just been now it's in these communities.
Right now
you're talking about now it's in these thousands of homes.
And now it's over 700 plus acres. So imagine just in the last hour it has grown tremendously. We've had Josh Haskell down on the ground and he's been seeing a lot of evacuees there. Josh, what are you seeing now?
Well, the good news is that cars continue to come down Palisades Drive. The bad news is that cars keep having to come down Palisades Drive, which gives you a sense there are still lots of people up in the Highlands community. Take a look at that bulldozer from LA County Fire. I think you can see it. It just took up most of the road here, came up Sunset. It's having a little bit of trouble going over one of the hose lines. There's a hose line in the middle of Sunset, so they've been making some adjustments, but I believe it's headed up to the Palisades Highlands to help with the firefight, build some sort of a fire break. But you can see these cars that are turning onto Sunset heading towards PCH. That evacuation is underway, as we've been reporting most of the day. I'm familiar with this area, grew up in this area, had some family up in the Highlands. They were able to get out, but there was a time when they were told by the LAPD not to leave because the fire had reached the bottom of Palisades Drive here. We've been bringing you those pictures for the past few hours. Luckily, those hot spots are out, but take a look at this hot spot, this home that has now been burning for the last 30 minutes, just continues to burn. I'm gonna let these LAPD cars go by. Something that also concerns me is just the amount of LAPD patrol cars that continue to turn up Palisades Drive. There are still a lot of people up in that community. And it has been quite some time since there was a major fire like this that surrounded the Palisades Highlands community. But Philip and Ellen, this is something that they prepare for. As I mentioned, there's a reservoir up there. There's a very accessible place to get water, but we know that flying today has been difficult. And so I could tell you that this is without a doubt a worst case scenario for the Palisades Highlands community and for much of Pacific Palisades. Evacuation, lots of people, highly populated, and homes burning. And you can see now the cars that have come down Palisades Drive, they're now waiting in traffic as fire is out the side of their car window. Philip and Ellen?
Josh, I know this on a personal note. Don't your parents live in this general area in Palisades, and are they okay?
Yeah. Yes, they are okay. Thank you for asking, Ellen. Lived most of my life in this area, no longer live in this area, but my parents still live in this area. They live, and they were under that mandatory evacuation, and they were thankfully able to get out of this fire. But there was a time where cars were stopped coming down Palisades Drive because it was just too dangerous. They needed to close the road so firefighters could stop the fire from burning that shopping center, from burning this apartment building. Take a look. We have a tanker here right now, the water tanker truck from LA County Fire. And there is just, this is not an easy area to maneuver. I keep seeing fire engines, bulldozers have to stop, start. They don't want to crush these hose lines that are now in the middle of Sunset Boulevard as homes are burning in the distance. So it is just an incredibly active scene. But yes, Ellen, I appreciate you asking. They were able to evacuate. They were under that mandatory warning, and it has been a difficult day for me being out here reporting on a day that I hope would never come. You know that there's a risk living in these Santa Monica mountain communities. You're near the ocean. There's privacy, hiking. It's absolutely beautiful where we all live and in this city that we love so much. And sometimes, you know, Santa Ana's happen. This is definitely the worst I can remember in my lifetime living in the Palisades. My parents have never had to evacuate in this fashion. And it looks like cars have kind of slowed coming down Palisades Drive. So maybe the people that wanted to leave have left. But again, it's a mandatory evacuation. So if you live up in the Palisades Highlands, please leave now. As Shayla's been reporting, these winds are only going to pick up more as we continue to just bring you images of that house up on the hill that is now burned for over 30 minutes, continues to burn. And there are many homes tucked up in this community off of Paseo Miramar. Interesting, I saw that tanker truck full of water turn around and go back down. I don't know if they didn't want to cross the hose line or they were redirected. Sean, can we show a little bit up at the intersection here at Palisades Drive and Sunset? There's still quite a bit of fire activity. We know that that shopping center is still standing. I do believe that there's some damage, but most of it is still intact. But you can see that they're putting water on some of those large palm trees. We've seen those palm trees on fire off and on. And then in the distance, it's going to be hard for you guys to see, but I do see flames up on that hillside. Behind there is an area of Pacific Palisades called Marquez. There's an elementary school there, and as you keep going, it's Bienvenida. Up at the top is Lockman Lane, which connects with the Palisades Highlands. We know that homes have been lost on Lockman Lane, unfortunately. One person told me, Max, he was trying to reach his family up there. He said he saw homes on fire near the Bienvenida area. I don't know exactly where, but we can't even get up to that area right now because we don't want to get in the way of all of the firefighting activity going on. I'll send it back to you.
Well, there was a police officer who had to be rescued by firefighters because he was surrounded by fire on Lockman. So that gives you an example into Josh's point about evacuations. If you can get out now, if it's safe to get out now, you need to go even if you think you're safe, because tonight you might not be, and then you might not be able to get out. So it is one of those things where we cannot emphasize enough that if given the opportunity to evacuate and you're in that evacuation order, you got to get out.
Absolutely.
You just absolutely have to get out. So we've talked a lot about these shots. This is from Monacananda, and now we're able to show you some aerials. And I mentioned earlier the Quick Reaction Force. This is a very special collaboration between Ventura, Orange, and LA County, where the three counties all work together with their air resources, and they have specific scientifically perfect. These Chinook helicopters, and they have all of these different resources that they all collaborate. And those are the aerials that you're looking at right now. This is from the QRF helicopters. And one of the things that is going to be very beneficial with these helicopters is they can fly at night. So they can fly and they can fight this fire at night, because as you're looking at it there, it does look a bit like infrared. And so they're going to be able to spot where it's burning. They're going to be able to get as close as possible safely. But this force, this quick reaction force, in many cases can get on top of a fire quickly enough that it doesn't even become a named fire. This was impossible today with the wind and what was happening. Even though they had this quick reaction force and they were all able to get their helicopters on it, it got too big too fast. And
thank goodness, because those winds are not going to die down anytime soon. Shayla's been talking about they're going to go through the night and pick up, so it just gets worse. So that is really good news. And amazing images that we have there.
Now, one of the things that Josh was talking about is people trying to get in and out. We did get an interview with a woman whose husband was actually told to shelter in place.
We heard about the fire at 10:30, but it spread really, really fast. And so now it's 2 o'clock, and my husband is at our home. They've now been told to shelter in place. There's a whole bunch of neighbors stuck on Palisades Drive. They can't drive down, they're just stuck at home. So he's been stuck at home since he probably started to try to leave at about 11:30 or 12. So I just want people to be aware, there's a lot of, could be hundreds of people in their homes up there.
Have you been in contact with him?
Yes, he's still able to answer the phone. Okay. He packed the car, he's talking to the neighbors. I'm hoping that this is the first time we've seen people going this way towards Pacific Coast Highway. So I am hoping that that is a good sign that they are starting to let people down Palisades Drive.
How long have you lived in this area?
17 years.
How bad has this been compared to other fires?
This is apocalyptic. We've had small fires, nothing like this.
And then, of course, we talked to Josh. That was recorded, and then Josh spoke that they are starting to let some of the people come down. The big concern, though, is people might want to stay.
Exactly.
And while if you can come down now, it is important to come down.
Do it, exactly. You do not have to take those warnings lightly at all. We're going to talk to Monica de Anda. She's been in someone's deck back there, and you can see in the distance a lot more flames than you had just an hour ago.
Yeah, Ellen, a big change to tell you guys about. It now appears that the flames are moving to our right, and you can see here behind me, I'm going to try and squeeze out the way. This hillside to our right is now completely on fire. This happened in the matter of 10-15 minutes. My photographer Brian and I were looking at it and we're like, how did that happen so quickly? So now we're having to keep an eye on this side because we want to make sure we stay safe out here. But as we continue to move to the left, you could see just complete smoke everywhere. There's obviously different levels of vegetation burning because we see some white smoke, then we see darker smoke, and that dark smoke is what represents active fire burning. Of course, you can see all the flame, and then some areas now, some hillsides, you can see that one in the distance, it's now brown. It was green when we got here. So that goes to show the rapid fire growth and just at the devastation of the vegetation here. And then now even more heartbreaking, off to our left, we're starting to see homes on fire. You can see, unfortunately, some flames coming out of a home back there. And we don't know what's past the canyon. We can only show you what's on this side. We're on Rimmer Avenue, by the way, just for some reference. And that's what we see now, some homes on fire. And it's devastating. We're talking to neighbors out here as well off camera who tell us, where they're trying to get the rest of their things and they're going to go ahead and head out. And the reason being is because there's all of this dry vegetation between those homes that you see out there and between where we're standing. So their concern is if that fire continues to work its way down the hillside, that they might be in a situation they don't want to be in. So that's why they're going to evacuate. But like I showed you guys at the beginning, we now have, let's try and go back and show you one last time, because this is really burning up here on the side here. We see the canyon, we see that red-orange smoke coming from the hillside there, and then of course the huge plume of smoke above it. So this is a situation that we're seeing out here. Of course, everybody, there's evacuation orders in place for Palisades. Get your stuff, head on out, and stay safe. And with that, I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
And that is such a wide swath of flames there that we're seeing on that range. And unfortunately, we're going to see more of it because we've seen, Philip, these embers can travel miles with the wind. Just one little ember is all it takes to get under an eave of a home.
And in this area, they don't need to.
Exactly.
They don't need to travel miles.
Right.
In the Palisades, there's a home right on top of you, and that's what we're seeing.
And those canyons and the winds that develop through those canyons, too. Oh, boy. All right, just a note, if you're watching a special edition of Eyewitness News at 3 p.m., we've been covering this fire since it began early this morning, and it quickly spread from, 50 acres?
Initially, it started at 30, and now it's well over 700 acres, and that's just the official count.
Yeah.
So Chris Christie is grounded due to the weather for the most part all day. They have been grounded due to restrictions on flight due to the president being in town. But Chris, you've seen a lot of the activity out there at Van Nuys Airport because that is where the Quick Reaction Forces is stationed, at least in part. And they've been taking the super scoopers out and getting everything they can on this firefight.
Yeah, we've been watching a lot of that choreography take place right here at Van Nuys Airport, kind of a pairing between Van Nuys Airport, where LA City Fire is based, that Quick Reaction Force is based right here, and right next to Air 7 is where those super scoopers are based as well. In fact, they just took off, the pair of them, both of them just took off a couple of minutes ago. You might have seen that shot as they were taxiing. Also over at Whiteman Airport in the San Fernando Valley, that is where LA County Firehawks are based as well. Right now, there are gusts at Whiteman Airport up to 80 miles per hour, and not too far off here at Van Nuys, where it is very blustery and very gusty. We are waiting for those winds to die down. As you mentioned, President Biden in town for a couple of days. That has basically led Van Nuys Airport and a lot of the airports to be pretty much ghost towns because there is a big flight restriction when the president is in town. Most aircraft are grounded. However, we have been negotiating with the Secret Service all day today to get clearance to fly over the unfolding disaster in the Pacific Palisades, and we have been given clearance to take off as soon as the winds die down, and hopefully we will find a break in the action to bring you those terrifying pictures. But we are monitoring the fire actively on the radios. We're hearing a lot of desperate calls, and we can't wait to get up there and cover this unfolding disaster, really of historic proportions, guys.
I'm very curious, what is the threshold of when you can fly? Like what wind speeds can you fly in?
Well, this aircraft, we are in an A-Star Eurocopter that has a 50-mile-per-hour limitation, so it's going to have to come down quite a bit. There are occasionally breaks in the action, and hopefully we can find one of those. We can take you live outside where you'll be able to see the backdrop behind air traffic control here at Van Nuys Airport as that big plume of smoke comes from behind the Santa Monica Mountains there in the Pacific Palisades. It has been growing and billowing all day long, getting darker and bigger, larger. That area of fire activity, which is now, I understand, up to 700 acres, as we continue to watch that plume grow throughout the day. It is just an ominous sight from here in the valley.
Chris, you just gave us your threshold for flying. Does that differ? Clearly, it will differ for the county firefighters and the Chinooks and the we've seen fixed wing. We haven't seen as much in the way of helicopters. What is their restriction?
Yeah, that's a good point. So there's a variety of aircraft at play here, including a lot of fixed wings. As you mentioned, they are able to get up there right now. For helicopters, really a different story. The only helicopters able to fly in this weather, generally speaking, are the Blackhawks, the Firehawks. We just saw a Firehawk come in from Orange County to begin participating in the firefight once they are given clearance to do so. I'm not exactly sure what their threshold is to get into the firefight, what is actually being utilized at this hour. I know, obviously, there are a handful of tankers. We know the super scoopers are actively fighting it. Those helicopters, though, are subject to stricter limitations, and they hopefully will be put to use here either later today or very possibly not until tomorrow, as the winds tonight are expected to only get stronger, up to 100 miles per hour.
Oh my goodness, I can't even imagine 100 miles per hour. That's incredible.
I mean, it's almost like, it's really, think of it as a hurricane.
Right.
It's really, these are hurricane force winds that we're talking about.
Oh my goodness, without any moisture. and then carrying those
Exactly.
embers. Wow, Chris. Well, hopefully you'll be able to stay safe and get up eventually. And on the right side of your screen now, we're looking at pictures from Josh Haskell's camera, and what a distressing sight that is. Josh, what are we looking at exactly? How far are you from
Sounds
that?
good.
I've gotten a little bit more information that the home is burning, I believe, on a street via Lucia. It's off of Paseo Miramar. It continues to burn behind me, behind this apartment complex on Sunset Boulevard at Palisades Drive. I also want to share, as you can see behind me in my shot, cars continue to come down Palisades Drive. Those are people under a mandatory evacuation. Since the minute that my photographer Sean McCarthy and I showed up here, this area was completely just jam-packed with cars going in all directions. The good news, the LAFD, the LAPD were able to shut down this road, divert traffic off of Sunset, but there are still cars, as you can see, people coming out from the Palisades Highlands community. And if anybody is watching or reporting right now in the Palisades Highlands community, now is your time to leave. You're under a mandatory evacuation. I can tell you that Palisades Drive is open. You can make a right on Sunset and you'll hit PCH right there and you will get out of the fire zone. The drive may be a little scary at times. That's why they had to close Palisades Drive at one point, because fire had reached Palisades Drive. But I can tell you that cars are continuing to come down as we hear that bulldozer in the distance. I want to go back and just, there's a few other hot spots up on that hillside, and I got to tell you, there might be a fire engine on the other side of I believe Port Lucia, I said the name of that street. But on the backside where we are, it's a hillside. It's an incredibly difficult area to access. So although this apartment complex, as Sean widens out a little bit, is right below that home, I can tell you this apartment complex is not out of the clear. There are numerous apartments, hundreds of apartments behind this building, and we just don't know what direction the wind is going to go in. And so that home is going to continue to burn, and if it does come down, you better believe that the fire department will move into some pretty serious structure protection for this particular apartment building. And again, I know it's the afternoon right now. I'm not even sure exactly what time it is because we've been reporting on this fire now for a few hours. It feels like it's 6 p.m. No, it is that ominous, dark, smoky cloud feeling that you get when you're covering a fire. And that is why I'm really urging anyone still up in the Palisades Highlands to leave now, because as we've been reporting, these winds are not going anywhere right now.
So, Josh, I want to just reiterate one part of your report here. You asked about the time. It's 2:45, and 15 minutes ago at 2:30, we spoke to a woman. She was on tape who had told that her husband had been told to shelter in place. As we see those cars going behind you, I want to reiterate to the people who are watching right now, it is now time to go. Yes, you can actually come down out of that area.
Yes, and look at the amount of people coming out of that area in our live picture right now. This line of cars, it has not stopped now for 45 minutes, included some members of my own family at one point. People are getting let out of the Highlands, and they should leave, and they should leave now. And the reason is because there's not just fire behind me on that hill. Way up there in the Marquez Bienvenida Lockman Lane section of Pacific Palisades, there are lots and lots of homes, and that's the direction we saw the fire moving in. So we just don't know where this will go tonight. I also just want to share that the amount of LAPD patrol cars that we have seen going up Palisades Drive to assist in this massive evacuation effort. As I said earlier to you, Philip and Ellen, worst case scenario for Pacific Palisades, it is just devastating what has happened here today. Communities, homes in the mountains, so much of that community impacted. And the worst case scenario, there's one road in and one road out. And the fire road, which is normally closed off Lockman Lane, there was fire there. So they weren't using that fire road as an evacuation route. They were using Palisades Drive, which is the homes are 3 miles up. That's why I know that all the cars that are coming down are coming from the Palisades Highlands community. And this is something a lot of people in this community have feared. They felt they were prepared for. Again, as I mentioned, there's a reservoir up there. There's a place for helicopters to land, but we know that has been very difficult today, Philip and Ellen.
Imperative to heed those evacuation warnings no matter what, because you're right, there aren't a lot of ways in and out of that area, so you need to do it while you can.
Yeah, and if they're telling you to go now, remember, you might think it's safe now, but tonight it could be worse.
Exactly.
And you do not want to be stuck up in there if the wind flips or somehow starts blowing these embers into new places.
Right, and if the homes are in danger, then you want those engines to be able to get up those roads and not block them. So, yeah, if you can get out now and safely.
So our shot there on the right, that is on Sunset. That is a new shot for us, I believe. But you can see it is a little bit down from where Josh is, I believe. And so you're seeing the steady flow of traffic as they try to get out of there. But again, it is burning right up on people's property. It is not quite sure what that is there, but you have a mobile home there. And there's so much material to burn now because of the community that it's in.
And it looks like a big rig or some sort of mobile, maybe some sort of storage facility there. Not what I'm looking at now, the RV, but that was we were looking at just now.
Well, you do have firefighters getting water on it. You can see them right there behind that mobile home. That vehicle looked to be burning a moment ago.
Sure did. Wow. Well, we have Sid Garcia. He's at the command post. And Sid, where are you right now? Exactly.
Ellen, we're at Will Rogers State Beach in the parking lot. We moved from Sunset Boulevard and PCH. Let's go ahead and move the camera to the left. That's what's scary. That's what's ominous, is that the wind's still blowing. You see all the dark smoke, and then you see the dark smoke over on the other side of this hill that's closest to us. The wind is still blowing. We're here because there's going to be a news conference sometime this afternoon, which will include Governor Gavin Newsom. It'll include members of the LA County Board of Supervisors, LA City Council, the fire chief for both LA and LA City and County. But that's going up. That's what's going up right now on the other side of the hill, and that's what's raising a lot of concerns here. There are homes up on the cliffs over there right now, and everything is blowing towards our direction. Here at the command center, this is basically where they're strategizing everything and sending out resources. And we're getting a little bit of a break from the wind right now. We get a little bit of a break and then the winds come. Pacific Coast Highway is jammed right now as folks are heading north towards Santa Monica to try to escape, or I should say south to Santa Monica, to get out of here and get out of the way of the fire. It looks like it's split in two from our vantage point, where you've got over by Sunset and PCH, you've got the dark plume of smoke over there. But this one closer to us, on our way up towards Santa Monica, then there you go. That's another one that's coming up that's raising a lot of concern as well. The firefight continues, and as you guys have been talking about all afternoon, we got winds expected to be hurricane strength later tonight. And that's going to really pose a lot of challenges for firefighters. But again, you see the smoke up there, it's blowing towards the ocean. That's the break here, but it's being blown by the strong gusty winds up here. And guys, it really hasn't let up. It's been blowing and blowing and blowing. We get a little bit of a break for a moment, and then it starts kicking up again. And there are a lot of homes on the other side of that hill that are in the path. And again, right now, we're not hearing too many things or confirmed reports of property destroyed, other than what Josh has been seeing up in the neighborhood where the fire continues to burn. But again, the winds are blowing towards the Pacific Ocean, towards Pacific Coast Highway, and you've got people that are still jammed in traffic trying to get out of here safely. And again, why we are here is that we are expecting a news conference with first responders, the governor, to talk about the latest. We know the fire is burning close to 800 acres, but that could probably go up as the afternoon continues to go. And again, everything is looking ominous. To be honest with you, I'm talking to somebody at the other parking lot where we were. It's just scary to see all of this blowing, and to see down in the distance over there, you can see the glow of what looks like flames, and just folks just getting what they can and getting out. And again, that smoke is coming towards us, and that's scary right now. By our vantage point, it's difficult to tell just how close it is, but It's coming our direction. We're at Royal Rogers State Beach right now, waiting for a news conference to start on an update. But guys, it's coming towards us, and the wind continues to blow. It's back to you.
Okay, well, everywhere Sid has been, it's a command post, and then it got risky, and he had to move again, and you can still see fire from that command post. This is such a wind-driven event, along with the dry conditions. Shayla Girardin is here, and you've been talking about it, Shayla, and it is just to see active fire this long into the firefight and know that the winds are going to be worse. That's deeply troubling.
To know that this is just the start, and already seeing wind speeds so extreme across all of Southern California. Our wind map has been showing, you can see the purples, the magentas, all the colors, extremely strong gusts, not just for Malibu, not just for Santa Monica, but widespread. I want to show you right now some of the winds we're seeing. Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Fillmore, all seeing wind gusts around 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, you are seeing gusts close to 60 miles per hour, and that has been the case all afternoon. Now, as we move out toward Pacific Palisades, where that fire is burning, right now seeing gusts close to 20 miles per hour. So that is a little bit better, but still not the winds that these fire crews want to be dealing with. Even as you move farther south, you'll notice not much relief in sight. Long Beach, a little bit of a break. You're in the teens, but look at this. Laguna Beach, Riverside, Lake Elsinore, all seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour. Wrightwood, San Bernardino, even windier conditions than that. San Bernardino seeing gusts close to 45 miles per hour. Even out in our low desert, some really breezy conditions, and this is just the start. I want to show you as we head out to this Palisades fire. So these winds, they've been coming from the north and northeast, sustained 10 to 15 miles per hour, but it's those gusts that we've been talking about, right? Anywhere from 20 to 30 miles per hour, and you can see all of the smoke on our radar showing you just why these evacuations are so widespread. It's areas south of the fire pushing southwest, so all the way to PCH, even past Topanga Canyon. These are the areas of concern. So if crews are telling you it's time to get out, it might be too late if you wait any longer. These are fast-moving winds. You're also dealing with extremely dry fuel vegetation, making it very easy to fuel these flames. I want to show you a live look from LAX. You can see all the smoke. Right now, it's hard to see anything out there. Winds by LAX coming in 25 miles per hour. Another shot. Here's that same LAX shot, but this will show you some of the gusts in the area. So Pacific Palisades, we keep talking about how these wind speeds are going to increase. So as you head into the afternoon hours and early evening, you'll notice a steady increase in these wind gusts, 30, 35 mile per hour winds, and then as you get into the overnight hours, gusts over 40 miles per hour. I wouldn't be surprised if we continue to see conditions pick up even more than this, finally breaking down a little bit as we head into early tomorrow morning, but we will continue to see these strong winds through at least tomorrow at noon. We'll break down the timeline a little bit later, but for now, Philip and Ellen, I want to toss it back to you guys.
Okay, Shayla, thank you very much. Everybody knows where Pacific Palisades is, but in some places they might not be as familiar with it. So this is where the Palisades fire started. This pink area is the evacuation order. The yellow is the warning. But what I wanted to show you was this. As we zoom in on the Palisades fire itself, you can start to see the fire will reveal itself where the neighborhoods are. And so now, if you'll let it populate just a second, you'll notice that all of this area right around is where the fire is threatening these homes. And if now you can really begin to see what they're facing. So this is where it started, and it has burned through this area, but these are all the neighborhoods, and you're trying to get out of these areas, and it's just not possible in many cases because it is so densely populated. And this is our big concern, Ellen. Our biggest concern is the fact that we've lost homes, and we can imagine with where this fire is and how it's going, there are more that are going to be lost today.
Certainly, and that is certainly a tragic situation. Philip, thank you very much. We're going to check in with Josh Haskell right now because he is at Sunset and Palisades Drive. And Josh, I understand those bulldozers we were seeing, they're actually bulldozing some of these cars that have been abandoned on the street.
Well, I was reporting how many people had to ditch their cars, go on foot, evacuate the fire zone. Look at how many people had to do that. I have never seen anything quite like this. We are talking about hundreds of cars on Sunset Boulevard, and it does appear to get the correct machinery into this fire zone. You can see that many of the cars now have dents on them. And I just confirm with LA County Fire that their bulldozer LA County Fire's bulldozer did in fact have to move these cars, push them off to the side in order to make a path for all the fire engines that are coming through right now. Why are the fire engines coming through? We'll look up on the hill. We have another home that's burning, just another devastating site here. That home overlooks Sunset Boulevard near the Fellowship Realization Church, Temple, excuse me, right at Palisades Drive and Sunset. And that house is really, really going up. Next to it, I'm not seeing anything there. I'm not sure if there was a home there. There are some homes still standing to the left, but you can see that in order to get these fire engines through, they physically, with that bulldozer that we showed you earlier, had to push these cars to the side. Now that bulldozer went up Palisades Drive, is headed up to the Palisades Highlands. There is just so much fire activity in this area. We've moved a little bit north of Palisades Drive on Sunset. You can see that these cars were just pushed around like toy cars, something out of an apocalypse type movie, or you know, something that you didn't think you would see on Sunset Boulevard. This many cars, people in that dire of a situation. You know, I'm thinking about the Maui wildfires. This was something we saw so much in Maui, sadly, when we covered that. People that just didn't feel safe, they left their car and they went on foot. And that's the scene right now at Sunset Boulevard. As we pan to the left, I just want to show you the fire did reach, in fact, Sunset Boulevard here, burned down through this little canyon. And now we see lots of fire engines coming in, the most I've probably seen today, which Philip and Ellen is concerning, because we just don't know whether the amount of people that left their cars prevented fire engines from getting through. That's something I'm taking a guess. I haven't been told that, but because the amount of engines that are moving through now, I'm concerned that people running for their lives blocked some emergency first responders, which just shows the chaotic nature of this fire that we're reporting on.
And Josh, that was my concern when we asked multiple people, what did you do with their car when you abandoned it? Because if you leave it in the street, no one can get by given those spots. Josh, thank you. We'll come back to you in just a moment. Sid Garcia is at the command center. He is at Will Rogers State Park, and we don't know when they're going to give us an update. But Sid, what is the latest at your location?
It could be anywhere from the next 30 minutes to maybe an hour. That's very, very fluid. But let's go ahead and show you what's going on behind us. The fire is coming in our direction. We were over at Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway earlier. Down there, it's still dark. It still looks like it's dusk. Up here, the wind's blowing the fire towards our direction here at Will Rogers State Beach. And again, the winds are blowing and it's starting to get darker here it's almost 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and that's what we're dealing with here. Here at Will Rogers State Beach, Governor Gavin Newsom, the heads of LA City and LA County Fire Department, members of the City Council and LA County Board of Supervisors are expected to give us updates. But I tell you what, guys, to be honest with you, that ominous look of all that smoke heading towards the ocean in our direction means there's still a lot of fire going on up there, and there's still a huge battle up there. And that's the part, and there's a lot of homes up there from I remember driving up and down Pacific Coast Highway. Again, as the battle to basically protect the homes continues, we're waiting for a news conference here, and it looks like more and more higher end officials are starting to pull up here to get ready to talk to us here. And again, it could be anywhere between half an hour to an hour, we're being told, but I'm also being told that the governor is being shown around the area right now before he starts making his way back here to Will Rogers State Beach. But again, the winds continue to blow here and they're pretty strong. And that other finger of the fire, if you will, is coming in our direction. And there's still a lot of dark smoke that's coming up and going up into the air. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Okay, Sid, thank you very much. You're watching a special edition of Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. I'm Philip Palmer. Colleen Sullivan is now joining our coverage that we have been going on since about 11 this morning with the Palisades fire that, while we don't have an official number right now, Colleen, is in excess of 770 acres. We don't have official numbers as far as structures lost, but we have witnessed multiple homes burn.
Yeah, and we are learning that no one has been injured as of right now, which is we're very thankful to learn those details. Also, we know Air 7 is grounded right now. Chris Christie, you've been part of our live coverage all afternoon. Let's talk about why you're grounded and what you're learning from your vantage point.
Yeah, right now it all comes down to the winds. The winds here at the surface and aloft are just too unsafe for this helicopter to take off, and that is the case for many of the firefighting helicopters as well. Now, some of the larger ones like the Orange County Firehawk that just arrived, they are positioning here, but they are unable to take off yet due to those wind restrictions. Now, some of the tankers are able to fly in this, and the Super Scoopers are up there right now battling this fire. In fact, we have seen them come and go a number of times in the last few hours as they continue. The good thing about them is they don't have to come out as frequently back to the airport to pick up water. They can go right offshore and pick up the Pacific Ocean water and get right back to fighting that fire. So they're doing yeoman's work out there. Again, resources are limited because of those winds. We are just waiting for those winds to die down just a little bit more within our 50-mile-per-hour threshold before we can take off. We have been grounded all day long for the last couple of days since President Biden arrived in town last night. However, we have now been given clearance by the White House to take off once it is safe to do so, and that's certainly what we're hoping to do, again, once it calms down, guys.
Okay, Chris, thank you very much. And it just gives you such a different perspective when you're able to get Air 7 up and really see where the fire is going. But Josh Haskell's location has been one today that has been both terrifying and informative. And we just learned a few moments ago, these cars that people just had to leave. And if you weren't with us at the beginning of this coverage, people were just walking with their bags down the hill because they wanted to get away from that fire. But that in and of itself, Josh, created a problem because those cars left in the road look to be hindering firefighters.
And you can actually see, Philip, the track that the bulldozer took. It left marks. Obviously, that bulldozer weighs an incredible amount, and it just plowed through this lane. You can see some of the damage on some of these vehicles here that they're just now kind of sandwiched together to make room for emergency first responders as this fire just continues to spread here. We were, when that particular event happened, we were just a few hundred feet south on the air with you guys, and we saw that bulldozer come up, and I saw that bulldozer hesitate, try to go over some of the hoses, and I thought, oh, they're going to make a fire break, and they continued up this road, and it's clear what they did. They had to make a path for those engines to not just get up to the Palisades Highlands for structure protection, because that's still a very active part of this fire, but to go this way, up to Marquez, Bienvenida, Lockman Lane, where we've been reporting on all day, where there are homes on fire, including the home that I am showing you right now. And as I'm talking to you, Philip and Ellen, I have to close my eyes because I'm tearing up at the amount of ash and smoke in the air right now. It's that stinging feeling that many of us know who cover these fires, and it just has been like this for hours and hours. And what ends up happening is that after a certain point, usually they're allowed to get enough, or they're able to get enough water on some of these structures, and there's some sort of, I don't want to call it a break, but a time where so-and-so you can breathe. I have not been able to take off my mask the entire time that we've been here, nor have I wanted to, just because homes continue to burn, structures burn. You could see that one gentleman told me he thought his car was on fire, and that is what is in the air right now. It is toxic. It is not a place where anyone should be except for these firefighter professionals. And there are still vehicles coming down Palisades Drive, as we've been showing you, people still leaving that mandatory evacuation zone. Another message, if you are up there watching us right now, you're on Bienvenida, you're on Lockman, you don't want to leave your home. It is time to leave your home. I can tell you that the path is clear. They're letting cars through. This is not a situation that's going away anytime soon, and it is a life-threatening situation without a doubt.
Absolutely, Josh. It is a life-threatening situation. We're looking on the right side of your screen, Josh, right now on Sunset. We're seeing a structure fully engulfed in flames, so we do know how destructive this fire is. We do know that we have been warned about these really severe, the windstorm that it was heading our way. It arrived right on cue, making for a perfect recipe, low humidity, very dry outside. windy. We know Shayla Girardin and our team of meteorologists, they have been tracking this. They have been giving us updates. Shayla, you're watching this. You're seeing this fire going up right there. This is off of Sunset again. This is a structure. We do not know if this is a home, if this is an outhouse, Philip, but obviously it's going up in flames right before our eyes, and it's really being ravaged.
And these are scenes that we've seen repeatedly, depending on where our photographers, where our cameras are, and there's no telling what it's like in the areas that have been cordoned off by fire that we can't get to, because many of our crews are not able to get into locations clearly to make sure that firefighters can do their work. LAPD on tactical alert, trying to navigate traffic, but that site is one that's been repeated all over the Palisades. Shayla Girardin is here now because, Shayla, you know, we cannot say it enough. The wind, as bad as it is going to be worse.
Yes, and every time we check this wind map, those wind speeds have increased, those gusts have increased, and it is only going to increase as we head into the next 24 hours. Right now, I mean, these wind gusts, these are something that you'll see at higher elevations when we normally talk about a moderate to strong Santa Ana wind event, but these are wind gusts now that we're seeing across LA, Ventura counties, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, Malibu Hills, even Fillmore, all seeing gusts around 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, you are still seeing gusts close to 60 miles per hour, and that has been all afternoon. Down into Pacific Palisades, where that fire is burning, right now seeing gusts around 20 miles per hour. Same story with Burbank, so that is an improvement over what we saw earlier in the day. But still, that is not the relief these fire crews need, especially when you consider the fact that these winds are only going to pick up as we head into the next several hours. Moving farther south, Laguna Beach, Riverside, both seeing wind speeds, gusts over 30 miles per hour. San Bernardino over 40 miles per hour. So you get the picture. All this pink you see on this map, so widespread, that is only going to continue. Now, I want to take you out to the Palisades fire. These winds have been coming from the north and the northeast, so these evacuations are so widespread because any home downwind of that, and as we've been saying, these homes very tightly packed in between those canyons, those hills, and some of those drives, any home downwind of this, so we're talking about southwest all the way to PCH and Topanga Canyon, those are going to be those areas of concern, and even stretching past Topanga Canyon with just how quickly these fires can spread, because we're talking about very dry terrain, vegetation that hasn't been burned for quite some time, extremely low humidity. I checked the humidity in that area just recently. It was only in the teens. Plus, you partner it with these winds that are only going to increase. This is a live look from LAX. You can see all the smoke out there. We saw some of those flames earlier, but unfortunately, you can't see that right now. But I want to point out, once again, the winds right now coming in 25 miles per hour. Now, we keep talking about the fact that these winds are going to increase. So those gusts in Pacific Palisades going to really start to ramp up as we head into the early evening, the overnight hours, even into your Wednesday morning. So you'll notice as we head into late afternoon, we're still talking about gusts 20 to 30 mile per hour range. Early evening, they start to pick up 35 mile per hour gusts, 40 mile per hour gusts. I wouldn't be surprised if we start to see gusts even higher than this. A little bit of relief, if you can call it that, as we head into the early morning hours, but still watching these gusty winds anywhere from 20 to 30, 35 miles per hour into your Wednesday as well. So the timeline of this storm, everyone is asking, or this windstorm, I should say, when we're going to see some relief. We do have a very rough 24 hours ahead. So you'll notice as we get into later Tuesday afternoon, all those reds, those pinks on your screen continuing to increase, those winds continuing to ramp up even into the overnight hours. So early Wednesday morning, expect to still see those really strong winds. So if you can stay indoors, stay off the roads, especially any high profile vehicles. Travel will continue to be hazardous over the next day. Finally, once we get into Wednesday afternoon, that's when we're seeing a little bit of relief. But keep in mind, even into Wednesday, Thursday, we are still talking about winds that are advisory level speeds. We're still talking about fire weather as a concern through the end of the week, because even though the winds aren't as strong, light winds, dry conditions, low humidity, that combination is going to last for several more days. That's why we have this red flag warning extending. This is something you almost never see from Ventura County all the way down to Orange County. We are dealing with strong winds that drive vegetation and the low humidity. It's just making for these fires to spread so quickly, so rapidly. High wind warning still in place for all of us. We're seeing those gusts already 50 to 80 miles per hour. And for our higher elevations, we could see gusts 80 to 100 miles per hour. Now, the good news with that is for isolated areas. It's not going to be very prominent. But for us, even throughout LA, Ventura County, the fact that we're seeing wind gusts already so powerful, it's going to be a concerning next 24 hours, Philip and Colleen.
It certainly is, Shayla. And we've been talking about it. We know that all of our city officials, they have been heightened alert. We do know that there were red flag parking restrictions. They were put in place this morning, beginning at 8 a.m. for this community. We know it's going to be at least lasting for another 24 hours as we watch live pictures right now from Sunset. You can see this structure has gone up in flames again. We know there have been many structures that have been destroyed or damaged during this fire. Again, this fire is relatively small in acreage, but really massive when it comes to property damage.
When you look at this fire, it kind of gives you an example of the difficulty they're facing. They have water and they're getting water on this. Now, granted, it does look like it's some sort of storage facility that's got maybe some tables and flammable items in there. But as soon as they get water on it, it flares up again due to the fanning of the flames. The wind just will not let them put water on something and get it out. And you're seeing that all across 700 to 800 acres of Pacific Palisades.
No kidding. And again, you heard Josh say it. If you're thinking about getting out, get out. Get ready, set, go. This is the go time. Have everything in your car and get out. He did say the arteries to get down to PCH, they were open. Sid Garcia, you're at Will Rogers State Beach. We know that the command site has been set up there. You have some information on a press conference that's about to be taking place in minutes from now.
It's going to happen at 3:30 this afternoon. Preparations are underway right now. It's going to include the governor, LA City and LA County Fire, we're told, plus members of the LA County Board of Supervisors and LA City Council to give us an update. If we can, let's go up and show you if there's any positive sign, if you will. What was coming towards us is now blowing straight out into the ocean, and there's a lot of white smoke along the dark smoke that you see up there. We're going to get an update on acreage. We're going to get an update as well on how things are going as far as the firefight is concerned. Pacific Coast Highway, from where we're at, it's running smoothly right now. There's very little traffic. But again, it is windy where we are, and all the smoke, I mean, you can't even see from all the way down Sunset, about a half a mile from where we are. It is just dark. But it's all blowing towards the Pacific Ocean. It's all blowing towards the beach. Again, we're going to get hopefully an update on how many structures have been damaged or destroyed. But at 3:30 this afternoon, we are expecting Governor Gavin Newsom, members of the LA City Council and LA County Board of Supervisors, as well as the LA City and County Fire Chiefs and LAPD as well, to talk about the firefight, to talk about evacuation orders, and to talk about what's coming later tonight. As you heard from Shayla talking about this, the winds are going to probably be even worse than they were today, and that's a huge concern. But again, up there in the Pacific Palisades, the firefight continues, and back here at Will Rogers State Beach in about 15 minutes, we're going to carry the news conference for you live on our streaming service. We're not sure yet if it's going to be on ABC7, but stay with us. We're going to carry it live to get updates from the governor and those local heads of first responders here to let us know how things are going up in the Pacific Palisades. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, Sid, thank you. And I'm going to reiterate what Sid just said. This is one of the opportunities to also tell you, download the free ABC7 Los Angeles app, because if you're in an area that loses power, maybe you're needing to get out of an area and you're stuck in your car and you're sitting by the road, you can watch the newscast. We will stream all of the information. And so, yes, today at 3:30, when this news conference happens, we are going to stream that on the ABC7 Los Angeles app. We will hear on linear television, ABC7, go to World News Tonight. That will start with David Muir at 3:30. So again, they will probably discuss this fire. This is a major national event. They knew that this was coming. President Biden has postponed an event that was planned in Thermal due to the high winds. we're also getting a bit of an update right now there, from Santa Monica, because we had Shubha Ravindran, a former employee here who went on the air with us. She evacuated from the Palisades and went to Santa Monica. So there's a lot of people who are leaving Palisades and going to Santa Monica, just getting out of the fire zone, maybe finding friends or renting a hotel. But apparently, according to the city of Santa Monica, there is currently no threat to Santa Monica and no evacuation orders within the city. So that is great news for the people who have evacuated the Palisades, just looking for a safe place to go. They are able to go to Santa Monica, and Santa Monica right now says there is currently no threat to the city and no evacuation orders in place there.
That is certainly a relief, because, you know, a lot of Santa Monica residents, they are seeing the huge plume of smoke that is billowing above them. The air quality is so atrocious right now. Rob Hayes, you have arrived. You have set up a live transmission, because we know that it's been hard for you to get a signal out, because it's obviously hard to, you know, communications are difficult during sort of these incidents that are taking place. But where are you, and what's it looking like around you?
We're on Albright Street. It's a dead-end street about a quarter-mile north of Sunset Boulevard in the Palisades. The good news is, in this neighborhood, it appears as though the homes are empty. The folks who live here have heeded, most of them at least, have heeded the evacuation orders. This will give you an idea of what the smoke is like in this area over here. That's the sun trying to peek its way through this smoke that is so thick in this area. This street, Albright Street, overlooks Temescal Canyon, and it's hard to tell from this angle because all you see is smoke, but at times the wind will kind of clear the smoke out, and most of the hillside on Temescal Canyon in this area is on fire, and that's what's really kind of terrifying, I imagine, for folks who live in this area, to see like a home here and then smoke blowing constantly over it. The winds, they're gusty right now. They've settled down, although we're kind of in a sheltered cove right now, but if you go up into the closer to the canyon, it's still very gusty out there, and you could see the flames just fed by these strong winds whenever they blow in. Now, you were talking about traffic. We spent about 3 hours working our way just to this location. Traffic is horrible. Sunset, at least when we were about a half hour ago, it was starting to clear out a little bit. That's because everyone was finally getting the message to stay away from Sunset Boulevard. Officials have shut down most of it, but it was people trying to leave their neighborhoods, it seemed like, for the most part, who were crowding the streets there. And it was just terrible. I mean, it literally took hours to get to this location. We worked our way up to Lockman, where there were some homes threatened when we were there. We hadn't seen any burn at that point, but there were flames behind a lot of the homes there. And there weren't any firefighters in sight, at least in that particular neighborhood we were in. So the table is really set for a tragedy here, for terrible times, homes to be lost. But in this area right here, again, you could see just the thick black smoke for the most part burning behind us. And that is never a good sign.
Okay, yeah, Rob. I mean, and the one thing that I keep noticing, anytime we've seen these types of fires, you see this massive plume of smoke straight up into the sky. Not in this fire, Rob. I mean, we've seen it blowing straight across. I mean, it never really gets that high. The winds have just blown it. You're looking at a live shot here on Sunset where we've watched this. This is one of those spot fires. We've seen this car catch fire, and they just can't seem to get it out. There are firefighters right by it, and they're putting water on it. But with the fanning of the flames, it just keeps going.
It is such a difficult firefight for the firefighters. We know, Josh Haskell, you are at Sunset and Palisades Drive. And Josh, we know this is a tough situation because you have firsthand knowledge of this area. You grew up in this area. You spoke about your parents having to be evacuated. You obviously have a lot of loved ones as well in this area. You've never seen anything quite like this.
Yeah, and it's something I have feared for quite some time because I know that community right up this road in the Palisades Highlands, there is one road in and one road out. There is a fire road that in case of an emergency has been used in the past for evacuations. That's where the fire started. So that fire road, I'm told, was not accessible for evacuees. So You had people just flooding down here. Such a jam-packed situation of cars. Take a look in the distance. A bulldozer with LA County Fire actually had to move some of the cars. We went up that way. I counted over 100 cars all the way up Sunset Boulevard, something I never thought I would see, and they were blocking first responders from getting through. So that bulldozer, when it first arrived here, moved those cars, cleared a path, and then it took a turn. And it took a turn up off of Sunset, up Palisades Drive. Why? Because 3 miles up, the community that I'm very familiar with, the Palisades Highlands, there are still people up there. We're still seeing cars come down. That community is under a mandatory evacuation. If you live there, according to authorities, the LA Fire Department, they want you to leave because they expect the winds to continue. You may think right now there's good air quality up there. The fires burn down towards the Pacific Ocean in this direction. I've been told by first responders here that is not the case. We've seen a lot of resources in the last 15 minutes. Fire resources going up there for structure protection, as they are sadly anticipating a long night here. Colleen and Philip.
Josh, exactly. The firefighters are anticipating a long night, and you just kind of touched on it. People are still evacuating. Josh, do a lot of people heed those warnings of the red flag parking restrictions? We know they started at 8 a.m. I did hear LA City Fire saying they don't want to give, fatigue to people getting warnings and warnings and warnings to be prepared, because they were very much so prepared, knowing the wind event that was about to happen. They were getting everything in place. But how do you think residents are feeling about getting warnings of red flag parking restrictions to move their cars so fire crews can have easy access?
Well, the situation that we encountered behind us is not a red flag parking situation. Cars are not supposed to be on Sunset Boulevard ever. There is no parking here. This is a dire run for your life situation, and that's what people here in Pacific Palisades have had to deal with. They tried to evacuate, they were stuck in traffic, the flames were coming down, and they left their cars, and they literally ran past us. We met many of them with luggage, with their animals, to Pacific Coast Highway to try and get out. In one situation, Colleen and Philip, we saw an LAPD cruiser stop, help a woman that we had briefly spoken to. We told her that she can get help down there towards Gladstone's. She tried to get into the car. Someone else was already in there trying to get out. They had to get out. LAPD helping people evacuate. I also just want to tell you something that has given me pause in the last few minutes. There's nothing good about this situation, and it's just horrible to see what so many people are dealing with. If this evacuation would have happened at night, I cannot imagine what this situation that Sean McCarthy and I have encountered here today at Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard would have been like. Because at least you had people who were, at least they knew that the fire was coming. They were given the mandatory evacuation. It wasn't the middle of the night. They've been able to see where they're going. If people had to leave their cars, they were able to walk down. And I'm hopeful that by nightfall, people will have gotten out of that Palisades Highlands community. We don't know yet that's the case. Cell service pretty bad up there. So we have not been able to make it up there. But that's just something that gave me pause, thinking that it's still daytime, even though sometimes it looks like nighttime out here, and that people were able to get together, and the traffic has slowed, as you can see.
Well, Josh, you just described the image that will stay with me from this fire. Was the moment the woman opened the door and let the mother get into the back of that LAPD car. Yeah. But then Sean McCarthy, the photographer, turned, and you could see her 4 to 5-year-old daughter alone, terrified. And that's tough. When you see these families and these children having to go through that, it's hard. That was the image that's going to stick around, Josh. Thank you very much. We do have an update on this fire. It's now 1,252 acres. It is in LA County, and right now, as we can imagine, the cause is under investigation. There's no way we can know how many structures have been lost. That is to be evaluated much later. But this danger is not over. Shayla Girardin joining us now to talk about what we're going to face as the sun starts to set in that area. it almost seems like the sun is down because it's just so dark with the smoke. But the winds are going to increase over the next few hours, Shayla.
Yes, we have been watching a very strong Santa Ana wind event. We're talking about gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour, but we are about to watch that change into an extreme Santa Ana wind event. In fact, we have been bordering this most of the day, but it's only going to continue to pick up from here. We're talking about gusts 60 miles per hour and more. We've already seen close to that. Santa Clarita, you've been at wind gusts 60 miles per hour all afternoon. This is a look from our Keller Peak sky camera. You can see it just shaking in the wind, and that has been the name of the game all day. If you take a look out here right now, I mean, the colors on this wind map, all the reds, the purples, this is gusts 40 to 50 miles per hour. Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, Malibu Hills, all seeing gusts over 40 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, I mentioned this earlier, still seeing gusts close to 60 miles per hour, and that has been nonstop. Even as we move farther south, not much relief. This is a widespread wind event. So Laguna Beach, Riverside, seeing wind gusts over 30 miles per hour. San Bernardino, winds over 40 miles per hour, even moving into our low deserts, 30-mile-per-hour winds. Now, it is not uncommon to see a Santa wind event into January. What is so uncommon is that we have one this widespread, this dry, and all of that vegetation, that dry vegetation, it's that combination you never want to see. What we've also been continuing to see over the course of the afternoon is our humidity levels just plummet. So I want to show you out by where that fire is. Santa Monica right now, 5%, but you'll notice Malibu, Woodland Hills, Van Nuys, Burbank, all in the teens this afternoon, and that'll continue to be the case as we head into the evening hours as well. It's that dangerous combination. This is why they are telling folks to evacuate as soon as possible. So these winds have been coming from the north and the northeast. It's a Santa Ana wind event. Pacific Palisades seeing sustained winds over the course of the afternoon, 10 to 15 miles per hour, but that's not the concern. It's been these wind gusts. You saw them just a moment ago that have been even higher than that. So all of the homes southwest of this fire, you can see all of the smoke just bellowing. This is a live look on our radar. So all the way to the Palisades, Topanga Canyon, even past that, need to evacuate right away, of course, just because of how fast moving we have seen these flames all day long. And speaking of that smoke, this is a live look over LAX. We saw some of the flames from this view actually earlier, but right now just seeing so much of that smoke. And look at this, wind speeds at LAX, 25 miles per hour. Now, when are we going to see some relief? Unfortunately, not anytime soon. The next 24 hours, we're going to continue to see these wind speeds really pick up. So you can see as we head into this afternoon, the pinks, the purples continuing to blow or to grow. And even as we head into the overnight hours, Josh mentioned, so important that those evacuations were during the day. We're talking about some extremely strong, dangerous winds as we head into overnight hours, only going to pick up. So it's so imperative that you continue to follow any evacuations warnings, listen to your local news outlets, and keep a close eye on this wind event. Finally starting to see some relief as we head into about Wednesday afternoon. But even Wednesday afternoon, Thursday into Friday, keep in mind, we're still dealing with breezy conditions, wind advisory level winds, and dry conditions as well. So this is going to continue to be something we keep our eye on over the next couple of days. Philip and Colleen.
Absolutely, Shayla. Thank you very much. That is very sobering to think that these winds are going to get even stronger over the next 24 hours and as night falls. Thank you very much, Shayla. Again, we are getting very close to the bottom of the half hour here, which we're going to take you to, and we're going to start streaming after that. But you're looking at live images right now of the Palisades fire. We've been on this all afternoon. Again, many structures have been destroyed. You see cars, they have also been destroyed. A lot of people were trying to get away, and then they abandoned their cars, Philip.
And they had to bulldoze many of them out. That cleared a path for people who were told to shelter in place to actually start leaving the Palisades. That's going to wrap up this edition of Eyewitness News at 3 o'clock. Again, to remind you, we are moments away from a press conference at Will Rogers Beach, which they will update you on the acreage, the structures lost if they have it, and any relations that they might have with the cause of this fire. Don't forget, that is streamed on ABC7, our free ABC7 Los Angeles app.
All right, we are back to streaming on our ABC7 Los Angeles app and on abc7.com. You can see a lot of fire officials. They're getting in position for a 3:30 press conference to give us an update on the Palisades fire. We know this started before 11 a.m. We have been on this nonstop. We have had our meteorologists projecting what today was going to look like. It exactly as they predicted. It was going to be a very high fire danger day. It is proving to be very high fire danger. We know that this Palisades fire, it is about 1,200 acres right now. We know multiple homes have been destroyed and damaged. We do not know the exact number. As of right now, we have been told no one has been injured in this fire. But again, we are waiting for an update, and we do not know how this fire started. But again, we know a lot of people were trying to evacuate. You can see Governor Gavin Newsom right there getting ready to give an update on the Palisades fire. But we know a lot of people tried to evacuate when they were warned to. We know that there was a massive traffic jam. Even people were so nervous where they were seeing flames sort of in their rear view mirror that they felt they needed to get out of their car, abandon their car. And we saw that LA County, their bulldozers came through to clear a path for firefighters to get through. Joining me now, David Ono's joining me. You've been watching this fire coverage. You've been outside. The winds are just absolutely powerful today.
Yeah, howling all morning long throughout the afternoon. My home got hit really hard this morning, and then it kind of let up a little bit, but other parts of the community, as you can see, are getting hit really hard. And this is going to be sustained for the next couple of days. So settle in and brace yourself. Be prepared for anything. Even the drive in earlier today, Colleen, traffic lights are out everywhere.
Yeah, power's out.
Power's out everywhere. Power lines are being blown down because the winds are so intense, and they're only going to increase in intensity. So beware, even if you're not anywhere near this fire that we're covering, other things could break out, and there will be dangers in other ways because of these high winds.
Well, I know that we live in opposite spectrums of LA County, and I know I live in the South Bay. It was very, very windy this morning and this early afternoon. I know where you live, I know I have friends saying it looked like my palm tree was going to snap out in front of my house. So, you know, these winds, they are affecting a huge portion of Southern California.
I do have half a tree down in the backyard. I mean, and then and we're not getting hit as hard as other communities are. And again, we need to be prepared for anything. And it's almost like roulette in a way. When we start to predict these extremely high Santa Anas, almost always we're going to be sitting here covering a fire somewhere. Sometimes it's human made, sometimes it's accidental, sometimes it's a down power line. Nevertheless, it does occur. And here in Southern California, you always have to be ready for anything. Sadly, it's the Pacific Palisades community that is the unlucky community so far when in the early moments of this wind event, and there could be other communities that are coming. So brace yourself wherever you are. See this as a warning that this is just the beginning.
Yeah, and if you need to get out, start preparing now. I know it is heartbreaking, but when you think about people who might have a very hard time getting out, David, as you know, my mother's disabled. Thank goodness my brother lives with her. But I have been hearing people having a very hard time getting out. So if you know someone who might need your help, reach out to them. If you have to evacuate, remember, go knock on their door, see if they need help, because this is that time where people, you don't want to forget the elderly or those who cannot get out on their own.
So if you're just tuning in, understand, first of all, what you're looking at. That is earlier today on the right-hand side. That's some video that we're capturing. Left-hand side, that is a live picture, and we're trying to give you an assortment of both. As you can see on your screen, 1,262 acres so far have burned. It's growing quickly, so that number was just upgraded about 500 acres in the last 15 minutes or so. It's going to continue to go up. Also, a lot of comparisons when it comes to trying to get out of this disaster zone, which it will be declared a disaster zone, and the governor is in town. And by the way, we're killing time right now trying to get you up to date on what's happening, because we are anticipating a press conference. That's what you see on your left-hand side. That's the governor on the gray cap right there. He has been looking around. He is prepared for what is happening here in Southern California, and we'll see what he has to say, and we'll see what law enforcement and fire authorities have to say about the situation so far. So we're getting ready for that, but also understand that it is a dire situation. situation when it comes to getting people out of these communities. As Josh was pointing out, when there's one way in and one way out, it is a stark reminder of some other disasters that we have seen, like Maui, when Lahaina was shut down, the highway was shut down. There was only almost no way to get out of it, and that's what kind of increased the tragedy of that fire when people cannot get out.
Yeah,
so heed your warnings.
And we've been hearing about it, speaking of making you think about the Maui fire, that the one place that people think to go is go to the ocean. At least the fire is not going to hit the ocean, but you were there.
I was there at the fire when it happened. It was just by complete coincidence. But part of the problem with Maui is the highway was shut down, and there was only one way. Everybody got funneled into Old Town Lahaina. There was only one street in and one street out. It got bogged down. There was no way to get out, and people were having to save themselves by running into the ocean. This is a similar situation in that you could see the panic in people. They're literally having to jump out of the cars and run for their lives because you just never know how quickly these fires, when the winds are blowing this hard, can move as much as a mile an hour. Well, I mean, excuse me, a mile a minute, which is what happened in Maui, where there was just no time to react. And you have to understand, just because you see the hot fire on a hillside doesn't mean you're safe, because that could quickly be on top of you in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, in LA City Fire, they were talking about why it was so challenging for evacuees to get out, because they had to funnel down these narrow arteries that they did have fire parking restrictions in place. They called it at 8 a.m. this morning, but people had such a hard time. They said, you know, there was little choke spots where people couldn't get through.
Right.
And then that is where you feel the panic for evacuees looking around, seeing the winds, seeing the fire, and you know they're trying to get out, and they're just...
If you've ever lived... Wait, hang on. Let's see what they're going to say real quickly. We're going to pop the mics up and listen and see if... I think they're preparing. Sometimes they just give us a warning that the press conference is coming. But we have been told that it will start in a matter of moments from now. Let's see what he has to say. All right, still coordinating here.
I know that Chief Crowley said that her department, they were ready for this.
Yeah.
Okay, my name is Captain Eric Scott, the lead public information officer for the Palisades Fire. On behalf of everyone behind me, thank you for being here. Thank you for educating the public through your message. So this is all for the Palisades Fire, which is approximately 1,200 acres. And to go into all the specifics, we have a list of 8 individuals that will speak for you today. After those 8 individuals, we'll have Spanish, and then we'll have follow-up questions. After that, we'll have one-on-one interviews and let you know when the next press conference will be. So we ask at this time, please silence your cell phones, turn down your radios, keep your sidebar conversations off to the side. But to begin with, we'd like to call up the Fire Chief of the Los Angeles City Fire Department, Kristen Crowley.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'll be giving you a brief on what your LEFD has done up to this point. So at 10:30 this morning, a brush fire was reported at 1190 North Piedra Miranda Drive in our local fire station here right behind us at Fire Station 23. Los Angeles is currently experiencing an extreme fire weather condition with red flag alert. At the time of the fire, the relative humidity was 12 and the winds were approximately 25 miles an hour with gusts up to 50 miles per hour.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are sorry to interrupt world news tonight, but we want to bring you this important press conference that is underway right now. We're hearing from Chief Catherine Crowley and this extreme wind event. She's briefing us now on the Palisades Fire.
Could move up and in around the area. First LEFD Resources reported initially a 10-acre fire with 40-mile-per-hour winds and alignment heading towards the west or towards the ocean. The LEFD then requested all resources, including strike teams and aircraft from assisting agencies. We then went into an aggressive attack and focused our efforts on fire life safety operations, beginning with evacuations. Currently, the fire is at 1,261 acres and growing based on aerial reconnaissance. The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. We currently have over 250 LAFD firefighters on scene, including 46 engines, 3 trucks, 5 helicopters, 4 brush patrols, 2 water tenders, 6 paramedic ambulances, 1 fast response vehicle, 1 advanced nurse practitioner unit, 2 bulldozers, 10 chief officers, fire investigators, and safety officers. Additionally, we are so grateful for the hundreds of law enforcement officers, partner agencies, first responders, and public work members that are engaged actively in this operation. PCH is closed from Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga Boulevard. Evacuation orders are in place for approximately 30,000 residents, including the Highlands area. North of PCH, south of Topanga Canyon Boulevard, east of Tuna Canyon Road, west of Seabreeze Drive and Surfside Drive. Our evacuation center is the Westwood Recreation Center, located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard in LA. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged. Since the beginning of this fire, I've been in constant communication with Mayor Bass, as well as other city leadership, who's working very, very closely. As you can see, this entire entity behind me, we're working seamlessly and closely to ensure that we are protecting lives and property first. So with that, we'll go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Thank you, Chief Crowley. The next speaker will be the Los Angeles County Fire Chief Maroney.
So good afternoon. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the County of Los Angeles Fire Department Chief. Shortly after the start of the Palisades fire, LA County Fire did assist the City of Los Angeles with a first alarm brush assignment. At 11:30 hours this morning, our LA County Fire Department went into unified command with the City of Los Angeles, and at 12:30, our CAL FIRE partners from the state went into unified command with not only LA City Fire, LA County Fire, and LAPD. Currently, LA County Fire is providing aerial resources to fight this brush fire, including our Firehawk helicopters, our CH-47, part of our nighttime QRF resource that we have, in addition to our CL-415 Super Scoopers. We also have 3 engine strike teams assigned and almost 100 LA County Fire personnel. I want to let all of the viewers and listeners know that we are not out of danger. The National Weather Service has predicted that the winds are going to pick up and get worse. We're going to have the most significant wind event between 10 p.m. this evening and 5 a.m. tomorrow morning. So it's incumbent that everybody have a wildfire action plan for their home if they live in a brush-covered area. Please visit the LA County Fire Department website for Ready, Set, Go information. So that's fire.lacounty.gov/RSG. And for the most up-to-date incident information and emergency preparedness information, go to lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. During emergencies, always by our side is our friends from law enforcement. So we'd like to invite LAPD Chief of Police Jim McDonald.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief McDonald. We'd also like to call up LA County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath, please.
Thank you. My deepest thanks to the first responders who are working tirelessly to fight this Palisades fire. Moments ago, Chair Barger signed LA County's emergency proclamation for this fire, for the severe wind event and all of the fires related to it. As the National Weather Service predicted, this is a life-threatening situation. To our Palisades and Topanga community under evacuation order, please leave. Ensure your home is unlocked, the power is off, and making sure first responders can easily access the structure. This is essential to keeping you safe and to allowing fire and first responder personnel to do their work. For our unincorporated communities in Santa Monica Mountains, including Sunset Mesa, Topanga Canyon, and Malibu, all under evacuation order and evacuation warning, please ensure you are checking emergency.lacounty.gov and heeding all door-to-door information from our LA County Sheriff and Fire Departments. Thanks to our partners at the Topanga Coalition for Emergency Preparedness, who work year-round to practice evacuation drills and emergency preparedness, and they're working tirelessly right now to ensure information is shared across Topanga. For those with livestock, the evacuation location is Pierce College. For those needing small animal evacuation location, the Agora Animal Shelter is available to you. Thank you to Governor Newsom for your quick support and coordination. Thanks to Mayor Bass, to Councilmember Park, and all of the council members in the city, and all of our partners, city, county, and state, unified and working together to keep people safe and address this fire. The county and city of Los Angeles have a lot of experience in unified command. This emergency is no different. We're dedicating every resource we can to urgently contain this fire. I want to extend my gratitude to the Los Angeles County Fire Department, the Sheriff's Department, the Office of Emergency Management, and all of our county partners. I know LAUSD officials also wanted to be with us, but given the conditions, that was challenging. A few school updates. Topanga Elementary at Woodland Hills Academy will be relocated all week. Palisades and Marquez Elementaries will be relocated at Brentwood Science Magnet for tomorrow. Paul Revere Middle School will be relocated at University High tomorrow. Pali High School is not in session this entire week, and Canyon Elementary will be relocated at a location to be determined. To those affected by the Palisades fire, I know today is terrifying and it is painful. Please know that you are not alone. The County of Los Angeles and all of our partners are here together to stand with you and be in support of you. Thank you again to everyone who is contributing resources to this incident. Your partnership is appreciated and it is essential to keeping people safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next, we'd like to bring up Los Angeles City Council President Marquis Harris-Dawson.
Thank you so much. I just want everybody to know that since this morning, about 7 a.m., I've been in direct communication with Mayor Bass, who's on her way home from a diplomatic mission on behalf of the United States government. She will be here within hours. Also, we want everybody to know that the city is well prepared and has a tremendous emergency management Infrastructure, who has been on the case since 6 this morning at the beginning of this wind event. I'm proud to say that we have some of the best men and women anywhere in our fire department, our police department, as well as their partners across the state and across the county. I am also want everybody to know that as acting mayor and president of the LA City Council, along with the county, and we'll hear from the governor later, the city of LA is declaring a state of emergency through this wind event, and we'll have all resources on deck. And our ask, our personal ask, and we'll hear from the council member from this district, but if you can stay off of our roads, please do so to allow emergency vehicles to go across the city. And also remember, we'll continue to drive this home. The worst and most severe part of this wind event is yet to come. So if you're around the city and you have been spared, be thankful, but also be on guard. Bring your lawn furniture in, and again, help us by staying off the roads. And I will ask the council member from this district, who's been on the street since early this morning, making sure the neighborhoods have the information that they need and resources that they need, to come to the podium, our own Councilwoman Tracy Park.
Thank you, everyone, for being here, and Council President Harris Dawson. I want to begin by thanking all of our public safety partners. LA City Fire has over 250 firefighters on the front lines in the hillsides right now, actively fighting this fire, supported by more than 100 firefighters from LA County Fire, as well as additional resources from Orange County, Ventura County, CAL FIRE, and neighboring cities, including Arcadia and Santa Monica. I also want to thank our partners in law enforcement for their terrific coordinated response with us today. LAPD, LA County Sheriff's Department, CHP is here, as well as our park rangers. Obviously, the scope and scale of today's fire here in the Palisades has been terrifying. We are so incredibly grateful for the swift response. And to my constituents here in the Pacific Palisades, I want to reiterate, this is not a drill. This is an actual public safety emergency. Areas west of Mandeville Canyon and north of Sunset have been ordered for evacuation, so please make sure that you are packed and ready to go, and complying with all directives being given to you by law enforcement and our partners at the fire service as well. LA City is activating emergency shelter at Westwood Recreation Center. People in the Palisades who have been displaced by today's events are invited to go there. We are working with animal services to receive and care for pets that are being displaced as well. And as additional resources come online, we'll be providing those updates for you. Local residents should follow along for additional information and updates through official city channels, as well as LAPD, LAFD, and LA County updates, as this is a dynamic situation. This is a fast-moving and growing fire at over 1,200 acres at this point. And with the predicted wind patterns and continued weather event, we expect the situation to continue through the evening. It may take our partners at Fire a couple of days to get the situation under control. It may be some time until people are allowed to return to their homes and residences. Please bear with us through this period as our public safety partners work hard to protect lives and property and ensure that this area is safe before people return. In the meantime, if anyone needs additional assistance, I would welcome them to reach out to me and my team. All of our contact information is at cd11.lacity.gov. Thank you to my friends and constituents, and thank you to all of our partners, including Governor Newsom, for being here with us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. We'd like to now ask Council Member John Lee to please speak.
First of all, I just want to thank all the firefighters who are and first responders that are fighting this fire right now. Also, a big thank you to all the organizations throughout the city, county, and state that are assisting our firefighters in what they need to do today. As chair of the Public Safety Committee, it's my job to monitor situations all throughout the city of Los Angeles. And the most important information that I can share with you today is to all of our residents. As soon as we get any new information, we are trying to disseminate that as quickly as possible. It's important that you listen to that information. As someone who represents a district that is commonly affected by fires, I'll tell you one of the issues that we ask our residents to do is, if you're asked to evacuate, if you're asked to stay off the road, whatever it is that we're asking you, if you're in one of those affected areas, that you don't create additional problems for our firefighters, so our firefighters can focus on what they're supposed to do, and that's getting this fire out. Thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Council Member. And now we'd like to ask the Governor, Gavin Newsom, to please speak.
Thank you, everybody. Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, Police Chief, Sheriff's Office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard Chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year perpetual fire year here in the state of California. Thank you again to all of the folks behind me and the outstanding leadership of all the elected officials as well. And forgive me, one point I'd be remiss. Thank you to Mayor Bass, who was on the phone immediately this morning, making sure even in absentia that she's here organizing everything she can to make sure we're successful as well.
Thank you, Governor. Appreciate that. We'd like to open this up now for Spanish, and then we'll go to questions. So we'd like to have Public Information Officer for LAFD, David Ortiz.
Buenas tardes. A las 10:30 de esta tarde comenzó un incendio en la comunidad de Pacific Palisades en el municipio de Los Ángeles. Este incendio rápidamente se propagó a más de 700 acres. Han habido la orden de evacuación para 30,000 personas en esta área y pedimos al público que siga la dirección de la policía en las áreas que está siendo evacuada, ya que su vida sí está en peligro. Pedimos su cooperación. Este incendio no es típico de esta magnitud y de este poder, y potencialmente puede quitar vidas. Por eso pedimos al público que siga la dirección de los oficiales que están en el área. Cuando le dan la orden de evacuación, siga esa orden de evacuación. Estamos en comando unificado entre el municipio, la ciudad de Los Ángeles, el condado de Los Ángeles, el estado de California, y se han hecho recursos disponibles a través del estado de California para apoyar este esfuerzo para apagar este incendio. Esperamos que este incendio va a ser de larga duración y agradecemos su paciencia y su cooperación. Se espera que los vientos van a aumentar esta noche, y por eso, si no ha evacuado esta área que es de Merrimack a la calle Topanga y Mulholland al Pacific Coast Highway, por favor, evacúe en este momento. Es hora de evacuar. Gracias.
Thank you, Dave. And when we open this up, if you have a particular member that your question is directed to, please go ahead and mention that individual in addition to your question. Chase? Okay.
All right, you've been listening to a live press conference from a number of authorities, including Governor Gavin Newsom. That's him right now taking questions from the media. But there is a lot of information to go over. Most importantly, brace yourself. It doesn't matter where you are right now. The situation is going to get worse. Pacific Palisades, they are in danger, but other communities are coming. Stand by. Eyewitness News at 4 begins right now.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Drove down the hill with my 2 dogs and suitcases, and my worst nightmare, it just wouldn't move. It was gridlock.
Breaking news, a dangerous situation unfolding right now in Pacific Palisades, where a fast-moving fire is threatening homes. Evacuation orders are in effect, but getting out of the area is proving difficult, and we have live team coverage. Thanks for joining us. I'm David Ono.
I'm Ellen Leyva. You're watching Eyewitness News at 4 live on ABC 7 Hulu and wherever you stream. We've been following this fire all afternoon, and here's what we know so far. That fire is burning near Temescal Canyon in Pacific Palisades. That is to the north of Santa Monica. Now, if you live in the surrounding areas, you've likely seen all that smoke. Evacuation orders are in effect, and here's the latest information from CAL FIRE. The areas in red are under mandatory evacuation orders. That includes the area between Piedra Morada Drive and Pacific Coast Highway.
Authorities provided an update just minutes ago, and here's what we learned. The fire has grown to over 1,000 acres in just a few hours. Flames were first reported around 10:30 this morning, and as we mentioned, evacuation orders are in effect, and right now about 30,000 people are under those orders. An evacuation center has been set up at Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard. Pacific Coast Highway is closed at Lincoln Boulevard, and traffic has been slow going for those trying to get out. Now, we want to let you know that we have a team on this from our weather community, as well as reporters spread out throughout the danger zone. And we want to begin our coverage with Jory Rand in Pacific Palisades with the latest. Jory?
So we are at Sunset Boulevard and Via de la Paz. This is the eastern flank of the fire, and we thought we were okay for just a little bit. If you look up north into the mountains, you can see the smoke
just pouring out of these flames and then whipping and curling around. Again, this is the eastern side of the fire. The smoke has been blowing to the south and to the west all day long. Conditions have been changing where we are here by the minute. It is relatively sunny. This is the line, the divide between the smoke and the sunlight. For about 10 minutes, we were in almost complete darkness, and it was almost as if someone turned the lights back on as the winds then kicked a little bit further to the west. Further up the hill, you could see open flames as we look north in this direction. We had to move our position because just across the street, we were standing beneath some power lines that began to arc, shooting sparks down on our location. So we had to pick up and literally run across the street. And we saw a whole bunch of people at this gas station right here next to the Gelsons. Everybody scattered when that happened. It's not a position, it's not a place you want to be beneath power lines in a heavy windstorm like this. So we don't have a direct sight of the open flames. However, Sean, we're going to point down Sunset Boulevard to the west here. Just about 5 minutes ago, we saw tremendous flames kicking up, and we can hear an airdrop happening. Let's see if we can pan back to the right and hear this coming out. No, that might have been a motorcycle, but we've heard active.
All right, hang in there, because with those high winds, we are having a situation when it comes to losing signal. But we want to show you this. This is really interesting. Time-lapse video shows the moment the Palisades fire started around 10:25 this morning. And take a look at your screen. This was taken by a camera operated by UC San Diego's public safety program called Alert California. They have cameras all over the state monitoring fire-prone areas to help first responders. And again, this is the time-lapse video, so it has been sped up by our editors, but you can see just how quickly this wildfire can grow into these dangerous weather conditions. This is the fire that we're talking about right now, how it broke out a little bit after 10:30 this morning, and there you see how quickly it spread.
And certainly Dallas Rains has been tracking all this wind, and you warned us last week. This has been an incredible day.
We're looking at it about 10 days ago for this event for Southern California, and this video that David just showed you, this one came from our own camera, but it shows you the exact location. This fire was started in, looks like in Topanga Canyon, and of course the north and northeast winds blew the fire rapidly toward the ocean. A lot of smoke with this too, as you can see on that beautiful satellite view, but the location will be no problem for firefighters to find out exactly where this fire was started. Now here's the deal about the winds. They're still strong this afternoon. Right now, Thousand Oaks, you're 31, gusts to 42. And down in the Burn area above Malibu, 33, with gusts up to 45. Stronger winds have occurred today in Santa Clarita. I did see one report of over 87-mile-per-hour gusts, and that was at Magic Mountain. Now, here's the deal also, my friends down in Orange County and Riverside. So far, a fire has not been started. But if one is started, you have very powerful winds. It will take tremendous resources to put it out. That would be for the areas down from anywhere, especially on the areas up here through the canyons like Glendora, all the way out to Fontana, San Bernardino. These winds will be increasing overnight. We're going to see a pulse of powerful Santa Ana winds between midnight tonight and about sunrise tomorrow. That's typical of these types of events where the strongest winds will occur early in the morning hours. Look at San Clemente. 26 gusts to 32. So we're zooming in now on the Palisades fire. 15 to 20 is the sustained. However, gusts go up to 35 and 50 miles per hour. We're going to see a change in wind direction. That is critical. The winds, which have been mainly today right out of the north, will start shifting more toward the north-northeast and then eventually easterly by tomorrow afternoon. At that time, the winds will be backing down and we can breathe a sigh of relief at that time. Red flag warnings remain in effect, though, all the way through Thursday at 6 p.m. And the reason for that, even though I'm forecasting less winds, you have dry conditions. And if a fire has already started, like this one was, then you're going to have to the firefighters have to deal with those fires already. You can see the northeast winds will be shifting more toward a east-northeast direction. That will occur tomorrow afternoon. These are still high wind warnings, but they will also, we'll be able to drop those pretty soon too. So hang on through tonight, and I think by about noon tomorrow, in the afternoon hours, we'll see that diurnal switch in the wind direction and also the wind velocity. Here's another shot for you from the visible satellite loop. see exactly where the fire was started, and then all the smoke, of course, moving down into Pacific Palisades. But again, at this moment, no one is out of danger from this because that center of low pressure is still swirling around tonight. It's over the Sea of Cortez. So again, as I mentioned, as it moves slowly to the east, the winds will turn a little bit more toward the east, and that will help firefighters out. But tomorrow morning, still another burst of very strong Santa Ana winds. Also, humidity's really low with this weather system. So let's take a look right now as we look at the wind gusts. You can still see that big wind down at Malibu coming through those canyons. And remember also, David and Ellen, we have these fire nados that develop around the fire, and the wind direction changes immediately on firefighters, and the winds can gust up to 74 miles per hour, which is hurricane velocity. That's another thing that we don't show you that often, but around these fire nados, the winds are swirling and changing very rapidly.
All right,
Okay.
Dallas, thank you for the update. And some scary stuff, but we need to heed those warnings. They're very important. So we continue our live team coverage of this fire.
Yeah, Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes and his photog had just had to run for safety. They're safe now, and they are live on Chautauqua Boulevard, ready to report. Rob.
Boy, you talk about the wind out here. It kicks up fast. We're on Chautauqua Boulevard. We took this road all the way till it dead ends to some DWP property. There were some flames there. We were setting up, waiting to do a live shot. And within 30 seconds, the winds kicked up, the flames kicked up. We literally had to throw our camera and tripod in the van and just scurry out of there. So we're about a quarter mile away from where we were right now. You could see this plume of black smoke. You could see the fire burning on the hill over there. And we were closer up there. And right now we're kind of sheltered from the wind because we're amid trees. But when we were up there, it was a really good indicator of how strong these wind gusts are. There was a construction fence for a property that had completely blown over, and the gusts are just super strong and very dangerous. So, yeah, so you could just tell that things are really dangerous in this situation. The good news is a lot of the homes, most of the homes, I should say, seem to be empty. People have heeded the evacuation orders, although even up where we were, there were people like sightseers who had climbed a fence and were checking out the fire, and these were young kids that looked like a father as well. They got out of there just moments before all this stuff kicked up. So it is a dangerous situation. This is not the place to be a looky-loo. If you live in this area, you should evacuate immediately because these winds are kicking up and it is getting very, very dangerous out here.
Yeah.
Rob, yeah, certainly. And we've been watching these live pictures. It's pretty incredible how quickly those flames can just, completely explode. All right, we're going to check right now with Michelle Fisher. She is on Pacific Coast Highway. And Michelle, what are you seeing there? A lot of smoke, obviously.
Yeah, a lot of smoke and also flames. A home behind us here in Malibu Village. This is the 17,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. We pulled up and this home was completely engulfed in flames, and just within the moment since we've been here, the flames have really taken off. Now, the good news is that we did see a fire engine head up the hill here, and we've seen them spraying some water in that direction. But as the wind is blowing, it seems that this row of houses here, there's about a dozen or so that are beside the one that's burning. Those could be threatened as these embers continue to kind of fly every which way. We're actually going to speak now with Arya, who's a gentleman that we saw here on the side of Pacific Coast Highway, kind of looking up towards those homes. And I stopped him and I said, hey, why are you evacuating? What's your situation? And he actually shared with me that his grandmother lives there in Malibu Village. So Arya, thank you so much for chatting with us. Talk to me a bit about what today has been like for you and your family.
Yeah, so I was sitting in my organic chemistry lecture in Monterey Park, super far. My school didn't offer the class, so I had to drive like 30 miles out. And then I got a citizen notification first about like the West Hollywood fires, like north of Sunset or south of Sunset, whatever it was. And then shortly after that, I got another citizen alert about 200-acre fire in the Palisades that's like spreading super fast. So naturally, I called my grandma. I think that was around like 11-ish. Yeah. And then Yeah, I called her. I asked her like what's going on. She said she was grabbing her stuff like in that moment, and then she said she would like be leaving immediately. And then I like asked my professor or my lab professor if I could leave early to just like get out here and see what's going on.
Now that you're out here and you're seeing this, I mean, to see these flames burning incredibly close to your grandmother's home, I mean, how does that make you feel?
I mean, it's nice seeing that it's not her house yet. And they did, like, after a while, finally get some, like, water on the active fire. So there's, like, a little bit of hope. It's really, like, sad. We love the neighbors that we had up there. So, like, that's really upsetting for them, even if, like, our home is untouched.
Who lives in that home? Is it a family? What can you share about those neighbors whose home is on fire there?
I don't know too much. But yeah, they're people we love, so.
People you love, I'm sure it's hard.
It's a really tight-knit community, so.
You mentioned your grandmother had some plans for her evacuation, but those plans quickly changed as things kind of have gotten worse. Talk to me a bit about that if you can.
Yeah, so I parked my car down on Channel and walked up because I didn't know if I could drive up here. As I started walking up, I saw how I kept getting more and more evacuation notices on my phone. Like more, like one was like the Sunset Mesa area in Malibu, and then I was like everything east of another road, which is where she would have evacuated to stay with a friend. So there goes those plans. But yeah.
She was going to go, I think you said she was going to go to Malibu somewhere?
Malibu, yeah.
And then the people in Malibu got the evacuation order.
Correct.
So now at this moment, you don't know where your grandmother is, but...
Yeah, well, she just parked her car at the Bay Club, and then she just hitched a ride down there. So,
yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, and since we've been doing this live interview, I think we've seen 2 more fire engines head up the hill here to Malibu Village to try to get a hold on these flames. But again, the winds, as we know, is really what's fueling this. And the embers that are burning, I mean, since we've pulled up, we've seen glowing embers flying towards the direction of our trucks, towards the direction of the beach and the ocean. And if those blow into one of the homes that are beside the one that's on fire, well, we know how that could end. So we're hoping that doesn't happen. Thank you again so much for your time this afternoon, and our thoughts and prayers with your grandmother for sure. So that's the latest here. We're along Pacific Coast Highway live. We'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
All right, Michelle, thank you for that report, and I hope his family is okay. And boy, that's a stressful situation to be in. Now, we have, as we mentioned, crews spread out everywhere. Sometimes we're losing their signal, but we do have one of our photographers, Frank Nielsen, who is standing by right now to give us some information via the phone, and he is standing by at Mastro's Ocean Club in Malibu. If you're familiar with Malibu, this is a beautiful restaurant there, but everybody is in danger in that area. And Frank, can you hear us? And what's the latest situation from where you are?
Well, this parking lot about 15 minutes ago at Mastro's near Topanga and PCH had quite a few cars in it with residents who have homes on the hill right behind PCH in the Palisades there. And most of them took off. The winds, I'm guessing, 100 miles an hour. I've never seen winds like that anytime in California. But then add on top of that, the hillside, I don't know if you have the shot up right now, but that entire hill was ablaze just maybe 10 minutes ago. There's also a row of unhoused RVs that exist from the Ocean Club towards Santa Monica, maybe about 20 RVs. I'm pretty sure I'm witnessing at least 1 or 2 of those going up right now. It looks like a box shape on PCH in flames. This is incredible. I've never seen anything quite like this. Mastro's, amazingly, I don't see a scratch on it, but everything else around here that could burn is on fire or already burned. And as far as I can see, up and down PCH is flames. So the winds have really picked up as well. In the last hour, there was periods of calm for a while in the Palisades, but I don't know if you can see in the live shot right now, but that's really blowing some embers, and the smoke is, you can't get outside of the truck without a mask. It's incredibly smoky.
Have you been able to see if any of the flames have hopscotched over PCH and are on the ocean side of PCH?
Absolutely. It's definitely burned to the water for sure. I'm going to estimate just south of Topanga or east of Topanga, I guess. Definitely in this area, it's burning clear to the water.
Oh, dear.
Let me figure out exactly what's happening here in the shot. This is your shot. You're sitting in the vehicle, so you're safe, right, Frank?
I'm not sure about that, but it's crazy. It's really blowing right now.
Wow. Yeah, you can really see those winds just gusting. So Mastro's Ocean Club, a lot of people, as Frank was saying, were using that parking lot as kind of a safe haven, as a place to go. I guess they have left and gone somewhere else. But the restaurant itself, are there still employees there, or did they evacuate?
I am the only vehicle in this parking lot left. And I can see that there's fires burning on both sides of PCH, and right behind me where I'm sitting in the parking lot is just water. So definite confirmation that we've got, burned to the Pacific Ocean for sure. And it's continuing down past Topanga, it looks like. I can see flames from here. So it's definitely west of Topanga at PCH at this point.
Just incredible. Frank Nielsen, thank you so much for joining us on the phone, and you stay safe out there, and thanks for bringing us some incredible pictures
there
of
was
this.
One other thing I wanted to mention, the Getty Villa appeared to be on fire. I sent in some video, and it's definitely the 50-foot flames burned right up to the Getty Villa. I've got footage of that, but we're not sure if it actually caught the building. I interviewed a guy in the parking lot here who had to pass by it, and he verified, at least in his opinion, that the building was ablaze.
Oh, that's disturbing.
So that would be the Getty Villa at Coastline and PCH.
Wow, we look forward to seeing more video from you, Frank, and thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate that.
Look at the glowing hillside across the way.
Just a scary sight there. And, so many people have been under mandatory evacuations, and fortunately, there is an evacuation center that has been set up. It's at the Westwood Recreation Center for those who need it. The address is 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard. Now, this center is accepting small animals. Again, that's the Westwood Recreation Center on South Sepulveda Boulevard.
Wow, incredible. And we need to check into that Getty Villa as well. That is something serious if that is caught on fire. So we'll try to verify that. In the meantime, Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell was one of the very first crews on the scene, and he has watched this unfold over the last few hours. He joined us now from Pacific Palisades. Josh?
And David and Ellen, having known this area very, very well, I just cannot keep up with all of the different parts of Pacific Palisades that are on fire right now. Of course, we had near the Palisades Highlands, then top of Lockman Lane, Bienvenida, fire on Monument, fire near Chautauqua. We're now on Livorno Drive in the Marquez section of Pacific Palisades, where we have encountered a few homes that have been destroyed by this fire right now. This is 17071 Livorno. The homeowner is here. He does not want to go on camera, understandably. I just heard him explain to his wife that they lost their house. It was just a heartbreaking conversation. I don't even know how you have a conversation like that. And he has been here doing everything he can. But nobody can really stop these winds right now, especially on Livorno. You can see that this home is a complete loss. The firefighters, looks like they've salvaged some of the stuff in the garage, but as we just pan a little bit up the street, I can show you that we know that there's a few other homes that have been lost here. Again, I'm in the Marquez section of
Hang in there.
Gone. Okay. We saw that home. It was above Sunset Boulevard at Palisades Drive, and we saw that home completely on fire. That's where a bulldozer with LA County Fire had to plow through cars in order to make way so fire crews could get up here to the Marquez section. Again, people had abandoned their cars because fire had reached Sunset Boulevard. They left their cars, they walked for safety down to Pacific Coast Highway, and they were blocking Sunset. So that's why a bulldozer had to plow. We got fire crews up here. As we've just seen in Marquez on Livorno, we have lost some homes here. David and Ellen?
That harks the memories from the Lahaina fire when cars were just backed up and people had to evacuate and just basically run for their lives. Josh, thank you for that report. It is dire, and I hope people are listening that
just incredible.
When those evacuation orders go out, get out when you can.
Exactly. We're going to go to Sid Garcia right now. He's been at the command center of the LA Fire Department. And Sid, what can you tell us?
Well, this is not great news right now. You've got fire that's creeping closer down the hill towards Pacific Coast Highway. We are not too far from Will Rogers State Beach, where first responders and Governor Newsom just held a news conference, but now the wind is really blowing, and now it's really picking up the flames right over here. That's just above Pacific Coast Highway here, and that is not good news. That means it's burnt all of that brush to there right now. I can't gauge how tall the flames are right now, but it's burning straight down to PCH. You've got some first responders traffic-wise going towards there, but then you've got traffic in the opposite direction heading towards Santa Monica, people trying to get it safely. That is just an ominous look. Haven't seen that all day today, but the wind is really blowing that right now. And again, that's probably just a few hundred feet above Pacific Coast Highway, and it's gotten bigger and bigger and bigger in the last few minutes. This is what everybody was afraid of. It was going to get over to Pacific Coast Highway. And the worst of this, as you've heard throughout our newscast, is expected later tonight with much stronger winds between 10 o'clock tonight and 5 in the morning. But this is going straight down the hillside here on Pacific Coast Highway heading towards PCH, and you see the flames coming up over there right now. They're going to start bringing some more rigs over here right now, but I tell you, that is not a good sign right now. As you see, more flames just kicking up there, and it's just inching closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway. And we don't know what was damaged, but I tell you, the wind's blowing it down there right now. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
The fire is being fueled by a combination of strong winds and surrounding topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged.
And that's what's been happening in the past few minutes, is that the fire is now inching closer and closer to Pacific Coast Highway as the winds are really picking up, blowing this fire towards the Pacific Ocean. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right, Sid, thank you for that report. And we want to go now to Santa Monica and join ABC News correspondent Jacqueline Lee, a fellow Southern Californian. And Jacqueline, how is it where you are?
You know, David, it's been really stunning to watch. I mean, behind me you can see just how big the smoke plume is, and it has continued to spread as the wind gusts have increased. Now, as that happens, we've seen the smoke blow all the way here towards the Pacific Ocean. As you guys know, back at home here in Santa Monica, this is a destination. This is a tourist destination. It's typically very calm. It's very beautiful. But as you can see, the smoke is so thick, it is blocking the sun. It is making this area, you kind of descend into darkness. We've seen a lot of people stop to take photos, take videos. It feels very apocalyptic. It's very unusual. What we've been hearing over the last few hours is a lot of sirens. Obviously, right below us is Pacific Coast Highway, as officials are trying to divert those resources over to the Pacific Palisades. I do want to point out, I've covered a lot of fires all across the state, and I'll say, officials are emphasizing that residents need to leave immediately when they have those evacuation orders. But what's interesting is there's always residents who decide to stay. I've spoken with those residents. They say the reason why is because, as you guys know, this is not the only fire that California has seen. It deals with a lot of fires. And many residents who have lost homes in the past relocate just to have new homes, burned down. And so the reason why they want to stay is because they say it's not worth dealing with insurance. It's not worth trying to rebuild. And it's not worth losing all of their belongings for a second or even third time. And that is the reason, guys, why some people decide to stay and try to defend their homes. But as you know, you've heard from officials, it is very risky when you do that, guys.
Yeah, that is a great point to make, and we have talked to people in the past about how they're tired of running and they want to fight. They want to fight for their brand new home that they got after the previous home was lost in a fire. That shot that you showed over the ocean is ominous. It's an incredible shot. Thank you for sending that our way, Jacqueline. Quite the sight in Santa Monica.
Yeah, you stay safe out there. We're going to check back with Rob Hayes, who had to actually get out of harm's way, move his crew to another site. And Rob, what are you seeing now?
Well, as we talked earlier, we had moved down about a quarter mile from where that hot spot was. This gives us a pretty good vista of this fire that is burning. It looks like it's right above Will Rogers State Park. And between the flames and where we are sit a lot of homes. That is what's really unnerving. You can see the wind is blowing it westward from where we are right now, blowing those flames, but there are a lot of homes in that direction as well. But just to give you an idea, you could see some of these trees, how they're just, you could probably hear it in the microphone too, but you could see the trees just waving in the wind. That's how strong these gusts are. Easily, well, there's one right there. That had to be 50, maybe 60 miles per hour. That's just a guess from here on the ground. But again, we are in kind of a sheltered spot because we are surrounded by trees. When we were up higher on Chautauqua, those gusts were strong, and that is what fueled that sudden upkick of those flames, where we had to throw the camera and the tripod in the van and literally take off within 20 seconds. So things are really dangerous up here. The wind is really bad. We are still seeing some people in the neighborhood. Here comes a guy on a motorcycle driving by. Don't know if he's a resident or not, but there are people still in the neighborhood here. Most of those seem to have heeded the evacuation orders and gotten out. I'll throw it back to you guys.
All right, as those flames are continuing to approach, Rob, stay safe out there.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
We are following breaking news in Pacific Palisades, where a wind-driven brush fire is spreading through hillsides, sending residents fleeing from their homes. And thanks again for joining us here on ABC 7, Hulu, and wherever you stream. I'm Ellen Leyva.
And I'm David Ono. Here's what we know so far. The fire started around 10:40 this morning. It has now exploded to well over 1,200 acres. We'll get an update soon. And there is no word on any containment so far, as you could imagine. Mandatory evacuations are underway for about 30,000 residents. Over 10,000 homes are threatened, multiple homes damaged or destroyed. You've seen the images. The westbound 10 freeway is closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga. With traffic gridlock on PCH and Sunset Boulevard, some residents opted to actually get out of the vehicles and walk out of the area.
And Eyewitness News. Well, actually, let's get to Dallas Raines now, a meteorologist who, of course, has been tracking these dangerous conditions, and they're not ending anytime soon.
That's right, Ellen. I mean, we still have very strong winds to deal with this afternoon, and then overnight tonight, when the desert areas start to get even colder, that cold, dense air blows down into the LA basin. Now, this shows us exactly where the fire started this morning at about 10:22. You'll see the fire erupt there, and then as it makes its way, driven by strong Santa Ana winds down toward the southwest, and eventually, of course, making it all the way to PCH. But again, it looks like that fire was started right there, maybe Topanga Canyon State Park in that general area. I'm sure the firefighters investigators are looking and finding out exactly where that fire was started. Wind velocities, of course, typical of a strong Santa Ana wind event. Winds coming through those canyons and being squeezed together, and that generates winds up to 35 miles per hour sustained, and then occasionally we'll see gusts up to 40, 50, and even 60 miles per hour. I did see one gust today. The strongest I could find was from Magic Mountain at 87. And remember, hurricane velocity is 74. So that's the type of wind situation we're dealing with. Now, as we move out toward the San Gabriel Valley, out toward Riverside, down into Orange County below the passes in the Santa Ana Mountains, This is one of those situations where the winds are going to blow very hard tonight. Now, thank goodness no fires have been started, but just because the fire is up there, your wind conditions, really low humidities for all of our friends and viewers out there, just keep a heads up because this is going to go through the night and into tomorrow morning. I think we'll see the wind starting to back off and shift a little bit more toward the east, and that will occur tomorrow afternoon. There's a quick look there at the Pacific Palisades. You can see where the fire was. The smoke associated with that has blown miles out to sea. I'll have more weather for you in just a few minutes. We'll continue to track the situation for you.
All right, Dallas, thank you.
Thank you, Dave.
And Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell was one of the first crews on the scene, and he has watched this unfold over the last few hours. Josh, how are things right now?
Well, David, from the Palisades Highlands, we went to Paseo Miramar. The signal was really bad there, but we saw at least 4 homes completely destroyed. That's right below the Getty Villa. I was not able to put eyes on the Getty Villa, but there were a number of homes in that neighborhood that are a complete loss. And now we found more homes a complete loss. As I step out of the way, we are on Livorno Drive in the Marquez section of Pacific Palisades. There are just so many parts of Pacific Palisades, sections, neighborhoods impacted by this fire on both sides of Sunset Boulevard. This house on Livorno, a complete loss that we're showing you right now. They even brought in an LAFD water tanker tender truck here off to the left. You can see just to help put water.
All right, stand by. We lost Josh's signal, so let's go now to Jory Rand, who is standing by in Palisades as well, and see what he is seeing. Jory.
Yeah, again, David, we are on the eastern flank of this fire. We had to move our location because if you look straight down Sunset Boulevard to the west, it's completely engulfed in smoke. That is what we are in the midst of. And so the flames are making their way south, down the mountain, and west, but it's curling around. So it's churning towards the east, and then the wind picks it up and blows everything back towards the west. So we were in basically blackout conditions, and we had to move a little further to the east as this fire continues to march. It's burning against the wind and against the terrain. And if you look up into the air, you can see just how strong these winds are whipping this smoke and blowing it down towards the ocean. It's curling around. You can see the motion of it as it lifts up into the air. It's getting kicked by these winds and almost curling under itself. And so we're here, and conditions continue to change. Day turns to night, and night then turns back to day again as it just kind of blows through and changes directions, and the winds gust and swirl around here. So we find ourselves in situations where we have to goggle up and put masks on, and then literally 30 seconds later, the sun comes back out and it's clear once again. So it changing every 30 seconds to a minute. You never know how things are going to be. You can see the strength of the wind in these trees. We've seen a lot of vehicle activity, a lot of people evacuating, and a lot of law enforcement and emergency responders making their way through here, both with lights on, and it looks like some might be heading on out of this area. Again, excuse me, there was a lot of soot and ash and dust in the air, both from the fire itself and the wind just kicking up anything that it can. In fact, we saw a situation earlier today where we thought a hillside was on fire. It turned out it was just the dirt, the sediment that this wind is so strong, picking it up and blowing it into the air. What looked like a fire turned out to just be dust. That unfortunately is not the situation here. We just spoke with a resident who believes her apartment about a half mile to the west here on Temescal and Sunset, she believes it is now gone and has not seen anything in terms of a firefight. Take a listen if we have that. Okay, we're going to wait on that interview. That was with a woman named Jan, and she is just parked here outside this Ralph's. She believes her apartment just down the street here, about a half a mile, is gone, and she's very upset that she hasn't seen any kind of emergency response in terms of a firefight here on the ground. We haven't seen the normal aerial assault because the wind is blowing too hard for the helicopters. We've seen a fixed-wing aircraft cycling through here. In fact, I can see it at an elevation there right now, and it just needs to find a spot to be able to drop at a lower elevation, but we're waiting on that. Okay, I believe we have that sound from Jan, the resident, who believes her home is now gone. Take a listen.
I live next to the park at Temescal and Sunset, and my apartment building is now, the hill before it is on fire. I evacuated. I stayed as long as I could. I saw the fires come through the canyon at the park, and no one was there to help. It was terrible. There was no fire drops, no nothing. Very sad. I know they have a lot of other people to deal with and things like that, but the wind is horrible, guys. It's a tragedy.
You were telling me the whole town. Tell me about that.
I think the whole town is going to go because it's so windy right now that they don't have a grasp on anything right now up top here. They were down at where it started, down in the highlands, and didn't realize how fast it was going to come up here, and it is up here. And again, there's no firemen up here. None. Hate to say it, but there aren't. And I mean, you can see there's not a fire truck inside here. And look at this. This is not good. So
What are you feeling?
I have a feeling that I won't have a place to live anymore in my beautiful town that I have loved forever. And I hate to say it, but life goes on. You have to go on. What can you do? I have my dog, I have my car, I have my Social Security, and my birth certificate. That's about all I have in my life right now. So
where are you going to stay tonight?
I have a friend who lives in Culver City, thank God. So I do. I have a lot of people reaching out, which is a good thing. Nice to know that. But it's this is not good, guys. Where we're standing right now will probably be burnt by tonight. Hate to say it.
And so that situation is playing out hundreds, thousands of times for residents trying to figure out what they're going to do. Again, this is looking west down Sunset Boulevard. It's almost as if these cars are emerging from the fog. The smoke of this fire, visibility is almost down to zero. Just about a quarter of a mile from where we are. It makes it tough to see exactly where the open flames are, to see what is at risk, what is on fire, what buildings have been lost, because the smoke is so thick and it's not rising up into the air as much as it is just kind of blowing sideways across the landscape. And just a really eerie, scary, dark scene here in Pacific Palisades. And as that woman said, she believes and worries that this entire town is going to go up by the end of the night. And it's, you know, it's hard to kind of argue with that scary thought. Where is the firefight going to come if this just is able to churn unstopped, unchecked? They're laying down Phos-check lines. Again, we can see through the clouds every once in a while one of those aircraft will emerge, and we see it up there. So we know the firefight is happening. We just don't have the vantage point that we normally do because we can't see from above what is burning and where the firefight is located. But it's a real scary scene as ash rains down from the sky. And we know there is open flames. We know that there are structures being lost. We just can't see through that smoke, but there's so much of it, and so many people are emerging from this fog. You know, there are a lot of people when this finally calms down, either tomorrow or Thursday, who are going to return to find nothing left. But as of now, we don't have a vantage point to be able to see through the smoke to see what's lost, and it's just too dangerous to go in there because you don't want to find yourself trapped in a situation where there's no egress to make your way away from a really dangerous situation. But it has made its way east. Again, the wind is blowing to the west and to the south, down towards the ocean. So that's the left of your screen blowing down that way. But it's getting closer and closer to the east. Again, we've had to move our position. We started out by Temescal, had to move about a quarter mile to the east. Once that got closed in on, we had to move another quarter mile east. We'll see how far that continues as this fire continues to rage here in Pacific Palisades. Send it back to you in the studio.
Yeah, just an ominous sight. You could tell just how dark that smoke is. All the automatic headlights are on as they drive down the street. Well, Jory, take care. Thank you very much. We're going to check in with Michelle Fisher. She's along Pacific Palisades. Kind of the same eerie, dark scene there.
It certainly is, Ellen, and I heard Jory mention how the fire is kind of burning down toward the ocean. Well, we're here on Pacific Coast Highway, the ocean just behind my photographer, Tommy, and behind me here is Malibu Village. This is a community that's being impacted in various ways by this fire. One home, I'm going to step out of the way, just completely burned out right now. When we pulled up about 30 minutes ago, it was on fire, pretty heavy flames shooting from the structure, but now, as you can see, it is just a complete shell of what was there. And we've seen a couple people, one grandson whose grandmother lives in the home beside that home that's burned out, and then another individual who lives 2 houses from that home. They are sitting here along PCH, kind of just waiting, hoping, praying with their fingers crossed as firefighters work to get out any hot spots and prevent this fire from continuing to spread to nearby homes. Not only is that house on fire, we've seen portions of the hillside here burning, and also the power pole here on fire as well. firefighters have put it out, and then it sparks back up again because, as we know and as we've been reporting, the winds are just fueling this fire in a very unique way. The individual who lives 2 houses down from that house that's on fire, he actually told me that he lives and has a property near Pepperdine. And he said, hey, I live in this house now here on Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu Village because last month I was displaced from my property that's near Pepperdine because of the Franklin fire. So he just expressed his disappointment that he's had to deal with this so much. But again, he is just a bit down from me right now. He said he actually didn't want to go on camera because he's emotionally kind of dealing with this, but he said he's just waiting and hoping, and he thinks it's going to be okay. And tonight he'll be spending the night in Santa Monica. So a lot of people still trying to figure out what they're trying to do. One of the individuals that we have now made contact with is actually Chris Hope, who I'm going to bring in now. We also spotted Chris walking down Pacific Coast Highway. I said, hey buddy, what are you doing? Where are you going? Are you evacuating? And he shared that he's been on foot helping out in the community, and now he's going to check on his mom's home. So walk us through the day, Chris.
So I heard about the fire, obviously, in the morning. I live in West LA, Wilshire and Bundy area. I grew up in Pacific Palisades, and my family's been here since 1973. My mother has a home at the bottom of Palisades Drive, at the bottom of the Highlands, and I was watching KTLA earlier, sorry. But, okay. Yeah, and they were mentioning that there was all these cars coming down and that there was no way out because they were all stopped and people were leaving with their keys. But I never heard anybody talk about at the very top of the hill is Pierre de Murata is the street, and it goes over to Lockman. There's a locked gate there for this purpose, and you can evacuate people. I don't know if that's happening. I got into action and I walked over here. I parked my car in Santa Monica, near Santa Monica Canyon, and I've been walking. I probably walked like 3 miles so far. I'm gonna go check on my mother's home. She lives at the bottom of the Palisades Drive at Sea Ridge. She's been the president of the Homeowners Association there for about 30 years. And so there's 75 homes there. The fire was right up on it, so I don't know what's happening. I want to check on her, and then I just have a lot of friends. I just need to, I'm going to step back. The firefighters, they're the professionals, but if I can help in any way, I want to help organize.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you so much for stopping to chat with us. Good luck today.
Thank you.
And hopefully your mother's home is okay. All right, Chris. All right, that's the latest here. We're live along Pacific Coast Highway. I'm Michelle Fisher. I'll toss it back to you guys in the studio now.
Yeah, Michelle, thank you for that report, and it does kind of, it bears mentioning, living in that area, it's beautiful, it's wonderful, but they're fire prone. And they have a lot of stories, a lot of experience when it comes to fires out there. That gentleman that we just talked to, he says it all.
Exactly.
He knows exactly how to get out of there and the amount of homes that they're dealing with. Let's go to Rob Hayes. Rob, you were on Chautauqua Boulevard. Are you still there?
Yeah, Chautauqua Boulevard, it kind of backs up to Will Rogers State Park. You can see the plume of smoke up there. It tends to alternate a lot now between the dark smoke, which is bad, and the white colored smoke, which is better, mostly because we've seen a good number of airdrops. I think we have some video we could show. Over the last half hour, 40 minutes or so, we've seen probably 3 or 4 water drops, retardant drops. Yeah, it looked like some of them were Phos-Chek. And these were coming from the bigger tankers. Throughout the day, we've been seeing some of the super scoopers. This one over here, a couple of times they hit it with the 4-engine. I'm not certain what kind of aircraft, but it's a large jet aircraft. But right now, you can see these winds are still kicking up, and they are getting worse. And you could hear it whistling through the mountains. Yeah, you probably won't be able to pick it up on the microphone, but these are really strong gusts. And when these things hit, you watch those flames, they just multiply. It magnifies these flames. It's oxygen to them, and it feeds them. That's the one thing that firefighters really hate is wind, because it can change directions and people can get in trouble really fast. The neighborhood here, you can see there's still a lot of traffic, cars going by us here. We're a little further down from the hot spot we were in earlier, but fire, this is part of the evacuation area. I'm not quite certain why a lot of people haven't left just yet, but there are people here, and they are just kind of walking the streets and trying to get a view of the flames, I assume. A lot of looky-loos in this area. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Oh, all right, Rob, thank you. Well, it's just incredible how much of the area is being affected by these winds. Let's check in with Dallas Rains. And when can we see some relief?
Ellen, you won't see much relief until tomorrow afternoon. So we have the winds through tonight. They will increase in velocity as we get around midnight on into early tomorrow morning. So this is not going to change a great deal. Now, during the afternoon hours, though, we will see the winds back a little bit more toward the east-northeast instead of coming right out of the north like they were this morning. Here's a computerized version of wind forecast. I don't really agree with this one that well. There will be some strong winds of 45 throughout the evening. I think probably the strongest winds will be between 4 a.m. and just around sunrise. We'll see wind gusts again up to 50 and 60 miles per hour. Then after that, we'll see some relief. I was checking on some of the wind velocities reported today. Now, these are official wind velocities from National Weather Service offices. Riverside 46, it was 39 at Chino today. Burbank, out at the airport there, hit 62. I did see an unofficial report of winds of 87 at Magic Mountain. Remember yesterday, the past couple of days, I was tracking this area of low pressure that would form, come right over Southern California. That's exactly where it is tonight. So it is moving eastbound very, very slowly, but you can see the circulation is still going to drive northeast and easterly winds starting tomorrow afternoon into the Southern California area. This low will finally eject out to the east, and that's when we'll see the winds back off for everybody, not just Pacific Palisades. Now, looking at the winds at this moment, we're still seeing those strong winds. As I mentioned, Malibu 36, gusts to about 50 at times. And as Rob reported, in and around the fire zone, we have these vortices that spin up, and they can produce winds up to 70 or 80 miles per hour. As we go through time, things look better. This is early tomorrow morning. Oh, when the temperatures are coldest over the desert, 53 miles per hour, with gusts probably in the 70 range in the fire zone. Then, once the desert starts to heat up, we get some rising of warmer air out there. Cold air advection is backed off a little bit. We'll start to see these winds back down. Look at that. Amazing as we get into tomorrow night at 11 o'clock. We only have a few areas of winds with velocities of, say, 35 miles per hour. The red flag warning is going to stay through Thursday because we already have a fire. That's very typical. Once a fire is started, even though the winds start to back off, those red flag warnings will happen. We're talking about why it gets so violent in the morning hours. You can feel those if you've been in Southern California, so at least maybe 10 years. You know that they blow really hard early in the morning because at that time, the desert cools off. This is cold, dense air, and with the pressure gradient, it flows out to sea and is really accelerated through those canyon areas, and that's what I'm forecasting for later tonight, David and Ellen. So you can see these nocturnal winds are intensified during the early morning hours. Here's 7-day forecast in. Sunshine tomorrow, 73. Red flag warnings will stay with us. But notice the canyon winds do drop off on Thursday, and by Friday, it's completely over. Saturday and Sunday, we'll see a cooler environment for Southern California. But guess what? On day 7 of the 7-day forecast, another burst of Santa Ana winds. More than likely, we'll be dealing with that on Tuesday. And if you've been watching the weather since, say, early October when we transition into this La Nina, this is the type of pattern that we're going to see. Hopefully this winter we'll get an atmospheric river or a couple of cyclones come through with rain in them. But right now it is dry. Look at the inland areas of the Inland Empire and the valleys. Sunshine right on through the 7-day forecast. Then another burst of Santa Ana winds coming up on Tuesday. Now as we head toward the beaches, red flags for you too. We'll look at 67, 69 at the beach. It's going to get cold at night as we head toward the weekend, and then we're going to have to be dealing with another Santa Ana wind event on Tuesday. Now that one will not be as strong as what we just had, but it will be significant anytime we're in the rainy season and we are not getting any rain and we get these Santa Ana winds. That's what happens. So let's head on over to Shayla. Shayla's been working so hard today from the Weather Center. Thank you very much for that, Shayla. And the red flag warnings go through Thursday. Is that correct?
Yes, those red flag warnings go through Thursday. I'll take it from here. This is such a widespread wind event. Normally when we're talking about red flag warnings, we're talking about one particular area, one pocket. This is a unique situation because we're talking about red flag warnings extending from Ventura all the way down to Orange County. These are very strong winds, as Dallas has been mentioning. We're also dealing with low humidity in some areas, especially Pacific Palisades. We've seen humidity down to the teens, not to mention all of that dry vegetation, that dry brush, many of which has not been burned for quite some time. Plus, this is an extremely dry water year. We've seen almost nothing. So this is why we're dealing with these red flag warnings extending even after this wind event has expired. With that, David, Ellen, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla. Yeah, we're going to have to hold our breath for the next couple of days,
Yeah,
but thank you for
kidding.
that update. In the meantime, the LA Fire Department has set up a command post at Will Rogers State Beach along PCH.
They just updated us on the firefight within the hour, so let's go to Sid Garcia, who's more on that. Sid?
Hi guys, let me first update you on what's going on over here. You see that ominous look, all that dark smoke, there are flames there. So it appears that the fire, the Palisades fire, has inched closer to the beach here along Pacific Coast Highway. We're at Will Rogers State Beach. Earlier this afternoon, there was a news conference where we were updated that there were quite a number of structures burned. The governor told us that. Now, as far as the firefight is concerned, well over almost 1,300 acres burned, but the wind is still blowing. You could see the smoke blowing from right to left towards the Pacific Ocean, and every now and then you'll see some flames pop up like we do right now. About a half hour ago, the flames were really high as the flames were inching down the hill towards Pacific Coast Highway. I can't tell from this vantage point if in fact it actually reached the beach yet, but it's pretty darn close. Again, how much what was burned as the fire was going towards PCH, we don't know yet as far as structure damage is concerned. The other part of news that was here is that LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney said that they've got night-side air support ready to go. They're going to fight this fire at night, overnight. They've got specially trained pilots as well as specially equipped helicopters that are going to be able to continue the firefight overnight. And again, as Shayla and Dallas have been telling us, the worst is yet to come as far as the strength of the winds are concerned. But again, you see this from your screen, that's black smoke. That means a lot of stuff is burning there, a lot of dry brush, and the flames have died down a little bit, but man, it looks like it's already reached Pacific Coast Highway. Across the street right now, it's just a parking lot, so there's nothing to burn over there. But again, you could see the smoke, the wind's blowing it, and you could tell how strong the winds are by just the smoke is going directly from right to left of your screen. And what it burned on its way there to Pacific Coast Highway, we don't know just yet. But when the sun goes down, the aerial attack with LA County Fire and LA City Fire is going to continue to try to get an upper hand on the Palisades fire. Let's send it back to you guys.
Yeah.
Wow, it has really gotten a lot darker there where Sid is.
It's an ominous shot
Yeah,
right there.
certainly.
That's a live picture that Sid is showing us, and those giant plumes of smoke. That is fresh land burning as we speak, as this fire continues to burn.
You can see the flames right over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Sid. Well, at least Sid is at the command center,
right,
where they are fighting this fire, and a lot going on, spread out all over the place. And Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes and his photographer just had to run for safety, and they join us right now with more. Rob.
Yeah, that wind is really unpredictable. It is kicking up at times. I broke the strap on my face mask, so I'm kind of struggling with this right now. But you could see that giant plume of smoke off in the distance here. That is burning right above the Rivas Canyon Trail near the Will Rogers State Park. And when you see that orange glow, you know flames are right on the other side of that crest of the mountainside right there. It's burning dark. Bad news. There is some whiter smoke a little lower down here where they dropped retardant, but that is one heck of a plume. I mentioned the retardant about an hour ago. They started hitting, well, when we got here about an hour ago, we started seeing them doing water drops. You can see there's homes in the hillsides here. And so we saw probably 4 large tankers come by and do retardant drops, Phos-Chek, it looked like, because it was pinkish. But so maybe that FOS check is working its magic on the lower part, but behind the crest of the hill where we can't see, we could see that there are flames now on the crest of the hill and a lot of dark smoke. So that is truly bad news, but you could probably hear, wow, you could see, and there goes our camera guy, almost tipped over. Dave, these gusts of winds are very strong and they are just fueling these flames. We'll throw it back to you guys.
Rob Hayes, thank you. Now Eyewitness News at 5 getting underway. Mark Brown and Giovanna Lara joining you now live.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going.
Breaking news at 5. People rushing to get out of the fire zone in Pacific Palisades, some even ditching their cars and getting away on foot.
Let's go to the latest on this fire burning in Pacific Palisades. The fire has grown to more than 1,260 acres in just the last few hours. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. Mandatory evacuation orders are in effect. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated. And close to the fire area, the westbound 10 freeway is closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga. Let's get a closer look at the evacuation area now. The area in red right there on your screen is where the mandatory evacuation orders are. The area in yellow are the nearby areas where the voluntary evacuation orders are.
Let's go to Jory Rand. He joins us now watching this fire unfold as it continues to march westward and south in the west side of Los Angeles and into the Palisades. Jory.
Mark, Giovanna, it is traveling west and south, but it's also slowly churning to the east. That's where we are on the eastern flank, and everything we hear from residents we talk to, with basically no firefight here on the ground that we can see, they worry that all of these homes will be gone by the end of the night. Look, up Chautauqua, this is again the eastern flank, and this kind of dead ends into Will Rogers State Park. There's a reservoir up there, and it is a violent, angry, scary scene at the end of this roadway. And again, you can see the power of these flames and the wind just taking this smoke and just pushing it towards the sea with such tremendous force. The winds are going so hard right now. At times, it's hard to even stand. Again, we spoke with a resident who lives right up the street, just about 2 blocks, who thinks her home, if it hasn't been lost already, it is going to be. She says the home's at the top of this road. We're on, again, Chautauqua Boulevard. She believes those homes are already gone, and the flames and the winds are bringing this slowly down to the east. Again, it's pushing south. You can see it's traveling right to left across your screen. That's going south into the west. But the force of this fire and all that dry brush is also bringing it here to the east. And we see open flames up there at the end of this street. There are some homes there, which is what's really most concerning here. And as it slowly makes its way down and the wind carries those flames and embers towards us, that a lot of these homes that most of these people thought they would never have to worry about in the event of a fire because they're pretty much spaced away from that open brush. The wildlands up there now suddenly have to worry about whether their homes will make it through the night. We spoke with another woman who believes her apartment just off Sunset Boulevard is gone. Let's listen to what she had to say just a short time ago.
I live next to the park at Temescal and Sunset, and my apartment building is now, the hill before it is on fire. I evacuated. I stayed as long as I could. I saw the fires come through the canyon at the park, and no one was there to help. It was terrible. There was no fire drops, no nothing. Very sad. I know they have a lot of other people to deal with and things like that, but the wind is horrible, guys. It's a tragedy.
You were telling me the whole town. Tell me about that.
I think the whole town is going to go because it's so windy right now that they don't have a grasp on anything right now up top here. They were down at where it started, down in the highlands, and didn't realize how fast it was going to come up here, and it is up here. And again, there's no firemen up here. None. Hate to say it, but there aren't. And I mean, you can see there's not a fire truck inside here. And look at this. This is not good. So
what are you feeling?
I have a feeling that I won't have a place to live anymore in my beautiful town that I have loved forever. And I hate to say it, but life goes on. You have to go on. What can you do? I have my dog, I have my car, I have my Social Security and my birth certificate. That's about all I have in my life right now. So
Where are you going to stay tonight?
I have a friend who lives in Culver City, thank God. So I do. I have a lot of people reaching out, which is a good thing. Nice to know that. But it's this is not good, guys. Where we're standing right now will probably be burnt by tonight. Hate to say it.
So the two things to take away from that, she believes the entire town, this little village here, is going to go, and the lack of a fire response. We're here with another resident, Michelle, whose home is just about 2 blocks. Michelle, you were telling me that the homes at the top of the block have been lost, and you think yours is likely about to go?
Yes, I do. Actually, it looks like it is.
It's going right now.
Yeah, well, let me see.
Well, I'm so sorry. You were telling me too, what has the fire response been in your
We haven't seen
neighborhood?
a single fire truck up here, not one, not right now, not one. Here we are.
Here,
That's
turn-
live.
Those are your security
Those are my
cameras?
cameras right now, 1293 Chautauqua.
And can you see the flames on there? Not yet.
No.
Okay, well, good. Fingers crossed for you, but you think it's only a matter of time?
Well, I mean, right now I'm standing here with you. It doesn't look good. I don't know. I really hope not, honestly. So definitely heard from the neighbors that they were already on fire up there. So.
Well, we're really hoping that somehow your home can survive. Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, for talking to us. Sean, let's head back up the hill here and take a look at what we're seeing. That orange glow, open flames, and at this point, you have to assume that what we're seeing are people's homes being lost right now. This smoke is encroaching on us. We've had to move 3 times, and it looks like it won't be long before we'll have to pick up and move our position again. But for now, we're going to continue to watch the fire. And basically what residents are saying is a lack of a firefight in these neighborhoods. Michelle's saying she has not seen one fire truck up in this neighborhood. Of course, they are spread thin and hampered by the winds. Where we would normally see some helicopters doing water drops, you just can't do that with the wind. So we'll send it back to you in the studio and see what unfolds here in this neighborhood, guys.
Yeah, Jory, real quick so we can get a perspective. What's the closest cross? You're on Chautauqua now. What's the closest? I guess it's Albright, right? Chautauqua and Albright is where you are?
Yeah, well, it's Albright, right? But it's just a quarter mile off of Sunset, and where we were, Sunset kind of goes to the east and a little bit to the south. Mm-hmm. And so when we made our way down Sunset, we cut up into this neighborhood to get as far east as we could to try and get some perspective, because the smoke gets so thick from where we were on Sunset, we couldn't see 20 feet in front of us. And so it keeps pushing us to the east. And here we are as far east as we can go as there are homes and roads before it becomes open land and there's no access. And so there have to be homes to our west that have already been lost. When we came up off of the Pacific Coast Highway, as we made our way up to Mescal, we knew that there were already buildings on fire. We just could not see them because the smoke is so thick. And as it's pushed to the east, just based on where we are, we can't see the homes because the smoke is so thick, but we know where there are open flames. There have to be structures that have been lost in this mass of smoke, and it's just continuing to burn. Because what the scariest part is the power of this, guys. You can see the smoke is pushing over here to the west, but it has enough strength to keep pushing our way to the east, away from the wind, away from the terrain. It's burning with such force that it keeps pushing us back, despite the fact that all the power is driving it down towards the sea and to the west. It is making its way this way, which is it's desperate times for the residents who live here, because there's no firefight that we can see and really no way to stop it with the wind. It's only a matter of time before some of these homes are gone, and if not by the end of the night, all of these homes. And that's the biggest concern here. Desperate times.
Well, let's hope not. Jory Rand, thank you for that live report. A really tough day for Angelenos. And in the defense of firefighters, it's a lot of area to cover and protect. They are doing the best they can. This is just a very difficult firefight with this windstorm that we have here. We also want to check in right now with Josh Haskell. He was one of the first crews on the scene. We were talking to you in the 11 o'clock hour, Josh. You are so familiar with this area. You grew up here. What's it been like for you to see the progress of this fire throughout the day?
Well, I think something that represents what we've encountered here. I'm at the Casa Gateway Apartments. Earlier, they were able to save this apartment building. We moved to a different location. I can tell you, the woman that Jory spoke with, she said, I'm afraid the whole town's going to burn. The whole town has not burned, but there are so many pockets, so many neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades impacted. I'm talking about Lockman Lane, Bienvenida, the Palisades Highlands, Monument, Chautauqua, Marquez, Livorno. So many different pockets have been impacted. That doesn't mean that all the homes are gone. That just means that there's active fire there right now. So the story that I wanted to tell you, Mark and Giovanna, is that earlier this had been saved, and we were just driving by to move locations, And now the fire has gotten extremely close to the Casa Gateway apartments, hundreds of units here off Palisades Drive. It's along Sunset, right at Palisades Drive at the base of the Palisades Highlands. And that just represents why today has been so difficult for everyone that lives in Pacific Palisades and all the firefighters, because you leave a spot thinking, all right, we saved this building, we can move on. There's homes up Paseo Miramar that have burned. There's homes near the Getty Villa that has burned. I don't know about the Getty Villa's status because we weren't able to get up there. The gate was open. The outside gate was not on fire, but a lot of the homes surrounding the Getty Villa are on fire. So it's really hard to tell at this point. They thought this was clear. A couple hours later, there's active fire here. There's active fire along Sunset Boulevard. We can tell you the good news is that it seems most have evacuated from the Palisades Highlands, which is going to be such a concern tonight as the winds pick up. But I'm just feeling the flames right now on my back. I'm going to walk a little bit this way because it is just, it seems like when you think they got one spot out, there's another spot, Mark and Giovanna.
Amazing to see, and must be very difficult. It's difficult for all of us to really absorb here, but for you to have grown up in this area and be so familiar with so many of the streets and the neighborhoods there, this has got to be very troubling. A lot of trees and very heavily forested neighborhood. For an urban interface, it's got a lot of vegetation, right?
So much vegetation that has not burned in so long. I've lived most of my life in and around the Palisades. My parents still live in this area, spent a lot of time there. I cannot remember a fire where they had to evacuate, where pretty much it feels like most of the town had to evacuate. So many people impacted by this, and it's very active, as you can see. I think something else that represents is the amount of time today that our reporters have had to move. It wasn't safe. It wasn't safe. There was one time, Mark and Giovanna, where fire trucks could not access the neighborhoods up on Marquez. So that's when that bulldozer with LA County Fire came in, bulldozed cars to make way for first responders. Well, you might be wondering, were those cars parked? Those cars were trying to evacuate, and the fire came so close along Sunset Boulevard to those cars that people had to ditch the cars, walk down to Pacific Coast Highway. We met so many people, terrified, chaotic, saying that they've never experienced anything like this before. And it's sad for me to be here at those apartments that I thought were saved and to just see how close the fire is now to Casa Gateway. And there aren't any firefighters here because they've had to move on to other buildings, to other structures. And you guys are just seeing right now, this wind is relentless.
The wind really is picking up. What's your sense of the danger that you're in and what the danger the structure's in right now?
I'm worried about Casa Gateway, without a doubt. I'm more worried because there's no fire crews around here. Most of them moved to a different location, so a little bit of wind could totally set this unit here on fire. We are the only people here. This unit is under a mandatory evacuation. But what I'm the most worried about, Mark, are people who believe that because they're up in the Palisades Highlands, 3 miles up Palisades Drive, and that the fires burn down towards the Pacific Ocean, that they feel that they're somewhat safe, that they feel that they can spend the night, that the fire's burning in one direction. We have seen this fire change directions so many times today, and those homes are under a mandatory evacuation. And anyone who's watching who is still up in the Palisades Highlands, I don't think there's anyone that will tell you that it'll be 100% safe up there tonight. And if anything, I'm happy that it was daytime, that people were able to evacuate. Some people were able to see where they were going, walk on foot. A nighttime evacuation here where there's one road in and one road out, that's absolutely terrifying.
Wow, you are not kidding. All right. Josh Haskell.
Thank you, Josh. And we are getting some conflicting information involving the Getty Museum. We have a statement, the Getty Villa, excuse me. We have a statement from the villa saying that just some vegetation, that they have made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding area as part of its fire mitigation efforts throughout the year, and that some trees and vegetation have burned, but that the staff and the collection remain safe.
Right, and then there's another report that has literally just come in from a reporter from the LA Times, quoting the LAFD, the LA Fire Department, that the museum is catching fire. We're going to try to get the to what's really happening up there. This, of course, the Getty Villa has been a landmark in Southern California for decades. We're going to try to get to the bottom of that information, as well as keep you updated on the status of where Josh is, the Casa Gateway Apartments, and so many other buildings and structures that are in the path of this fire that is still continuing to march its way.
It's going to be a long night ahead, no doubt. And we want to check in with Sid Garcia. Sid, are you still at Will Rogers? And what can you tell us?
We're still on Will Rogers State Beach. Let me step out of the shot here, and that's what's got everybody worried. The flames there inching closer. We believe it's reached Pacific Coast Highway. Earlier this afternoon, the flames were shooting up really, really high, and you can see it as it starts to get dark. You can barely make out the dark smoke that's moving from right to your left on your screen here, but those are very active flames. We don't know what kind of damage those flames caused as it was burning down the hill here, but we believe that it's already reached Pacific Coast Highway. You had a number of fire trucks heading that way to battle that fire, as well as LAPD law enforcement types heading over there as well. There was a press conference here earlier this afternoon to talk about the status of the fire and what's expected later tonight. Let's first start with LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Take a listen.
The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged.
We were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
And the governor also announced that we're going to be getting some federal funding to help defray the cost of battling the fire. But that's what's got a lot of concern now. What did those flames, what kind of damage it caused as it made its way down the hillside towards Pacific Coast Highway? The thick plume of smoke is going from right to left. It is windy, and it's picking up. And Dallas and Shayla have been telling us the worst is yet to come, with stronger winds coming later tonight throughout the early morning. But again, the flames are growing over there right now. We believe it has reached Pacific Coast Highway. You still have people driving, heading towards Santa Monica on PCH to get away from here. But that's what's got a lot of concern as the fire, the Palisades fire, from our vantage point, it appears it has reached Pacific Coast Highway. Across the street, I believe it's a parking lot, a beach parking lot, so there's nothing to burn there. But again, that'll give you an idea of just how quickly the fire is being pushed towards Pacific Coast Highway because of the strong winds here. Let's send it back to you.
All right, Sid Garcia, thank you. We heard several times from Tracy Park today, Councilmember Tracy Park, saying to the community here in Los Angeles that this is not a drill. This is a public emergency, and people need to heed the warnings of firefighters and leave their homes. They need to evacuate. It's heartening to know that Sid just said that people are they're on PCH, driving away from the fire.
Indeed. There's your warning right there. You're looking at it. This is very dangerous. As you can see, this fire is moving so quickly that firefighters are having a very, very difficult time dealing with it. Structures have been lost. Our Michelle Fisher has been in Pacific Palisades for much of the day. You had to shift positions a while ago. Where are you now, and what are we looking at behind you?
All right, Mark, well, we are on Sunset Boulevard. We're just across from the Westwood Waldorf School. This is Sunset near Pacific Coast Highway. A couple things happening right now that are really going to impact this firefight as we head into the evening. Number one, the winds are picking up. My hat's threatening to blow right off my head. And also, it's about 5:15 right now, so the sun is setting, and that's in addition to the incredibly dark thick smoke that's in this area that's making visibility more difficult. Now, we have seen a number of cars coming down Sunset Boulevard here. We are going to imagine that those are people that are trying to evacuate. We know some 30,000 plus people under evacuation orders right now. In this part of the community right now, what we're seeing behind us is just some of what's been happening this afternoon around 3 o'clock or so. The hillside here behind me, if you can see it, was just completely burned out. And as that fire moved down the hillside, it torched the cars that were in this parking lot. You can see one of those cars, a couple of them actually, with some damage and active flames in one vehicle there. And if I have my photographer Tommy Harris, if he can pan down for me here, there are some type of storage bins right there. It looks like these storage containers are on fire right now. We know because of that thick black smoke that the fire is active right now. It's not on its way out. It's actually picking up, if the dark smoke indicates anything. And what we believe too is that the building beside it on the back side, which you can't necessarily see from here, that the back of that building, or at least the hillside and vegetation behind the building there, is possibly on fire as well. We are hearing the fire alarm from inside that building continuously go off, but nobody likely is inside because this area we know was evacuated several hours ago. But again, people still trying to make their way out of this area tonight. Here goes some people on a moped. We see backpacks on their back. People just trying to get out with as much as they can take with them to make it out of this situation. You know, the LA County Fire Department has some good tips in terms of what you want to do if you are trying to evacuate. And there's a list of, I think it's, 6 P's. It's people and pets, it's personal documents, it's your plastics, your cash, it's prescription drugs. There is a list of just quick evacuation. If people are listening and they're saying, hey, I need to go ahead and get out of here, you want to grab things as quickly as possible. Another website that we've heard people mention all day is ready.ca.gov. And again, the wind's really picking up now. Ready.ca.gov. I would just encourage people to go there as an ambulance makes its way past me up Sunset Boulevard into the hillsides here. And as this sun sets, you can see just various pockets of fire here in the hillsides as various portions of the community kind of battle the conditions that are out here tonight. And again, the wind's really picking up right now, kind of even blowing me around and over as I try to bring this live report to you all. So we're going to continue to keep an eye on things out here and actually move to another part of the community as we keep an eye on things here tonight. I'll toss it back to you guys in this studio.
All right, Michelle Fisher, thank you for that report, and be safe out there. And we want to check in with Dallas Rains. Dallas, this is something else. This is truly something very serious, and this is going to be a long night ahead. Tell us.
It is, because this Santa Ana wind event is going to last through tonight. Mark, we talked about this, I think, about a week ago, and it's going to last through tomorrow, and then we'll see it finally start to turn around during the afternoon hours for tomorrow. Now, we had the camera going. We had 2 different views of where the fire was started, and it looks like to me in this general area here, this is already at 10:34, so the fire was already ignited, but we had another view at around 10:22, and of course we had winds coming through those canyon passes around Topanga State Park. We had winds up there at 40 to 50 miles per hour, occasional gusts to hurricane velocity, so it didn't take very long for that fire to make its way all the way down. Now, current winds are still quite strong. That's what I anticipated, especially below those canyon passes. You can see the Malibu Hills at 33, gusts to 45. You can see our reporters out there. Still very, very strong winds. And then once you get a little bit further to the east, they back off a little bit, but still 37 out at Burbank Airport right now. Glendora 23. And at this moment, all of the San Gabriels down into Orange County, you're vulnerable because the winds are going to keep blowing. That's not the problem. We're just hoping and praying that no one starts a fire down in this area, because if they do, it'll be the same situation, almost impossible, even though we have the greatest fire department in the world, to stop something like this once it gets going through the very strong winds that were blowing through that area. And we'll do that overnight tonight. Now let's take a look at another shot here for you, kind of a forecast, computerized forecast of winds winds. I think it's fairly accurate. However, I think around sunrise, we'll see that gust go up to 45, 55, and even 60 miles per hour in that early morning burst. We've moved in what I call the pulse part of the Santa Ana wind. That'll be tomorrow morning. And then after that, we will get these pulses of Santa Ana winds, and then they'll start slowly dying off. Wind velocities have been impressive today, with Riverside at 46, 39 at Chino. Burbank Airport had 62. They could get 65 tonight. Santa Ana wind speeds, when we look at Santa Ana wind events, we've been talking about that all in the fall and during the early part of the winter now. We've had several events in this area, moderate to strong Santa Anas, but this one, of course, is excessive with wind velocities up above 50, 60, and even hurricane velocity. Low pressure that we were tracking, actually started tracking this last week, and now tonight it's over the Sea of Cortez, so it's still spinning around, and there's a huge area of high pressure off over the ocean that has been developing in intensity also. So the winds flow from a high into a low, and as long as that's spinning out there tonight and tomorrow morning, that's when we're going to see really strong north and northeast winds blowing through the canyons. Now the low will move, thank goodness. It'll start tracking over toward Texas, where it'll produce snow in El Paso, but that's going to take another 24 hours before that happens. Checking out some of my forecast wind velocities, you can see as we get into the late night hours, it's still howling up there through the Burn area. Of course, if you live downtown, down toward Long Beach, you don't have to worry about this at all. These are all canyon topographically driven winds. Riverside, though, you're still in it. But the good news is, notice as we get into late tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night, this event will be over with, thank goodness, and it'll be not a moment too soon. Overnight, there's something that happens in the atmosphere where the desert areas get colder and colder at night. And that cold air, which is being driven by the pressure gradient, will blow in some more gusty winds, so they accelerate after 12 o'clock tonight through early tomorrow morning. That shows up on my 7-day forecast. Red flags tomorrow. The winds will back down on Thursday, but the red flags will hold those. Sometimes NWS will drop those just in case, kind of to ease our fears a little bit. But on a precautionary method, we have to keep those going, even though the winds will be backing down on Thursday. Then we're okay for the weekend. Another Santa Ana wind event I am forecasting for next Tuesday. This one will not be as strong, thank goodness, but it could be in the moderate area for next Tuesday as the dry Santa Ana winds are still blowing for Southern California here in the rainy season. In the valley areas, 72, 75, 77. Then it gets cold at night. Boy, you can really see what we call cold air advection coming down from the north. Overnight lows in the valleys this weekend, anywhere between 35 and 38 degrees. A few areas like Westlake Village could see freezing temperatures Saturday night and Sunday. Now we go to the beaches. Red flags for you too through the canyon passes. Waves are huge, 67, 69. Then much cooler this weekend. No rain in the 7-day forecast. Light snow is expected again tonight up in the Big Bear area. I'm going to show you a beautiful shot in a few minutes. We had forecast this last night on the 11 o'clock show. That we would get snow up there, and certainly we'll keep that going. Here's the shot of it. I know when you think of Southern California, the reason it's such a beautiful place to live, one of those is our weather and climate. We have all kinds of climate systems. This was Big Bear Lake today. Kind of hard to believe that we would have this kind of thing going on at the same time we would have fires, but that's the type of climate pattern we have here in Southern California. Makes it very desirable, of course. 58 in the desert tomorrow, cool out there. Palm Springs 71, red flags, and then we'll go into a milder version as the temperatures in the high desert move back up into the low 60s. But overnight low temperatures, Giovanna and Mark, are still way, way down there. So we have to deal with this overnight tonight and tomorrow with those still strong Santa Ana winds.
All right, Dallas, thank you. Here's a look right now at the Palisades fire from Inglewood earlier today. Eyewitness News viewer Jonathan Lopez was at Centinela Hospital Medical Center when he shot this video of the fire burning in the Santa Monica Mountains. If you have video or pictures of this fire or today's dangerous winds, you can scan the QR code right there on your screen or go to abc7.com/eyewitness to share them with us.
A word now about the evacuations, and they are critical if you are in the red area, and it's a pretty big area, as you can see. That is under mandatory evacuation order. Some 25,000, about 26,000 people live in the area that is in the red there. Some 13,000 structures are in that area that are under threat right now, about 10,000 homes. All of those people who are in the red area are told they need to get out now. The good news is most of you have. If you're in the yellow area, if you live in the yellow area, which is basically bounded on the east by Topanga Canyon Boulevard roughly, and you see the area there. So if you're in that area, that is a evacuation advisory. You got to be, it's voluntary. It'd be a good idea to do it, but it's not mandatory, at least not yet.
All right, we're going to continue our live team coverage of the fire.
Eyewitness News reporter Rob Hayes, his photographer, live now along Chautauqua Boulevard. That is one of the flashpoints. Rob.
Yeah, Chautauqua Boulevard here. It kind of backs up against the canyon over there. And behind me, you can't see much right now. It's all thick smoke, but you may be able to hear. I wonder if you could pick that up.
What is that?
Things exploding, popping. The howling of the wind when this wind gusts through is almost deafening. It sounds like a hurricane. It's really a little unnerving at times, but we've been watching this fire as it crept down the hill there, and now that this whole valley is kind of filled up with smoke, we can't see the flames through the smoke, but we can see like a hint of orange off to the right. And with the wind blowing this way, we can only guess that the fire is going to follow the wind and come this way towards these homes. We just talked with a guy who is on a motorcycle who is a little further down the road here, and he said he saw some homes that have already gone up. And I just shifted off to the side. I have a little better angle. I see some flames off into the distance here too. So things are looking pretty hairy around here on Chautauqua Boulevard. This is behind it is Rivas Canyon Trail, and it leads over to Will Rogers State Park. So the flames are, we're seeing a lot of embers too now that are blowing into this neighborhood. And when you see embers blowing into a neighborhood, that is usually bad news, because something's going to catch, especially with the winds blowing as strong as they are. So we're not going to stick around here much longer. We're going to wrap it up and throw it to you guys. It probably head a little further down Chautauqua.
Real quick, are you seeing fire trucks? I don't see or hear. I'm hearing the explosions that you're talking about. I don't see or hear any sirens right near here.
No fire trucks. We haven't seen any fire crews. We saw one possible fire scout car that came up probably about a half hour ago, but nothing in this neighborhood as long as we've been here, and we've been here since 4 o'clock, so a solid hour and a half.
All right, and also no fire drops that you've seen? No water drops?
No, that's the other thing too. Well, we got here around 4 o'clock. There were about 4 large tankers that did Phos-Check drops. After that, nothing. We did see a couple of choppers come through. I couldn't tell if they were scouting. I didn't see them drop anything, but there have been no fixed wing, and I haven't seen any helicopters in about a half an hour.
All right, Rob Hayes in Pacific Palisades. We'll get back to you soon. We're going to take this right now. Rob,
be safe, Rob.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
All right, here's the latest on the fire burning in Pacific Palisades. The fire has exploded to more than 1,260 acres in just a few hours. Multiple structures have been destroyed. We don't have a count. That includes homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated as mandatory evacuation orders remain in effect. We just learned President Joe Biden has been briefed on the fires. He is in Los Angeles with First Lady Jill Biden right now. In response to Governor Gavin Newsom's request, FEMA has approved a grant to help impacted communities and state firefighting efforts.
Eyewitness News reporter Josh Haskell is one of the first crews on the scene and has watched this unfold over the last few hours. He joins us now with a unique perspective, having grown up in this area. Joining us now from Pacific Palisades. Josh, what's your update?
And Mark, my bad news is that the wind just continues to pick up. We just have experienced some of the strongest gusts all day within the last 20 minutes. And you can see there's still some hot spots on the hillside behind me. We are along Sunset Boulevard, right near Palisades Drive, at the entrance to the Palisades Highlands community. What is so concerning is that with this wind that is blowing, a little hot spot, an ember here and there will then again light up a new tree that hasn't burned, and it is getting very close to these apartments. It was too dangerous for us to stay in that area. I want to show you Palisades Drive, which is the entrance to the Palisades Highlands community a few miles up. There are hundreds and hundreds of homes. The good news is that people have been evacuating from that area all day as the fire was really burning towards the Pacific Ocean, towards Sunset Boulevard and PCH and Gladstones. But I can tell you what has really amazed me about covering this fire today is that there are so many parts of Pacific Palisades impacted. We tried to go up Los Leones and Paseo Miramar here, right near the Getty Villa. I saw 5 homes that were destroyed in these little windy streets, incredibly difficult for firefighters to get there. Then we moved further into the Marquez neighborhood on Livorno Drive. There were a few homes destroyed. And as our reporters have been all throughout the Palisades, there have been so many pockets impacted. As this fire continues to move, it feels like past Chautauqua. Rob Hayes said Will Rogers. And then I can tell you this direction, it's moving past the Paseo Miramar, past even the Getty Villa area. So it is just unpredictable, hard to know what direction it's going in. And just when you think that things have calmed a little bit, they got a spot out. I told you, we drove by this apartment complex 3 hours ago. I thought they had saved it. We moved on. We came back and there were now embers and fire surrounding this apartment complex. So just a dynamic, scary situation with those winds starting to pick up more.
Yeah, and as Dallas told us, they could be at 50, 60 to 100 mile an hour winds later in the evening and into the morning hours. So it's going to be, I keep saying, it's going to be a long, rough night for firefighters and all of the residents who have been displaced.
Yeah, that's right. And what's also kind of concerning is that when you think that there's a front in terms of the fires moving towards the Pacific Ocean, moving towards Pacific Coast Highway. We just saw a whole new group of fire engines, firefighters, a lot of CAL FIRE resources move up Palisades Drive, up the Highlands for a long night of structure protection. And so at any time, the direction of this fire could move, and homes that they think may be okay may then be in this path of this fire. And it's I gotta repeat one more time, one of the more remarkable things I've seen today is that bulldozer with LA County Fire that physically had to move all those vehicles that were blocking the road I'm standing on right now, Sunset Boulevard, because first responders, firefighters were having trouble getting in and out of Sunset. Why were those cars there? Because people had to ditch their vehicles as they were surrounded by fire and then walked past me down to Pacific Coast Highway for safety. Some of them telling me, Mark and Giovanna, I don't know where I'm going. Where should I go? One woman, we told her to head towards Gladstones where Sid Garcia was, and just seconds later, an LAPD patrol car pulled up. There was someone else in that car that they were taking to safety. The woman, her dog, and her daughter jumped in and were driven off by the LAPD. That's the kind of stuff we've seen here today.
Reminiscent, if you will, of what happened in Lahaina last year, where people had to ditch their cars and ended up saving their lives by getting out of their cars and basically running, a lot of them running right into the ocean. In this case, we're not seeing that, but people are having to make that decision. Do I stay in my car or do I get out? And one of those, if you make the wrong decision, it could be a fatal mistake.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that was just one story, Josh,
That's
that you mentioned.
Totally true, and I've mentioned in our coverage today that what I've seen reminded me of Maui. One man that I met, Max Aram, he worked in Santa Monica, got the alert about the fire, drove to the base of Palisades Drive where his wife, his 11-month-old, and his mom were up in the Highlands. They couldn't leave because the fire had reached the bottom. And he told me on his phone, he's like, I had to ditch my car. I dropped a pin. I'm not quite sure where it is. And he went to check on it and he goes, oh my God, my car's offline. That means it must have burned. And that's the kind of things that people are dealing with today. Ditching their vehicles, but not having a place to go, not able to get to their family. Just, you know, you got that one road in, one road out, Palisades Drive that we've been talking to. It shouldn't be that way, but Lockman Lane above Bienvenido, where the fire road is, that's where the fire really began. So I was told cars were having issues evacuating that other route, which normally is open during emergency situations. So that's why we've been dealing with such bad traffic jams today. Just another horrifying thing that people have been faced with in Pacific Palisades.
Wow.
Yeah. Tough day.
Josh Haskell, thank you. The LA Fire Department has set up a command post at Will Rogers State Beach along Pacific Coast Highway.
They just updated on us on the firefight within the last hour. We're going to check in with Sid Garcia, who has the latest from there. Sid.
Well, the latest now is that the Palisades fire, has reached Pacific Coast Highway. Off in the distance, you see the glow there. The flames have reached PCH. That's what we're being told by crews on the other side and just from reports that we have received. We don't know what kind of damage the fire did as it made its way down the hill to Pacific Coast Highway. Now, here's the deal. The winds right now where we are, they've calmed down. But we know that the winds are going to return again. As Shayla and Dallas have been telling us all afternoon, the worst part of this windstorm is going to happen between 10 o'clock tonight and 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. We still hear a lot of sirens on Pacific Coast Highway heading towards the fire. First responders going into position to basically protect people, protect structures. And what we now know is that the fire did reach PCH. Earlier this afternoon here at Will Rogers State Beach, we got an update. Let's hear from LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Here's what she had to say.
Topography, which is making it extremely challenging for our personnel that are assigned to this incident. The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged.
And LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney was telling us that the firefight is going to continue in the air overnight. There are specially trained pilots with specially equipped helicopters, aircraft that are going to be able to go up at the fire and battle it as well, and that's the plan right now. Again, the winds are still blowing. It's calm right now, but we know that's just a lull, if you will, before the winds start picking up again. And again, behind me, the glow, if you can see the orange glow behind me, that means the Palisades fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway. Across the street from PCH where it hit, it's a parking lot for the beach here, so there's no structures threatened over there right now. But again, the winds are going to get stronger later tonight and overnight, and we'll have to wait and see tomorrow morning what kind of damage was done. But now the winds are starting to pick up again as the Palisades fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
Okay, Sid, thank you. Dallas just kind of whispered to me while you were talking, the Santa Anas have a tendency to pulse. There's a pulse kind of a function to the way that they operate, so that there will be lulls and then they'll pick right back up again. So that's apparently what you have just experienced.
All right. And we want to check in with Jory Rand, still in the Pacific Palisades area. Jory.
Boy, we have felt one of those pulses that Dallas was talking about and nearly knocked our camera over. This fire continues to push us east, closing on our location. We've had to move time and time again over the last several hours. It's been about 4 times we've had to move. We headed east on Sunset looking for another way to find our way up towards the flames. Well, we found it. We're at Amalfi Drive and Sunset Boulevard, and you can see this wall of flame cresting this hill. So we're looking west right now. This fire, you can see, is being picked up. The smoke is being blown to the south and to the west, but it continues its pretty rapid march now towards the east, directly towards where we are. It's not blowing the smoke, and I'll pause to let this fire truck go by. So a couple engines, a hook and ladder, and a fire truck making their way towards the firefight. But again, it's not blowing the smoke towards our direction, which gives us that clean vantage point, but it is burning our direction. And so that's getting a lot of people who live to the east of this fire, neighborhoods who thought this morning when this fire broke out, they would never have to think that they were in danger of losing their home tonight, are suddenly in serious danger of watching their homes go up in flames. And as folks are evacuating, we nearly just saw a traffic accident between a Jeep and a law enforcement officer. But there is a panic that is setting in and desperation as people realize just how serious this situation is, and it's getting into homes and neighborhoods that, one, they never thought it would reach, and two, they realize there's almost nothing that can be done at this point. We were back at that last location speaking with a woman named Michelle in the village there of Pacific Palisades on Chautauqua, and she said that she's been watching her home cameras 2 blocks away from where we were previously positioned, and she was watching her home cameras and paying attention. Her home was still up, and she just texted me a short time ago and said they have lost the cameras on their home, which does not bode well for where that fire is now moving, making its way down the hill into neighborhoods, churning down Chautauqua and to roads there. Again, we drove up to Mescal from Pacific Coast Highway and could see that flames had already encroached on apartment buildings and structures there. And as it makes its way east towards our position, we can't see through the smoke in some of the spots, that it's just too thick, but we know homes are being lost as we speak. And as we just heard from Michelle there, she believes that her home might be one of the latest that has been lost. There are homes right up to a reservoir at the top of Chautauqua, butting up right against Will Rogers State Park, which is what you're looking at right now. All of this dry brush is just being eaten up, devoured by these flames, and you can see the power of the fire and the wind just taking these huge plumes of smoke and blowing them. Normally, if this is just a normal fire, not a Santa Ana wind event, we would see that smoke just kind of billow up into the air for miles, and that's not being allowed to happen because the winds, the prevailing winds going down towards the ocean, are picking it up and blowing it at rapid speeds, and you can just see how the smoke is curling. It's kind of swirling up as it tries to go up into the air. The winds are just fanning this thing down towards the ocean, and we can see a lot of people evacuating, heading east on Sunset. Some folks who didn't think they would have to leave home, they try and wait as long as they can. You know, they have their go bags ready with all their important things and their documents, but they just don't want to leave if they don't have to until things get really real, as they are right now. It looks like an apocalyptic scene. It looks like the end of the world, and for a lot of people who are affected by this, I'm sure it feels like today is the end of the world. All of their possessions will be gone when they're allowed to come back into this zone, and the wind just continues to blow towards our location. We're at again, an intersection of Malfi and Sunset, and there are just crowds of people watching this, hoping that it doesn't affect them, but in the back of their minds knowing that it just might be time to pack up and leave. If not leave, at least have their stuff ready to go. Guys, do you live right by here? Or you have your stuff packed up? Yeah. All right, so families know what this means, and you can see kind of in the foreground here, some people just kind of watching with their phones. We have seen scenes like this before where it's just a wall of flame, and it's a really scary thing to look at. And again, one of the things we've heard from residents is that they have not seen much of a firefight. While we were over on Chautauqua, we finally did see a helicopter. Whether they had gotten clearance and it wasn't a Chinook, it was just a single propeller helicopter, finally able to survey the area. It didn't make a drop, but they were able to get up in the air, and we thought we might see some kind of dent put in this fire, but we didn't see a water drop. We have not seen another helicopter be able to make its rounds through here, and residents just feel like entire swaths of neighborhoods will be gone when the light comes up in the morning, because there's no firefight that we can see here on the ground or in the air. Now that the sun has gone down, I believe they have pulled their fixed-wing aircraft, and so this fire just looks like it's free to burn, and it's making its way towards even more homes in different neighborhoods, guys.
Unbelievable. What you're looking at here basically is a number of fire departments, because this is a mutual aid situation. They're just overmatched by the size, the ferocity, and the speed of this fire and the terrain that it is covering, and the fact that the air attack is not what it ordinarily would be because of the prevailing winds. The winds are so strong. The same winds that are keeping our news helicopters and those of the other TV stations in Southern California on the ground tonight. They're grounded because the winds are too strong, and so that's definitely affecting the air attack, at least as these winds get stronger. Here's a look at the flames of the Palisades fire sent to us by Eyewitness News viewer Ryan Roach. If you have video, if you have pictures of this fire or the dangerous winds that we've been seeing, scan that QR code on the bottom left of your screen or go to abc7.com/eyewitness. We urge you, by the way, if you're going to do this, do it safely. Don't put yourself or anyone else at risk to do it. But if you do have some video, please share it with us.
And here's another look at the evacuation map. We've seen this map grow throughout the day. We started following this fire when it broke out around 10:30, 11 a.m. And you can see the area in red. That is the area under mandatory evacuations. It is our understanding that 25,000 people have been evacuated so far. About 10,000 plus homes have been threatened, 13,000 structures also threatened. No injuries as of last word from fire authorities, but multiple structures damaged. We do not have a number for how many homes have been lost to fire, but we can speculate that it is a significant number based on what we've seen throughout the day. So far, 1,200 acres burned in the Palisades, Pacific Palisades area. So we talked about the area in red and the area in yellow. That is the voluntary mandatory areas. If you live in those areas, you have been urged throughout the day to be ready, set, and go. At this point, everyone should be in the set area, everyone in the yellow for sure, where you have your belongings together, you've gathered your family, your friends, your pets, anything you need. And if there is any time to get out, it would be now. I wouldn't even wait for the go, because at this point, we know that the very strong winds are coming this evening. It is best to get out and be safe. Indeed.
We've been covering this devastating fire since about 11 o'clock this morning. You've been on it the whole time.
Yes, we sure have. And here are some of the images from today that are difficult to watch as this fire progressed.
With Calvary Christian School, they sent out a few text messages, calls way early on, so everyone was given plenty of time to come and get their kids.
And you're obviously upset about what's going on.
I'm just nervous.
A lot of smoke and also flames. A home behind us here in Malibu Village. This is the 17,000 block of Pacific Coast Highway. We pulled up and this home was completely engulfed in flames, and just within the moment since we've been here, the flames have really taken off.
I think the whole town is going to go because it's so windy right now that they don't have a grasp on anything right now up top here. They were down at where it started, down in the highlands, and didn't realize how fast it was going to come up here.
We're showing you a home right now in the distance that is completely engulfed. Again, this home is not on Paseo Miramar. It's off of, right below Paseo Miramar, and just not something that anyone ever wants to see. And that seems to be a theme of today. Take a look at the Palisades Highlands Shopping Center. It really does feel like this shopping center is about to catch fire. The fire, which started a couple miles from here, up Bienvenida, Lockman, Palisades Highlands, has now made its way towards the ocean. We are almost at Palisades Drive and Sunset Boulevard.
I've always been out early. My friends sort of make fun of me, like, oh, there's Kim evacuating again. That's how quick these winds are moving. And I could see flames on both sides of me, on both hills. And I was like, who would sit in a car and wait for this to happen? There's smoke and red all over the sun. I think that's a telling sign. You guys should get a picture of the sun. It's terrifying. Looks like Armageddon out here.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad.
Have you ever seen anything like this?
Never, never. And I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I was scared for my life.
Desperation on the faces and in the voices of the people that we have just heard.
And Dallas just said it so well. He said, this is our hurricane.
It really is. Yeah. When you look at Florida and places along the Gulf Coast, I mean, our fire season is exactly what we have, and it's terrifying out there for all of our friends and viewers when these fires get started. We had a video to show you. This is at 10 34. So the fire was started sometime around 10:22, and you can see almost exactly where it was started. Looks like maybe in the Topanga Canyon area. I'm sure fire investigators are already looking at that situation. Skies were clear, perfectly clear, no lightning, of course. And this is a time lapse of looking from LAX of the fire still burning up in the hills there above Pacific Palisades. I mean, this fire event, you know, we can't, as meteorologists, forecast the fire, but certainly we were looking way ahead of the conditions that can produce this type of fire situation in Southern California. Still tonight, very strong winds will blow through that area. No really abatement. We will see pulses of energy come out of the atmosphere where it'll calm for just a second, and then boom, the winds will really pick up and hit up to 50, 60, and 70 mile per hour gusts. Burbank still getting 37. 29 out at San Bernardino. Thank goodness no fires have been reported anywhere in Orange County or out in the IE area, but we have to go through tonight and tomorrow morning before we'll see an abatement of these wind patterns that we've been forecasting now for weeks. There, the wind flow pattern showing the green arrows. We talked about this just last night, how on the Santa Ana wind, it is an offshore event. Strong winds come out of the north and northeast, and that therefore all of the smoke comes out of the fire and moves out over the ocean. There's a wide shot of the red flag warning. We're going to keep that going through 6 p.m. Thursday. However, I will make a note here that by Thursday, I think a lot of these winds will be really dropping down in velocity, thank goodness, but we still have that going. And the high wind warning, we like this until about 6 p.m. Wednesday. So tomorrow at 6 p.m., I think we'll be able to drop these, and I think we'll see the wind starting to back off in the afternoon hours for tomorrow. Here's our wind forecast for the area, and as you can see, as the colder air drains out of the high desert and is intensified by the pressure gradient force by early tomorrow morning, just around sunrise, that's when the coldest temperatures are. There's a huge area, thousands of kilometers of cold air that comes blowing down through those canyon passes. But then after that, it starts to warm up. Two things will happen. The deserts will start to warm up tomorrow. This area of low pressure will track on to the east, so this pressure gradient will start to relax. But boy, this thing is still spinning around over the Sea of Cortez tonight, still very intense. And also, we have a dome of high pressure. We talked about this the past week or so too, that is intensifying with like La Nina conditions. So we have air sinking from great altitudes in the atmosphere up to 30, 40,000 feet, which is a climatological feature during La Nina. So you combine all of this, and that's what's been going on. Let's look at the wind velocities as we head through time now. You can see the time factor here up in the corner for you. 11 p.m. tonight, still just howling through those canyon passes, 30, 40, 50 miles per hour. Then tomorrow morning, we hit maximum there just before sunrise. This is 7:05. We could still see winds at 53, gusts to 65 in the burn zone. Then I have good news. As that low tracks on up to the east during the afternoon hours, everything gets much, much better. This is our forecast wind condition at 11 o'clock tomorrow night, and you can see only a few areas of powerful winds, mainly up in the canyons, up in the high country. Here's 7-day forecast. Red flags the next 2 days. Downtown 73 today and tomorrow. Then it cools off for the weekend, as we'll have a cooler air mass come into SoCal. It's dry, there's no rain with it. But then at the end of the 7-day forecast, on day 7, next Tuesday, another Santa Ana wind event. I'm forecasting this one. This one is not going to be as powerful as this one, thank goodness, but it will have some kick to it. We're going to have to watch that very carefully as we get closer to that event on next Tuesday. The valleys, warm 72, 75, then 77 on Friday as the winds back off. Red flags are discontinued. And then your weekend in the valleys is a cool one, and it is cold at night with temperatures down in the mid to upper 30s on many of the valley locations. Now let's go to the beaches. Fire zone there too, below the canyons. Red flags for you, 67, 69. Your weekend is quite cool. Afternoon highs at Newport only 61 degrees on Sunday. Overnight lows in the mid 40s. Mountain forecast, you saw the snow ahead last hour. Still snow showers in the high high country. It's hard to believe that we have that much going on in SoCal, but it is true. 39 tomorrow. Then all of that goes away for the mountain folks. It is really cold at night. They'll be making snow in the local mountain areas, and conditions will be pretty good by the weekend into next week up there. In the deserts, gusty winds and cool tomorrow. Palm Springs hit 75 on Thursday. Then a warming trend. Giovanna and Mark as we head toward the weekend, but we still have about 24 more hours to go of this powerful wind event.
Okay, Dallas,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank
And we
you.
want to check in one more time with Sid Garcia at the command post. Sid.
Hey guys, the fires have died down here, but we can tell you that it reached Pacific Coast Highway. Earlier this afternoon, there was a news conference here. We're at Will Rogers State Beach, the command post. Had a chance to talk to the governor, but first let's start with LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley. Take a listen.
The population threatened is approximately 25,748. Households threatened is approximately 10,367. Structures threatened are approximately 13,208. At this point, we feel very blessed at this point that there's no injuries that are reported. We do have reports of multiple structures that are damaged.
We were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the mountain fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination.
And now that night has fallen, the aerial fight with helicopters will continue throughout the night. Okay, guys, let's send it back to you.
Sid, thank you for that report. I'm David Onen along with Ellen Leyva. And now at 6 o'clock, we continue to bring you breaking news coverage on the fast-moving wildfire burning in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, that fire exploding to more than 1,260 acres in just the last few hours, as winds are expected to get worse tonight. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated as mandatory evacuation orders remain in effect. President Joe Biden, who is visiting LA, has been briefed on the fire, and Governor Gavin Newsom spoke about the danger earlier this afternoon.
There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods.
Close to the fire area, the westbound 10 freeway is closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga.
So we want to show you the evacuation area one more time. According to fire authorities, approximately 30,000 people have been evacuated and more than 13,000 structures have been threatened. Officials are asking people to stay off the roads if you can to allow emergency vehicles to get through. So let's go now to Jory Rand. He's also in the Pacific Palisades area, and he has spoken to several residents affected by this brush fire. Jory.
Yeah, David, this fire just keeps pushing us east as the smoke and the flames encroach on our position. We've had to periodically move further east to get out of its way. We'll give you a view. We're on Sunset Boulevard at Amalfi Drive. This fire has just crested the hillside inside Will Rogers State Park, and it's now kind of making its way down the hill. It's burning away from the wind, and so it just shows you how much dry brush there is and the power of this fire to burn against where the wind is blowing it. So while the wind is taking it from right to left across your stream, that's north to south down towards the Pacific Ocean, it's also coming towards us east and north as it finds unburned fuel and continues its march east from Pacific Palisades. And we've had residents come through from Palisades evacuating from Brentwood saying, do you think it's going to reach us tonight? And the answer is it's very possible, because this is going basically unchecked. Helicopters haven't been able to get up to do water drops because the wind is so strong, and now that the sun has gone down, those fixed-wing aircraft dropping Phos-Chek fire retardant cannot take to the air because they can't see the topography well enough to get into the sky. A lot of residents we spoke to have been a bit panicked because they haven't seen much of a firefight on the ground either. This fire is moving so fast, it is so widespread, and these firefighters are spread so thin that there will be homes lost where there was no firefight at all. It's just going unchecked right now. There was a lot of panic. We spoke a short time ago with a woman named Michelle who lives on Chautauqua Drive, and it's going right up against Will Rogers State Park. She said as she is watching, she saw the flames get closer. She knew friends and neighbors who lived closer to the wildlands who said their homes were gone. And we saw the smoke encroach our area, get closer to where her home was. And she told us a short time ago the camera system on her house cut off, which led her to believe that she had lost her home. Let's see, I believe we have some sound with Michelle. Yeah, let's get to that right now.
We're all loaded in our cars, and yeah, it looks like we're about to go up. I mean, it was.
You think your home is gone?
Well, I have trees that are 100 feet that are as tall as this, so I don't know. I hope not.
Yeah. You told me you lived here a long time, never seen anything like this.
30 years, never. Never, never, never. We've just been on the phone all day and packing, and everyone's left, so we're just, we have a lot of dear friends in the Highlands, and none of it's good, you know. Right now there are people that stayed, though, and they're watering their houses down.
This looks like the end of the world when you look at this. What do you feel when you look at this, knowing your house is right there?
I just feel like when you're packing, you don't need as much as you think you need, and it's devastating, and we've been talking to loved ones all day, and it's really sad for everybody, because I know people in the Highlands that lost everything.
And people will be joining the folks in the Highlands of what has happened here today, of having to come back tomorrow. Or the next day. That's a LA City Fire Urban Search and Rescue team making its way west into the firefight. But again, a tough situation because these folks are packing up their go bags, all their important documents, the things that they need to take with them, with the expectation that they will still be safe because they're so far from where the fire has been. And as the hours have gone on and day has turned to night, it's become really clear and quite scarily apparent that these people need to leave, and they have. And so you take these things just as a precaution, and then it becomes reality and a necessity. And there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people whose lives are being affected by this. And as the firefight continues, you know, a lot of times we see the sun go down and the winds will abate. In a Santa Ana wind event, that's not going to happen all night long. So this is just going to go unchecked, going into neighborhoods and continuing its march east, south, into more and more neighborhoods. And so a lot of panic, a lot of desperation, and frankly a lot of sadness here as we watch what's happening and play out in Pacific Palisades, guys.
Our hearts go out to them. Jory, thank you very much. We have multiple crews on the ground covering the Palisades fire. Among them is Josh Haskell, first person on the scene today. You've been there all day long, and Josh, you've talked to a lot of evacuees.
That's right, and I can tell you the theme of today and so many Santa Ana wind-driven fires is that when you think an area is cleared, you can move on to another neighborhood for structure protection. That area, just because of these unpredictable winds, flares up again. That's what's happening right now at Casa Gateway Apartments. They thought that it was cleared, and then we've seen flames get closer and closer. There are no fire engines here right now as they've moved to other areas. A similar situation is unfolding. We can't show you right now, but behind us, behind the camera, I'm seeing flames up on a hillside. And then further behind the shopping center, the Highlands Shopping Center, I believe that's a palm tree or some sort of a tree. You can see that in the distance. That area we thought was saved, and now it has sparked again. I want to go to some sound from earlier, people trying to evacuate. This woman left her car, and we ran into her as she tried to seek safety.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff, and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going. I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I'm scared for my life. It's terrifying.
Back here live, that has been the situation all day. So many people, not 5 cars, 10 cars, I counted over 100 cars on Sunset Boulevard. They had to leave their cars and walk on foot to safety. And the question that we kept getting, well, where do I go? I mean, that's the kind of day it is. People didn't know because there was fire in so many different places. And I hate to say this, that fire remains. It's impacting so many neighborhoods in Pacific Palisades right now. And off towards Malibu in this direction, Paseo Miramar, that street, we saw a number of homes which had burned, and then kind of moving towards that direction. And of course, Jory's on the complete opposite side of Pacific Palisades at Amalfi and Sunset. That just gives you the scope of the different directions in which this one fire is moving and how many people are impacted. David and Ellen?
Yeah, Josh, great points. Thank you for that report. And we also want to point out that those winds are so powerful, we have not been able to get Air 7 up in the air because it's just too dangerous at this point. And as a result, we cannot specifically investigate various rumors that we're hearing, one of which is that Pacific Palisades Charter High School is on fire. But Nico Kazori did find her way towards that high school. She joins us right now, trying to confirm whether or not this school is on fire. Nico.
Yeah, David, I just spoke to a firefighter just seconds ago, and he did confirm to me that yes, Pacific Charter High School, it is Pacific Palisades Charter High School, it is on fire. So we somehow found a way up here. We took Sunset, and it was a very difficult drive here. You can see the school. It is confirmed that it's on fire. I can't really tell you if this is the football field. We have also heard that the football field is on fire. But just making our way up here, feeling the winds, it's hard even standing up, just trying to get this live shot set up for you because I have been knocked over by the wind. It is extremely strong here in the area that we are here in Pacific Palisades. Again, the school just caught on fire not too long ago. We just got that confirmed. But other than the school, right across from the school as well, you can see it's a very active street here. We have police, we have fire crews here. We have just found out that this building right here, back right there where all the flames are, that building has also caught on fire, and police, firefighters, they're here trying to evacuate the people that live in that building. We've seen people come out just on their bikes, on their motorcycles, just trying to get out of here as soon as they can. They have nothing in their hands. They are just trying to escape. So again, this is the Charter High School area. You can see a firefighter has just pulled up next to us. We don't even know if we're allowed to even be standing here or not. So we're on the sidewalk, kind of away from all of the action, close to the school. Again, Pacific Palisades Charter High School it is confirmed that it is on fire right now. It's extremely warm. Even just driving on Sunset, we drove through homes burning down. You can feel from even inside the car how hot it is. My photographer Brandon and I were sitting driving in the car, and our cheeks are really hot. Just being out here too. I have a mask on, but even with this mask, David and Ellen, it's very difficult to speak. So we're just going to be out here gathering more information. If I see any residents evacuating, I will definitely talk to them. But just about half an hour ago, I actually followed CAL FIRE to a rescue. It was a house rescue of some pets. They did have a couple pets in the home. There was a resident who was worried about his dogs. He wasn't able to get past the street, and he was not able to get to his home. So CAL FIRE went to that home and rescued those dogs. So I followed along for that, and just seeing the destruction, the homes that are on fire, it's just heartbreaking, especially for the areas that these people didn't think this was going to happen. So these Santa Ana winds, they came in strong, and this is just the beginning of the night. It is 6:09, and we did go to the press conference a little bit earlier. Governor Newsom was saying that this is going to get worse as we head into the night hours. So we'll be here, and as soon as we get more updates, as soon as we talk to more people, we'll bring you their stories. And if we see anything else happening outside Pacific Palisades Charter High School, we'll let you know. But as of right now, it looks like the school is burning down.
Right. The school is on fire. That's to your left shoulder. Over your right shoulder, that building we see right there, we understand that is Theaters Palisades Playhouse. That is now on fire. So two landmarks in the Pacific Palisades are currently on fire, which is a very loud statement on this fire as it continues to roll through the community.
And
very,
that one
very
is
sad sight.
that one is a complete loss, as you can see right there. Well, we've been talking to Sid Garcia, who's at Will Rogers State Beach. That's one of the command posts for firefighters. And Sid, what can you tell us now?
I'll tell you what, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway and the beach, as we saw it come down earlier this afternoon. What was across the street, it's another parking lot, so nothing really there worth damaging. So it did reach the beach area. Earlier this afternoon, LA City Fire Chief Kristen Crowley talked about the thousands of people that were evacuated and the thousands of homes that have been evacuated that are threatened right now. And then you've got the hundreds of firefighters that are here battling this blaze. One of the things that LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney told us was that they're going to battle this fire from the air overnight. As we've been told, the winds are going to get stronger, starting at about 10 o'clock tonight till about 5 o'clock in the morning. And they've got specially trained pilots and specially equipped helicopters that they plan on using to battle this blaze overnight. Where we are, and excuse me for rubbing my eye, there's still all kinds of wind coming through here. When we spoke to you earlier, we talked about there was a lull. Well, the lull's over. You've got more breeze coming in here right now. And that's just the scary part. It's not really lit up that much. The breeze has been very, very strong. When we were at Sunset and Pacific Coast Highway, a couple of residents took shelter in our news van because one lady had her 2 dogs and a little carry-on bag. Another young woman had her carry-on bag, and she was talking to her dad because she could see the family home from Pacific Coast Highway. And they were just shaking. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. They couldn't believe that they escaped with their lives. But now they're wondering if they're going to have homes to go back to when everything has been cleared and everything has been declared safe for residents to return. So folks are leaving here not really knowing if they're going to have a home to come back to, but grateful that they've got their animals with them. You know, they're still doing okay and they were able to get out. But again, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway.
All right, well, we have lost Sid Garcia there, but again, the fire has reached Pacific Coast Highway. It jumped Pacific Coast Highway, is now on the beach side. And we've been covering the Palisades fire all day, and the images are just heartbreaking to watch, from the flames to those large plumes of smoke, and then cars that were left behind actually being bulldozed by fire authorities in order to clear those roads so the fire engines can get up to the roads. Multiple structures have been damaged, and thousands more are threatened by this brush fire. Mandatory evacuations remain in place, and evacuees can head to the Westwood Recreation Center located at 1350 South Sepulveda Boulevard.
All right, some really important information you could gather from this next piece of video. This is time-lapse video. It shows the moment the Palisades fire started around 10:25 this morning. And take a look at your screen. This was taken by a camera operated by UC San Diego's public safety program called Alert California. They have cameras all over the state monitoring fire-prone areas to help first responders. This is a time-lapse video, so it has been sped up by our editors, but you can see just how quickly a wildfire like this can grow in these dangerous weather conditions. Dallas has been warning us, quite frankly, for the last 2 weeks that this wind event was coming our way, and this is often what we see happen, Dallas.
That's right. These types of situations we can forecast very well meteorologically, so we can see them. Sorry about my microphone fell off. We can see them coming, but we can't, of course, we cannot forecast the starting of the fire, but we can look at it and look at 10:20 this morning. You'll see right up there, maybe around, I don't know exactly where that is. Looks like Topanga Canyon, maybe the state park area where the fire was started. I'm sure they're working on that already, but it was around 10:20 to 10:25 this morning that the fire erupted. And then we had Santa Ana winds blowing between 30 and 50 miles per hour with gusts to 75 hurricane velocity and all the way up to 80 miles per hour. This is a live shot right now as we look at our camera. Now, the wind velocities are not going to change a great deal, except for the early morning hours. We will see them actually intensify. It's also blowing across all of Southern California, not just in the fire zone. Areas for our friends out in the IE. Look at that Riverside. At the airport there at March Air Force Base, 30, gust of 37. And even down on the coastline, we have those gusty winds going. You can see all of the smoke, of course, blowing out to sea because that's an offshore wind event. It is a Santa Ana. They've been blowing through these canyons for millions of years and will continue to do that, no doubt. Population continues to increase, and of course, more people are affected by the Santa Ana winds and fires. We're going to get the red flag warning. going through Thursday. But the good news, I'm forecasting the winds to back off a little bit, turn a little bit more easterly on Thursday with less velocity through all of the canyon passes. But the red flag is still there. High wind warning, we're going to keep that until 6 p.m. tomorrow. We'll probably see the wind start backing down fairly quickly tonight. And when you look at the wind profile in the area above Malibu and Pacific Palisades, a burst of Santa Ana winds, which happens many times in Santa Ana wind events just before sunrise. Low pressure. Boy, we tracked this last night coming out of Nevada. It was already snowing there. That's why I put the forecast for snow in the Big Bear Lake area. Wind velocities over the next period of 24 hours. Let's go through them for you. You can check out your area. And until 11 o'clock tonight, still blowing 47 out there at Malibu. Look at San Clemente getting gusts of 35 to 40. And then as we get into the early morning hours, one more big pulse of wind coming through the area, 53 gusts to possibly 65. Then things really start to change. We're getting around lunchtime, and then in the afternoon hours, boy, it really backs off, and this event will come to an end. Here are the forecast temperatures over the next 7 days. No rain. Downtown 73, 73. Fire danger through Thursday. Then a cooler weekend as temperatures really start to drop too at night. We'll see mid to upper 30s in the valleys starting Friday, Saturday, and Sunday night. Now, another Santa Ana wind event is in my forecast at the end of the 7-day period. That's next Tuesday. I do see another Santa Ana wind event. At this time, that's a long way off, but at this time, I think it will be a moderate event, not a super strong one. But this time of the year, when things are dry and we haven't had any rain, this is what can happen, of course. At the beach, it's 67, 69. Boy, it's going to be a nice day Thursday. Cools for the weekend down at the beach. If you're in the mountain areas, a few snow showers still in the forecast. Then it gets really cold at night. Big Bear drops to 14 Thursday night, 13 Friday. High temperatures warm to about 52. In the deserts, gusty winds at times. Red flag still for our friends up there, David and Ellen. But temperatures do warm a little bit as we head into the next couple of days in the high desert. So we'll be here throughout the evening for you and continue to track this weather situation.
Okay, Dallas, thank you very much.
Thank
right
you.
now we're going to take you to Sunset Boulevard near PCH. That's where our Josh Haskell is standing by, and you're near a fire station that's surrounded by flames, apparently.
That's right. If anything represents the unpredictable nature of today, Fire Station 23 and LA City Fire Station, you can see the flames are getting very, very close to this fire station. Doesn't appear that anyone is inside, but it has been a staging ground all day for this fire. This fire station services this whole part of Pacific Palisades, including the Palisades Highlands, including Paseo Miramar. So many neighborhoods directly impacted by today's fire. We have seen some fire engines on some windy roads kind of come down towards the fire station. Doesn't seem like it's quite reached the fire station yet, but lots of flame activity creeping down that hill. And then as you move just a little bit to the side, you can see that there's other fire engines that have been staging here. There are still some homes that have been saved up in the Los Leones, Paseo Miramar community. We tried to go there earlier. Our signal was just not strong enough to go live. But I can tell you that these crews here are waiting. When the crews that have been there all day and saved those homes switch out, they'll go up. It is going to be a long night up these windy roads, narrow roads, small canyons, and an unpredictable night. As you know, I never thought that I'd have to just move down 100 feet from Palisades Drive, be standing on Sunset Boulevard, and have real concern for Fire Station 23. But that is just what we are dealing with right now in Pacific Palisades. Just to give you another sense of where we are, we're only 500 to 1,000 feet from Pacific Coast Highway. That's where Gladstone's is, where Sunset meets PCH. That's where Sid Garcia has been reporting all day that the fire had reached PCH. So there is so much activity right now as the wind continues to kick up, and it's just going to be a very uncertain night and a dark night, and it's very smoky. It's very hard to see. I even saw a tree behind us go down a short time ago. Not impacted by the fire, but those winds.
Yeah, the winds are extremely dangerous. That alone, besides the fire, and in addition to the fire. Let's go to Jory Rand right now, and he joins us from another part of Pacific Palisades. Jory, we've been looking at your shot. It's been ominous the whole time now.
Yeah, and it's really kind of starting to get closer to our position as that fire crested the hillside and has gone down into that valley there. You can see from the orange glow that there still is active flame, and a lot of it off towards the right, the northern side of this flank. We can see large flames leaping into the sky. Now we're on a portion of Sunset Boulevard at Amalfi where Sunset kind of has a little switchback. And so the way it looks like Sunset is going west here, it's traveling west, it actually goes a little bit north, comes back down south. So while it looks like the fire has jumped Sunset Boulevard where we are, it's actually still on the north side in that Palisades Village area of that neighborhood. But we can see through here, we've seen some open flames through the brush here. In fact, we saw a pine tree that looked like it had gone completely up in flames, and there was a building or a house directly below it. It looks as of now that it is still intact, but we're at a point now where we can't really see through the smoke, and it's been a problem all day. We don't want to put ourselves in a situation where we can't see what's coming, and so the smoke is blowing so thick and strong towards the south that we'll be pretty close to the fire lines, waiting to see if any homes are lost, and then the smoke will just completely close in on us and we lose all visibility and we don't know what's coming. So for about 4 or 5 times throughout the hours that we've been covering this, we've had to continually move our location and push east, just because we want to know what is in front of us and what the dangers are. And as this fire continues to burn and more things are lost, we can't tell exactly what's happening here. So do you live right here, sir?
That way, half mile, but the houses are on fire right behind.
Right below here? Okay, he says that just not too far from where we are, that houses are being lost on Sunset?
No, literally behind you.
Okay. Yeah, so as we see these flames back here towards the left, this man says that he just came from down there and that homes are burning as we speak. And so we knew when we were in the villages on Chautauqua Avenue, which leads up into Will Rogers State Park up towards the reservoir there, the homes that were closest to that wildland had already been lost, and as the fire was burning against the wind, it was burning east and making its way towards us, that it was slowly creeping down Chautauqua Avenue on the eastern flank of the fire, and on the eastern end of Palisades Village, that homes were one by one being lost as that fire made its way down. It has now continued its march east towards closer to where we are here at Sunset and Amalfi, and that while we're watching wildland burn, we know that now down below our position that homes are being lost as well. And this is happening throughout Pacific Palisades as this has largely gone unchecked on the eastern flank. We know a lot of attention is being paid to down by Pacific Coast Highway on the western side of this, but here we are on the east and homes continue to be lost here.
Yeah, it's going to be really a sad, sobering sight once we are able to get overhead and check just how devastating this fire is. Jory, thank you for that report. By the way, you might have seen on your screen that the acreage has been increased, more than doubled. It is now 2,921 acres, so more than doubled in the last couple of hours. Also, we want to show you the evacuation area one more time. According to fire authorities, approximately 30,000 people have been evacuated. More than 29,000 structures have been threatened. Officials are asking people to stay off of the roads if you can, to allow emergency vehicles to get through.
And right now we want to get back to Will Rogers State Beach, where Sid Garcia has been standing by getting updates. And wow, Sid, that certainly has changed, that picture behind you.
It certainly has. Let me step out of the way here. Pacific Coast Highway, the Palisades fire has reached it, jumped over to the beach, but it's a parking lot. That's about a half a mile from where we are right now. The winds have picked up, they're strong, and that is coming in our direction, coming towards, as if you're on Pacific Coast Highway heading to Santa Monica. We're safe, but we don't know what kind of damage those flames, what they did as they were coming down the hillside, as they reached the beach area. We've been watching this all afternoon, and before the sun went down, we could see the flames just shooting up into the sky and the thick black smoke heading from right to left of your screen, heading towards Catalina Island. But again, the winds have really picked up here, and those you could tell are just being swept by the winds. Look at which direction the flames are going. They're going from right to left, and that's just the wind pushing the fire. And it's coming towards our direction right now, and you've got more first responders heading that way. And that's what's, this is the closest the fire has been to us from what we've seen so far. It's really smoky out here. The wind has really picked up again. And again, the Palisades fire, it's reached the beach area right now. I believe there's a lifeguard station over there. We don't think it's being threatened right now, because, and then the rest of it is just a parking lot part of Will Rogers State Beach. But that's what's really caught a lot of our attention right now, is just that the flames have reached Pacific Coast Highway. And you can tell, just look at the top of the flames here. The winds are blowing it to the left of your screen right now, and that's basically coming towards us as the winds continue to blow through here. Guys.
All right, Sid, thank you. Well, it's a shame to say that Palisades Charter High School is also in flames right now, and we have Nico Kazori standing by in that area to tell us more about that situation.
Whoa, that's bad.
Yeah, Ellen, it's just devastating. Palisades High School, we have confirmed just about 15 minutes ago there was a firefighter. That's one of their concerns, but so is the Palisades Playhouse, which is right across the street, that has also burned down. They said their main focus right now is to evacuate the people that were inside Palisades Playhouse and also nearby buildings. Look at this building that's burned to the ground as well. I'm still trying to figure out exactly what this was. I think it was a business, because there is a sign that says 50% off everything. So this obviously was not someone's home, but we do have some homes nearby in the street. This is Boydoin Street, right across from Palisades High School, off Temescal Canyon. So the homes in this neighborhood looks like they are in danger, but just being in this area, you can feel how strong the winds are. I want to take you across the street. Look at all the fire, the embers just crossing the road. This is a good look of what it looked like driving on Sunset. You saw fires to your left and to your right, and also the embers just crossing the road there too. We felt it driving in the car. The car was hot, and just the overall feeling of driving through the fires is extremely terrifying. There's residents here evacuating. We saw some kids, not sure if they're kids going to the high school, checking out their high school, but kids on bicycles just riding around and looking at the destruction. This is Palisades High School right now. It's a continuation, I believe, of the football field. We did look at the football field a little bit earlier as well. You could see the post was on fire. The school is just a total loss, it looks like. And just thinking about how school just is back in session. These kids were just on their winter break, and they came back to school just not too long ago. And now you wonder what's gonna happen as they return. They have to go back to school, and their high school has burned down. So we'll be out here. I'm not seeing anyone else in the street, which is good. We just see some fire officials and police. But if we see anyone, we'll of course talk to them. But David and Ellen, I'll send it back to you here at Temescal, off Temescal Canyon. It's extremely hard to see anything and to breathe.
Yeah, just devastating situation there. Nico Kazori, thank you so much. And remember that you can watch us live even if you lose power. You can scan that code on your screen to download the app, and we have real-time updates for everything you need to know about these wildfires, the windstorm, the weather updates. You can also submit your weather photos and videos, but make sure you get that safely.
As a very quick recap, the latest of the fire burning in Pacific Palisades, which continues to grow. We just got an update on the acreage. So far, the fire has burned more than 2,920 acres in just a few hours.
Big concern right now, as Dallas has been saying, is that the winds will continue to strengthen tonight. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated, as mandatory evacuation orders do remain in effect. And there's now an evacuation shelter for evacuees and their pets at the Westwood Recreation Center on Sepulveda Boulevard.
So this is what we're going to do. We're going to stay on top of this fire. We will cover it digitally for the next half hour as we throw to World News with David Muir. And then we will be back here on Channel 7 at 7 o'clock today. So we are not letting this go. Switch over to ABC7.com and our digital app for more information.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
Breaking news now at 6:30. I'm Colleen Sullivan.
All right, David Arnold, let's get to the latest on this fire raging out of control in Pacific Palisades. We just got an update on the acreage. The fire has exploded to more than 2,920 acres in just a few hours. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. Mandatory evacuation orders are in effect. At least 30,000 people have been told to evacuate.
And close to the fire area, the westbound 10 freeway closed at Lincoln Boulevard and PCH from the Lincoln Tunnel to Topanga. Let's get a closer look at the evacuation area. The area in red is where the mandatory evacuation orders are in place. The area in yellow there, the nearby areas where the voluntary evacuation orders are in place.
All right, and we do not have a total tally of structures burned because getting information, quite frankly, is next to impossible at this point. We can't get Air 7 up because the winds are just too powerful. We can't see it from overhead, which always has been a help in the past. So let's go to Jory Rand. All of our folks are spread out throughout this community. Jory has been watching a fire get closer and closer to him as it ravages this area, Jory.
It continues to encroach on our position here. Again, we are at Amalfi and Sunset Boulevard. We watched as that fire slowly crested a hillside here. On the other side of that hill is Palisades Village. Now, we can't even see the hillside. All we see as the fire has kind of crept down the hill into the valley below, we see flames there as it churns up. I believe what we might be looking at right now is a building on fire down at the bottom of that hillside. It's butting up against Will Rogers State Park. You can see the plume of smoke here is just being lifted and carried so quickly from right to left across your screen. That's heading down south and to the west. So it's blowing south down towards the Pacific Ocean, but that glow in the plume of smoke tells us that there is more burning in areas that we can't see because the smoke is simply too quick. We're at this location because we've been pushed from several locations throughout the evening, the afternoon and into the evening. We began towards Temescal Canyon, coming up from Pacific Coast Highway, right before where we have seen a high school, the charter high school there, which is now on fire. We drove up there when things were still intact, and this fire has slowly pushed us east along Sunset Boulevard to locations. Once the smoke and the flames have encroached on our position, we've had to pack up and move. We've seen a lot of first responders, several fire engines, a hook and ladder, and here comes an ambulance that makes its way westward into the firefight. There are structures now being lost. There are entire neighborhoods that we believe are being lost, but the smoke is simply too thick to see into. And as David mentioned, because we can't get Air 7 up above this fire, we don't have a full scope of what is burning and what has already been lost. But we do know, just based on where we've seen the flames and where we know homes are, that dozens of homes are likely lost at this hour, and the march continues mostly unabated on here on the eastern front as the wind is just gusting through here, nearly blowing us off of our feet. And if it's that strong that it's affecting us standing here, imagine what it's doing to these flames. Again, this fire is making its way eastward towards us, but the wind is largely blowing to the west, so it's burning against the wind. There's so much dry, untouched brush here. Residents say nothing in this area has burned for 30 years to the extent we're seeing now, and you have residents who have never had to worry about leaving due to a fire suddenly have to pack up their lives, and what they could return home to in the future could be the loss of their home. And this is repeating itself. It's repeating itself dozens of times, hundreds or thousands of times over with all these residents who have had to pack up and likely might lose their home. And so we'll continue to watch the fire as it makes its way here. There are some homes that have been lost, and we'll see what happens as it makes its way east, guys.
Anxious evening right now. Jory, thank you so much. We feel for all of those residents out there. We also have a quick note to pass along. The LA City Fire Department, they're asking us to let them know that the department, they are on what's called recall. That means they're asking any off-duty personnel to reach out and share their availability to get more resources and staffing for overnight. Again, any off-duty personnel, they are being asked to call to their supervisors as soon as possible because, of course, they need reinforcements.
It's called a recall. It shows you how desperate the situation is. They need every available man or woman to help out on the fire lines. In the meantime, another really sad spot where this fire is burning has to do with the Palisades Charter High School, as well as the theater's Palisades Playhouse. Nico Kazoria has been standing basically between the two of them, watching these two iconic facilities burn. Nico.
Absolutely, David and Colleen, it's just so devastating. You said it, these iconic landmarks, Palisades Charter High School and also the Palisades Playhouse. So from looking at them, it looks like they are just burning. We were just looking at the football field not too long ago. The football field is at a total loss. It is a total loss. And the school, I have my eyes on it. I'm just watching the school burn down minute by minute. But right across the school, we told you about this business. I was trying to figure out exactly what this business is. And it turns out it's actually a nursery. So plants were all here. It's called the Standard Design Group Nurseries. And you can just see everything is burned down to the ground. There's nothing that has survived this fire. And I'm looking at the pictures online right now. It's just so crazy thinking that this is what the home used to look like, the nursery used to look like. I want to get a picture up for you. It's kind of hard to show it, but this is a look of what this building behind me used to look like. It used to be a white home and it just housed plants, and you can see it's just burned down to the ground. So absolutely nothing is left of it. And right across the street, we have all those embers that are just flying through the street. While we were walking to the football field, we felt some even touching us. So there's a reason why there's no one out here other than fire and police and just people in fire gear. No one should be out here walking. We did see some kids a little bit earlier on their bicycles riding around the neighborhood behind me there. I haven't seen any flames, but just because right now things look fine, that doesn't mean that people are in the clear. So anyone in this area, I have seen people evacuate. I really hope people that live in these streets have evacuated, because just being out here, you can feel how dry it is. You can feel the winds picking up. Right now, it's even hard standing on my feet, keeping my balance to talk to you guys. And this is just the beginning. We know that these winds will get stronger as we head into the evening hours. So if this is what it is like at this time, I can't even imagine. Already we've had these three iconic landmarks burned down. We have Palisades High School burned. We have the Palisades Playhouse also burned, and also now confirming that this is the nursery right across from Palisades High School. David and Colleen, I'll send it back to you.
It is just devastating.
Yeah, we were doing some research during Nico's report there, and the theater was founded in 1963. The high school founded in 1961. So you could see and guesstimate that that probably was a very developmental time for this community when they're building infrastructure and creating this community. And now we're seeing a lot of it just burn down.
I know. And, you know, Josh Haskell, he grew up in Pacific Palisades. He's very well versed in this area. He's joining us. Josh, it is very devastating to see, you know, your hometown being just absolutely ravaged by these wildfires.
Without a doubt, Colleen, places I never thought would burn, the fire has reached. Pierce. I'm going to make this real quick because Megan Garman is trying to evacuate. You live just right up the hill. Tell us what happened.
Well, the smoke just got really bad, so I just started packing up all of our stuff and we got in the car to go. And then all the cars were abandoned, so I had nowhere to go, so I just had to get out of my car and start walking. The smoke is so bad. I have no idea where we're going.
Where did you leave your car?
Just right up there behind the fire trucks.
Well, I can tell you that we have some resources right now.
Yeah.
At Gladstone.
Okay.
There's some people there that I think can help you.
Okay.
You can just make it down. It's not even half a mile.
Okay,
we want to let you and your daughter and your dog go. Just, have you ever seen anything like this?
Never, never. And I've lived in Malibu my whole life, and I've seen tons of fires. This is nothing. I'm scared for my life. It's terrifying. So.
Well, we're glad that you're safe. We'll get you down there.
Thank
and get
you.
Some help.
Wow, that is sobering. And to see that little child there on the street and her having to hold her dog. So Josh's signal froze up, but we're going to go back to Josh because we want to hear what he's saying about seeing his hometown on fire.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're going to Sid Garcia. Sid, you are with, I'm not sure if it's an LA City or an LA County firefighter, but you're standing by right there. Does this person know that LA City is on a recall trying to get any available firefighter who's off duty to come in to help fight these fires?
Let me add, this is firefighter David Ortiz with LA City Fire. Question from the studio is, are you asking off-duty personnel to report to duty?
Yeah, we have brought a lot of people off duty onto staff off additional resources ahead of this fire. We anticipated this possibility and we had additional resources. The state and the region has also brought a lot of resources from all over Southern California, and the request for more resources to relieve them further down the line is already in the plans.
The fire has already reached Pacific Coast Highway. What's the status of it right now, as we saw the flames really shooting up about, I think it was a half a mile from where we're at?
Yeah, this is definitely a wind-driven fire. So the marine influence, when you see the ocean front come in from the ocean, you'll see the activity pick up. And we have embers that are not visible to the naked eye right now throughout the vast area. So you'll see pockets of fire and flame build up and start up again, and there's zero containment around this fire. So anyone who is anywhere near this fire, you have any doubt to get out, it's time to get out. It's time to evacuate.
LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney mentioned the air assault at night. Has that been able to start, or have the winds basically grounded that?
And the winds have limited a lot of the air assets. I don't know for certain whether or not they have been able to fly tonight. My inkling or my belief would be they would not be flying because they're very ineffective when the winds are this strong. It's dark, the risk versus gain. I mean, when you drop the water, it just scatters all over the place, and it's just really ineffective.
All right. David, appreciate your time, sir. Be
Yes, sir.
safe, cuídate. David Ortiz with LA City Fire. Earlier today, one of the evacuees who sheltered in place in our news van, she was here, she's from New York, checking on her dad in the family house up in the Palisades. Here's what she had to say earlier this afternoon when she talked to us live on the air. So where were you when all this, and you just had to get the heck out?
So, here's the story. I was in Hollywood, and I heard about the news, and I had a cat over here in the Palisades. I live right there. I can see my house from here. And I couldn't make it. I had to leave my car up on Marquez and run the rest of the way down. Got my cat. My dad's up helping the firefighters. And then I had to run down here. Meanwhile, it's spreading. What are they calling it? Spotting, where it hops around. I'm getting hit with palm leaves that are on fire. I ran into a car. It's a whole thing. It's a whole thing.
How's your dad doing up at the house?
Last I heard, he was good. He's up at the corner of Sunset and Palisades with the firefighters. He's a security guard over at the school over here.
Just how scary has it been just seeing all of this and just wondering if everybody's safe that you care about?
It's terrifying. I was definitely worried for my dad. But what can you do? It's a natural disaster. I'm from New York. I've never done this before. So I don't know what to do.
And your name is, and you are?
Samantha Rose Baldwin.
Samantha, this is your first time going through this.
This closely, yeah.
Just describe what it was like getting up here and then trying to get home and then realizing the safest thing for you to do is just to abandon your car and come down.
It's terrifying. I mean, it feels like a horror movie. I'm screaming and crying, walking down the street. Sorry, hold on.
Yeah, it's starting to pick up again right now, and that's what everybody's afraid of, is that the windows are getting gustier. But you've been in touch with your dad, and so far so good, everything's okay. You can see your house.
Okay, well, I mean, I could. It's too smoky now, but I don't know where else to go. Like I said, my car's up there. I'm just going to go sit at the ocean because the fire can't touch it.
In fact, your father came down to check in with us to make sure his daughter was okay. He was fine and their home is okay. There was another woman who took shelter with their 2 dogs, and when I approached the dogs, both dogs were just panicking and shivering, and everybody was calmed down. Then they decided they had to go find a place to stay for the night. The winds are picking up here again. There's a lot of smoke around here. It's a little difficult to breathe, but again, the aerial assault, it's going to be limited tonight because the winds are simply too strong, and it's still blowing. And the fire that was half a mile down the road, it's calmed down a little bit, but with the winds, we're told, it could spring back up and cause more damage and burn more along the hillside. Let's send it back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Sid, for that report. And this is an appropriate time to bring in Shayla Gerard in right now to talk about those winds, because as we've been talking throughout the evening, Shayla, this isn't even the worst of it. The worst of it's going to start in just a few hours.
Yes, we're expecting to see the worst of those winds, the strongest winds from 10 p.m. tonight to early tomorrow morning. I want to show you, this is just over the past hour. You can see from LAX, those flames just continuing to grow. This fire has been relentless all afternoon into the evening. Right now, taking a live look, can't see as much off in the distance, but still, this is just the start of what is going to be a very long evening for these fire crews. I want to show you right now just how strong these wind speeds are. And again, we're talking about them continuing to pick up over the course of the evening. You'll notice Malibu Hills, Thousand Oaks, Simi Valley, even up into Santa Clarita, all seeing gusts around 35 miles per hour, even higher as you head into Burbank, 37 mile per hour gusts. Moving farther south, not much relief. Wrightwood right now seeing gusts 40 miles per hour. San Bernardino, Riverside, both seeing gusts around 30 miles per hour. Again, like we've mentioned, this is going to continue. Normally, when we see events like this, Santa Ana wind events, we are not dealing with as dry, as warm conditions and Santa Ana winds as widespread. Taking you back out to that Palisades fire, these winds, they've been coming from the northeast, 15 to 20 miles per hour. But what's so concerning, so hard for these fire crews are these gusts, anywhere from 35 to 50 miles per hour. You can see all that smoke. This is why areas southwest of the fire have been evacuated. We're talking about all the way down to PCH, Topanga Canyon, even past that, because of just how quickly this fire, these flames can spread with those fast winds and that dry vegetation as well. Now, taking a wider look out, we do have this red flag warning. We're talking about, once again, just how widespread it is. We're dealing with those dry fuels. This is sticking around through Thursday. So even after some of these winds will start to subside, we've only got about 24 hours of these strong winds. We're still going to be dealing with fire conditions through the end of the week. So dry, breezy conditions, still advisory level winds through end of week, but this high wind warning lasting through tomorrow evening. So we're expecting to see these strong winds, the strongest winds through tomorrow, but finally starting to die down as we get into tomorrow afternoon. We'll look more into that timing a little bit later in the show, but for now, David and Colleen, I'll toss it back to you guys.
All right, Shayla, thank you for that report, or that weather forecast. In the meantime, we have been talking about the Getty Villa throughout the afternoon because we've been getting mixed reports, some saying that some people saw it on fire. Then we got a report from Getty itself saying they are safe, but at the same time, reports from the LA Times say it is on fire. So with all of that said, we go to Michelle Fisher now, who has made her way to the Getty Villa to tell us what the situation actually is right now. Michelle.
Well, David, we're on Pacific Coast Highway at the entrance to the Getty Villa. We did make our way a bit into the property just to see what we could see. And based off of my knowledge and what me and my photographer witnessed, it is not on fire. But that does not mean that the villa and the property is not being threatened. Now, those are two different things. I'm going to have my photographer kind of pan down Pacific Coast Highway here and give you an idea of the hillsides leading up to the Getty Villa property. Now, they did release a statement earlier today. The villa saying that they swiftly closed to non-emergency staff and the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays anyway. The villa will remain closed at least through Monday, January the 13th now. Fortunately, Getty says it's made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding areas as part of a fire mitigation effort throughout the year. We do want to get to some video, though, that we captured as we were making our way through the property and the hillsides that surround the villa. There are trees, there are vegetation along the hillsides, and as you're seeing in this video, there were pockets of fire that were coming incredibly close to the Getty Villa property. Certainly not something you want to see if you're someone that's working there, as there were a number of security guards and a few staff members that we encountered on the property. The villa, though, saying that some trees and vegetation on the site did in fact burn, but they say staff and the collection remains safe tonight. What we can also confirm is that once we came down from the property, we did go to South Surfview Drive, which is a street and a community that's parallel to the Getty Villa property, and there were homes there actively burning. So even if the Getty Villa itself is not burning, burning. What we do know is that there are active fire threats immediately surrounding it, not only here on Pacific Coast Highway, but also on the other side of the Getty Villa property, which again is where South Surfview Drive is. And of course, back in 2019, if we remember, the Getty fire, which threatened and came very close to the Getty Center in Brentwood. So the hope is that this property here, the Getty Villa, safe, and that nothing of that sort will happen to where flames actually come in contact with the villa and the collection inside. So we're live tonight here along Pacific Coast Highway near the Getty Villa. I'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Michelle, you're a superstar for getting all that information and shooting that video and kind of getting to the bottom of this. Thank you for that report. Super, super valuable. By the way, as you know, when we talk about the Getty Villa, it's not just the building we're talking about. We're talking about the priceless art that is inside that building if it ever did catch on fire. And according to their press release, they say the museum, galleries, and library archives were sealed off from smoke by state-of-the-art handling systems. The double-walled construction of the galleries also provides significant protection. So if the building did catch on fire, there are additional protections built into that building. But as you know, fire can get through anything. So that's why we are watching this situation closely. Great report by Michelle, and she'll stay on top of it. In the meantime, we heard from state and local leaders earlier during a 3:30 press conference, and here's what Governor Newsom had to say.
Hell of a way to start a new year. Again, let me add my voice, the voice of so many others, in extending deep appreciation to the men and women in uniform across jurisdictions. I want to thank, in particular, Chief Crowley and Chief Maroney for your outstanding leadership, police chief, sheriff's office, all of our local law enforcement agencies that work hand in glove. There is simply no better mutual aid system anywhere in the United States of America. And you're seeing it now at scale once again here in Southern California. I say once again because we were here not too long ago, the Franklin fire. A few weeks prior to that, the Mountain Fire. November, December, now January. There's no fire season, it's fire year, it's year round. And it's incredibly important that we heed the warnings, the calls, that we're not out of the woods by any stretch of the imagination. You may feel at home that you're fine down in Riverside County, San Bernardino County, down in Ventura County, other parts of the state, but there's a reason we pre-positioned hundreds of assets and personnel on Sunday in anticipation of this wind event. 110 engines specifically were sent down, 45 by CAL FIRE, 65 through our mutual aid system through the Office of Emergency Services, water tenders down here, 7 new helicopters we brought from Northern California down to Southern California. We just brought our C-130 down from Northern California and already just had its first drop. By no stretch of the imagination are we out of the woods. You heard a chief say 10 p.m. tonight till 5 a.m. tomorrow will be peak winds. And having just quite literally an hour or so ago gone up the canyon and saw firsthand the impact of these swirling winds and the embers and the number of structures that are destroyed, not a few, many structures already destroyed, and the fact that people were still not evacuated, still did not heed the warning, were just coming down the canyon, is a reminder of how serious this moment is and how important it is you listen to these evacuation orders. We've all been to memorials. I've never been to a memorial for a building, but for family members and loved ones. I know you cannot say this enough. It's foundational. One other thing I want to say, because you can't say it enough, is expression of gratitude. The President of the United States happens to be in town. It didn't take more than a text message to get the FMAG approved, which means we're getting reimbursed for the vast majority of these costs. No politics, no hand-wringing, no kissing of the feet. The President of the United States said, yes, what else do you need? Emergency proclamations being drafted as we speak. And I just want to thank the President because that's something I don't take for granted and something we should not take for granted at this moment in American history. So thank you, President Biden, as well. Final point. We encourage you. You heard all those websites. I don't want to burden you with any more except one. Fire.ca.gov. And why do I say that? Nothing like it in the country. It's nothing like that we've seen in any jurisdiction around the world. 3D maps and live cams on fire.ca.gov would also show you the evacuation orders. I encourage people to take a look at that site for information. And of course, ready.ca.org to make sure that you're prepared as we work through yet another extraordinary month in this fire year, perpetual fire year here in the state of California.
Of course, we are covering breaking news right now of the Palisades fire. Another fire breaking out right now. This one is being called the Eden Fire. We know that this is happening at Pinecrest. This is near Altadena. You can see the fire right there. LA County Fire, they're on the scene. Structure defense, they're saying, is being set up as flames are visible from the freeway. We do know that we have ground crews that are also en route. Take a look at some of these pictures right here. We know, again, that LA County is asking for a helicopter to help fight this fire. But again, you can see it. A lot of people are obviously watching this that are in the Altadena area. But again, this is at Eaton Canyon, at the Kinaloa Canyon area, a hiking trail. We know a lot of people hike in this area, David. So again, a lot of anxious nerves right now.
It's the worst possible news you can get because of so many resources are moved over to Pacific Palisades, and that's a desperate situation with so many homes going up in flames. What if this one continues to increase rapidly, and as we saw, they cannot get air support overhead? So that is a major catastrophe waiting to happen because they can't use any of their air assets to get on top of this fire, especially if this fire is in a place that's hard to get to on the ground. Then we have something that's going to exponentially make things far, far worse. But we're going to continue to watch the situation in Eaton Canyon and, of course, continue to concentrate on what's happening in Pacific Palisades. In fact, more video to show you right now from what was happening earlier today. Incredible images showing the chaos unfolding during the early hours of this fire. A bulldozer had to clear parked cars blocking Sunset Boulevard because firefighters had to get up to the houses on the top. A lot of people deciding it was better just to ditch their cars, fleeing on foot during the chaotic escape. This is exactly what we're talking about when it comes to heed the warnings, get out when you can, because if this happens, then more people's homes could go up in flames because emergency personnel were not able to get them.
No, again, that big problem, the road access people, they were parking and walking out from their cars to the hills. Here's what Chief McDonald had to say about cooperation from the community.
Thank you very much. We are here in a support role to our fire partners. Just a quick rundown. We have over 100 officers here deployed, another approximately 60 ready to be deployed once a mission is given to them. So far, the major job for our people have been evacuation, traffic control, allowing ingress and egress to emergency vehicles, and those can be helpful. I would have an ask that if you would, please do everything you can to open up the streets so we can get the resources we need to be able to deal with this emergency. Please take this wind emergency very seriously. As you heard from the speakers before me, this is something that is going to get worse throughout the night, so we all have to look out for each other. Areas of evacuation so far, about 30,000 people have been evacuated from a total of 10,000 households or 15,000 structures, to include businesses and other buildings so far, with no injury. So we're very thankful for that. But we truly ask for all assistance that we can get in making this as smooth as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right, that is Police Chief Jim McDonald.
Yeah, talking about today. And our 6:30 streaming news coverage is coming to an end right now.
But our fire coverage will continue coming up on ABC7 and ABC7.com, so stick with us. We'll be right back on Channel 7.
This is Eyewitness News with live breaking news.
All right, we have breaking news at 7 o'clock. You are watching a special edition of Eyewitness News as we come on the air for the major breaking story, a brush fire burning in Pacific Palisades. And you can watch Jeopardy and Wheel of Fortune on Channel 7.2. I'm David Ono.
And I'm Colleen Sullivan. The fire exploding to nearly 3,000 acres in just the last few hours as the winds are expected to get even worse tonight. Multiple structures have been destroyed, including homes. At least 30,000 people have been evacuated as mandatory evacuation orders do do remain in effect. President Biden, who is visiting LA, has been briefed on this fire.
We want to show you the evacuation area and the fire zone. Again, 30,000 people have been told to leave. More than 13,000 structures have been threatened. The evacuation map has actually expanded all the way to Calabasas. The yellow is evacuation warnings. The red is evacuation orders. Officials are asking people to stay off of the roads if you can to allow emergency vehicles to get through.
And we're going to talk about another breaking story right now. Eden Canyon, there is another fire happening right there. Leanne Suter, you know this area very well. This is near Altadena. Tell us what you're seeing right now.
Hi guys, I think you're coming to me here. We don't have good cell service up here to be able to hear anything. We're on Canyon Close Road. Lori, one of the residents here, joining me. Lori, how quickly did this break out, this fire?
My husband saw it was maybe 5 feet high, and then the gusts came and it just blew up.
And it has been a long time since Eden Canyon has been on fire up here. What is your concern, obviously, with this burning so quickly?
Plus the drought. We haven't had any rain in the mountains, so dry. It'll just go in a puff.
Yeah. And you guys are right on the hill overlooking Eden Canyon. Have you seen how close the flames have come to the back of your home yet?
No, but you have permission because the fire hydrant is right across the street, and last time they took their hoses and went right to the canyon with it. So at least they were able to save some of the houses from the last big fire. I think it was 1991.
Wow, so it's been a while. I know we see a lot of engines coming in, and I know they came in and evacuated you guys right away. You heard the officers going
us right away. Yes, but I had to get our 95 and 90-year-old neighbors out because they were confined to their second story because she just fractured her hip. So I had to get them out.
So you got them out. I know you're rushing to get out as well. Lori, you see these all the time. I know you know it's a risk living up in here in the hillsides like this, but what's going through your mind, your heart at this point?
Just people and pets and lives are what is important. Just lives are what's important.
Thank you, Lori. I know you're rushing. I appreciate your time. I know. Again, we're on Canyon Crest Drive here in Altadena. I'm going to walk, see if it works to go. We'll go behind with the into the backyard here and show you. There's a lot of engines that have come in. We can show you the fire up here around the edge. Make sure I don't dump Duncan in. You can see up on the hillside there. You can see this is literally the fire is burning down in Eden Canyon at this point. It's coming up kind of what I would call is the west side of the hill here. You can see the flames moving a little closer. There are homes all along the edge of Eden Canyon here. I'm going to help Duncan as we move in closer. I just don't want him to trip over any of this. We're going to go around here. She said we have permission to go in the back here. We have seen dozens of police come in. Pasadena police has been rushing in. I've seen a couple of sheriff's deputies. The fire department's here making a stand trying to protect all of the homes that line Eden Canyon here. You can see the embers that are flying. The wind really has been a major challenge in all of this because it has just blown this fire up in a matter of minutes. We just encountered a couple of minutes ago dramatic gusts. I mean, I'm guessing they had to have been at least 50-mile-an-hour gusts. Yep, you can see it coming up over the edge here, Duncan, if you can see over there. This wind and the embers, that's going to be the problem. It's pushing all of these embers, and those can quickly start other brush fires in the area. I see a bunch of firefighters here in the backyard. Yeah, they're doing the best they can to douse, and on the other side of that is where Eden Canyon is, literally just on the other side of these trees. The hillside goes straight down into Eden Canyon here. This is a very, very hiking area. Lots of trails.
Hang in there.
Wow.
All right, we're having some issues with it
here, and as you heard.
I'm sorry, Leanne. Go ahead. We got you back. We got you back.
Yeah, sorry. Up in this area, it's really hard with the cell coverage in order to get us our live shot. But it's been a while. You heard Lori, the resident, say since 1991 she believes it was a lot area. So there's a lot of concern with this. Again, the wind has been the issue. We can barely see also because of the smoke. The smoke is so thick right now as the fire is burning along the edge. We see lots of firefighters that have come in. We did see a couple of helicopters, so I know that they're trying to get some units in here, trying to do some water drops and trying to stop this blaze and try to at least slow down the progression. Now, it's hard to see because of the smoke, but we could see that it was going to the east burning all the way up through the hills here and headed that direction, but the fire also then burning to the west. So it kind of was shooting, it looked like it was kind of shooting up into Eaton Canyon. As I was saying, it's a really popular hiking trail and lots of homes up all along the edge here. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on the situation here, and we'll bring you the very latest as this fire continues to burn here. Live in Altadena, Leanne Suter, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Yeah, Leanne, thank you for that, and we're going to go back to you soon because that is a frightening thought that this fire is now broken out in Eaton Canyon. So just to be clear, we are now dealing with two different fires that could be absolutely devastating.
Well, we just got some word that water dropping capabilities, they will be shut down for the Eaton Canyon fire because the winds. So we're hearing it might be a very treacherous firefight happening right now. They're trying to get people in position to fight that fire in Eaton Canyon as well.
You could see the ash, the smoke,
raining
and
down.
that just broke out. And look how quickly it's moving. So that could be devastating, and it's going to spread our units even thinner than they already are. So that's Eaton Canyon. That is near Altadena. We're going to go back there since it's a brand new fire, but we want to go back to Pacific Palisades where we've been all afternoon and evening and talk to Josh Haskell, who is from this community. And Josh, we lost your signal because the winds are blasting where you are as well, but we are very curious to find out what your thoughts are, this being a community that you grew up in, and you're seeing all these iconic places that you grew up with that are now on fire or in ashes.
It's honestly made me sick to my stomach to hear the different locations that our reporters and teams are at telling us that they're now on fire. That community playhouse, the Pearson Playhouse, I grew up there, I did community theater there. Palisades Charter High School is such an important part of this community. So many people that live in this community go there, their parents went there, and it is just a heartbreaking scene and surreal that I am now on Sunset Boulevard, not too far from Pacific Coast Highway, standing in front of LA City Fire Station 23. Just take a look. Fire is extremely close to this fire station, and I can sadly report that the Jewish congregation, Chabad of the Palisades, they have lost their building here. The Westside Waldorf School has also sustained damage. So it looks like Chabad of the Palisades is a complete loss. That fire very close to Fire Station 23. And there are just so many structures impacted in and around here. And every time I look at my phone, I keep hearing about legendary businesses, restaurants, people's homes along Pacific Coast highways we get towards Topanga that have gone up in flames. And until I see that with my own eyes, I'm not going to report, but it just tells you there's so many landmarks here. Los Leones, where we are right now, such a popular hiking trail. There are so many homes, David and Colleen, tucked up in these canyons that are just pitch dark right now, filled with smoke. And I can tell you, there are homes on fire up there. We tried to go live up there earlier, but the signal was not strong enough. The Palisades Highlands, I can report, has mostly been evacuated. They're under a mandatory evacuation. I do not think that many people remain up there. There are a lot of firefighters up there for structure protection on what will be a very long night. But just surreal that I'm standing in front of LA City Fire Station 23 with flames kind of surrounding the fire station. And if those winds pick up, firefighters are going to have to make some tough decisions as they've already lost some businesses here in this area. David and Colleen?
Absolutely, Josh. You know, you're talking about the firefighters. You're looking at your community. We know there are so many people right now watching our news, trying to gauge how it's going in their environments, because a lot of people have opened their doors to their friends who live in this area. They're watching to see if their home is going to be standing. A lot of anxious people watching tonight. LA City Fire, I know, Josh, you're watching everything happen before your eyes. LA City Fire, they're in a recall situation where they're asking anybody who is off duty, any off-duty fire personnel, call their supervisor, come in, volunteer. Obviously, you will get paid, but come in and work, because look at this fire that's taking place right now. We know Jory Rand, you're at Amalfi and Sunset. I don't know if this is your live shot or if that's Rob Hayes. I think that's one of our other Eyewitness News team members. But Jory, we're with you right now. Right behind you is just a hue of amber.
Yeah, we've watched as this fire has marched towards the east. smoke is blowing to the west and to the south. This has continued its march to the east, out of Palisades Village, up and over a hillside, and now towards our neighborhood. And things have gotten so bad that right here on Sunset Boulevard, they have completely shut it down. We just heard an LAPD officer go through on the loudspeaker saying, if you are here, if you can hear my voice, evacuate now. So a mandatory evacuation order looks like it has reached this area at Amalfi and Sunset Drive. He said evacuate to the 405. Everybody head east. Do not turn into neighborhoods. Just go east. Get out of here to the 405 freeway because this fire is not slowing down. It continues its march east. We just heard a discussion. He talked about the call for more resources. This LAPD officer was in a bit of a discussion, heated discussion with someone who said he was with a private fire brigade who was trying to get to some point here west of where we are on Sunset Boulevard, and the LAPD officer would not let him through. He would not let him go by. They have now shut down Sunset Boulevard up to Amalfi and are rerouting traffic east, and they don't want people going off of Sunset into the neighborhoods because it's going to block people's egress, their evacuation out of here. So he is going through telling people to leave, pack up, and head east to the 405. Guys, we're talking that's 4 miles to the east. There's a little canyon just through there. That's Sunset Boulevard as it switches back to the south, but there are homes just beyond that. We don't know, I don't think it has jumped Sunset in our location, but it continues to march east, and right behind us, there are homes right below there, that hillside. There are homes here south on Amalfi, and there are a lot of homes north. That's the most concerning because that's the wildland up against Will Rogers State Park that we have seen burn throughout the evening unabated. We just saw one helicopter circle through and made a really low pass, but other than that, we have seen no firefight in the air or on the ground, and there are dozens, if not hundreds of homes right now in the path of this fire.
That is absolutely frightening. And seeing those flames come up behind you, Jory, be careful first of all, but keep us posted. That's what we're hearing throughout, is that all of these homes are in danger and some may very well be on fire right now. Jory, thank you for that report. Let's go to Rob Hayes right now. He's in a Rivoli Drive, and that was Rob's ominous shot that we were looking at just a few seconds ago, and that is something to see behind you, Rob.
Yeah, Rivoli Drive here is just above Sunset Boulevard. We are on the east side of the fire, and about an hour and a half ago, this was just an orange glow, right? As the fire burned behind this ridge. Well, in the past hour, it has jumped the ridge and is now approaching Sunset Boulevard, which is down below us, the curvy part of Sunset Boulevard there. And you can see the flames have just crept down the mountain. Not really crept, it kind of moved pretty quickly because these winds are so strong here. And it's not just dead ahead here. I mean, this is a pretty broad view of where you could see this fire. I mean, if we look, Dave, if we pan to the right, you could see it's orange. You pan all the way to the left, which is towards the ocean, and it's still orange behind those trees. There is so much fire going on here that it is really kind of hard to comprehend. And you could still hear these small explosions that are going off, even where we are, which is probably half a mile away from the flames. And you hear these things, and it's trees that are burning, structures that are burning, cars that are burning, and you just hear these pops like fireworks going off. Now you can see if you follow the wind, it is blowing towards the ocean. It's a classic Santa Ana blowing towards the waters. But the concern now is these fires, these flames have crept down the hillside and continue to work their way towards this neighborhood on Rivoli Drive. So it is quite the scene. It's very hard to comprehend. And, you know, Senator, I'm struggling to fathom what the damage is going to look like when the sun comes up tomorrow.
Oh, no kidding. And Josh Haskell was also saying that as well, Rob. Just, you know, you can see it right now, but tomorrow when you see daylight, it is going to be devastating.
Very brutal.
Yeah, and now we're going to go to our other Eyewitness News reporter, Michelle Fisher. Michelle, you're on Pacific Coast Highway near the Getty Villa, which of course a lot of nervous people around there watching these flames encroach very close to this iconic structure.
Yeah, well, I want to echo kind of what was just said about the noises that we're hearing. It's kind of this weird juxtaposition because this fire has jumped the highway. So on one side, out of my right ear, we're hearing the waves crash, which is usually kind of a peaceful sound that people like to rely on. You also see this brush in the bush behind me burning. And then out of my left ear, just on the other side of the highway, we're hearing some popping. We're hearing fire alarms going off. And what we are seeing is just really difficult. Homes just fully engulfed in flames, burned down to just nothing. This is close to a second entrance for the Getty Villa, which we know has been threatened. As far as we know, it hasn't actually caught fire, but it is certainly being threatened by all sorts of kind of flames tonight. Now, the Getty Villa did make a statement earlier saying that non-emergency staff in the site is closed to the public on Tuesdays. The Getty Villa right now set to remain closed until at least Monday, January 13th. Now, fortunately, the Getty says that it has made extensive efforts to clear brush from the surrounding area as part of fire mitigation efforts throughout the year.
All right, we're losing her signal, but we're going to try to stay with this for a little longer because what she's talking about is the Getty Villa and how it is now basically surrounded by flames, and so far they've been able to fight it back. She's on PCH. Michelle, we've got you back. We lost you about 30 seconds ago.
Alrighty. I was just mentioning that we went onto the Getty Villa property and we were able to make our way up there despite, as I mentioned, it's closed to the public on Tuesday. So we weren't sure if we were allowed to be up there, but we made our way there regardless. And what we saw, I believe we have video of that to show you some of the flames that are burning. There is brush, there are trees on that property, and that vegetation was on flames. In flames in various spots, which is a threat to the property. The villa confirming that, in fact, some trees and vegetation on the site did burn, but they said that not only the staff, but also the collection is safe due to those fire mitigation efforts and moving the collections into various places to keep them safe as this threat continues to burn tonight. What we can tell you is Pacific Coast Highway here, where you do see these flames burning, is dangerously close to the villa. Also on the other side of the villa, the South Surfview Drive. We also went up that road and saw several homes on fire. We saw vegetation burning up hillsides. So we know in 2019 a similar situation for the Getty fire, which was threatening the Getty Center in Brentwood. And even though right now, as far as we know, the Getty Villa is safe, as this fire continues into the evening, as the winds continue to pick up, and as these embers blow anyway, it's anyone's guess what could happen tonight. So we are here along Pacific Coast Highway, keeping an eye on not only the homes here, but also the Getty Villa to make sure the flames, or just hopefully to keep an eye on it for you. And hopefully the reports throughout the evening will be that the Getty Villa remains safe from the flames tonight. That's the latest here live. We'll go ahead and send it back to you all in the studio.
Yeah, really important report there. Michelle, thank you for that, and we'll check back with you to make sure the Getty Villa remains safe. In the meantime, we want to go to Sid Garcia, who's been at the command center for this fire, just off of PCH, with the very latest. Sid, are you out there?
Yeah, we're out here right now, and that's where that is burning right now. Across the street is where the command post was at Will Rogers State Beach. We saw the command trailer from LA City Fire leave here a couple of minutes ago, along with a number of other fire personnel and other LAPD personnel as well. The wind is howling. That is blowing towards us. You can feel the heat from that fire. The Palisades fire earlier this afternoon, it reached Pacific Coast Highway, went to the beach. Across the street, it's Will Rogers State Beach. It's a parking lot and sand. Now it's burning towards us. To the right of your screen, up above, we believe there are homes, and I think I see the lights of a couple of fire trucks up there situated for structure or property protection right now. But I can tell you, the wind is blowing strong. You can see the flames and the smoke blowing from right to left on your screen, and that is coming towards us. And the scary part is that 5 minutes ago it was on the other side of the ridge there, and now it's just blowing, and there's plenty of dry brush that we were able to see here during the day. There's a lot of dry brush that's just primed to burn as the winds continue to blow this fire not only towards the beach, but in our direction as well. We are just south of Will Rogers State Beach. And again, a lot of fire personnel, including the command post, their big trailer that LA City Fire uses for major incidents like this, they packed up and they left further south to find a safer place to be. So again, that it's coming towards us. The flames are pretty tall over there right now, and the wind continues to blow this fire not only to the ocean, but coming towards us, heading south as well. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Absolutely, Sid. Thank you very much. And you're talking about those winds. Meteorologist Dallas Rains, he has been talking about this wind. And, you know, Dallas, I know that we're in for a long night.
Oh, absolutely, because we already have another fire that was started near Altadena, and we don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the evening as far as that's concerned, but we do know meteorologically the winds are not going to back down tonight. They're going to blow hard even through tomorrow morning. This is a look at some of the wind velocities that are being reported around the area still, and up in the Altadena area, we've seen wind gusts up there of 52 miles per hour coming through those canyon passes. So again, those are out of the northeast, very strong winds blowing up around that area. And that is going to happen tonight through tomorrow morning. There will be a break in the winds, but that won't happen until tomorrow afternoon. We'll start to see a little bit less of those powerful 60 and 70 mile per hour wind gusts. Here's a map showing you where the fire was started above Pacific Palisades. We had the camera on it. It was started around 10:22 this morning, and of course spread very, very rapidly in those powerful Santa Ana winds. Now let's head up to, there's Mount Wilson. This is Altadena. This fire was started above Altadena in the Eaton Canyon area about an hour ago, and it is spreading southbound at this time. So again, when we look out over the large area of Southern California, these winds cover all of Southern California. Therefore, the red flag warning is in effect for everybody, pretty much everyone in on this event, due to strong north and northeast winds feeding through these canyon passes. And overnight tonight, they're going to have to watch very carefully down in the foothill areas of Orange County. No fires yet, thank goodness, but all of this area will have very strong winds. Dry conditions too. Humidity staying at about 15 to 20%, even in the overnight hours. All right, with this shot here, looking at wind forecasts for Pacific Palisades. Early in the morning, just around sunrise, there will be another burst of strong Santa Ana winds with velocities up to hurricane force, 74 miles per hour, and that will be in a quick burst. Then we'll start taking everything down a little bit by late afternoon. That's the good news, and that shows up on this fabulous wind map here that we can show you as the winds will be dying off as we go through time quickly. PW, let's get through here because we're out of time, and we want to show the winds dying completely as we get into the afternoon hours. I'll have another weather for you in a few minutes.
All right, Dallas, Thank you. Friday cannot get here soon enough. Thank you, Dallas, for the update on the weather forecast. In the meantime, we have been trying to get to the Eaton Canyon area where there is a brand new fire that is burning out there, which is of major concern for us. Now, we are having some signal issues, so in order to fix those signal issues, we've put Leanne Suter on an 8-second delay. So when we toss to her, we need a little bit of patience on her kicking in. So now let's throw it over to Leanne. There you can see the fire. And Leanne, what is the latest?
Yeah. Oh, this is an absolute firestorm, David, up here. This is a tremendous fight by crews. We now have flames pushing up the back wall of a home here. We are just on Altadena Drive, just north of Canyon Crest, and you can see what the winds are doing. It's just embers going everywhere as the flames push up the Eaton Canyon of Canyon Crest Drive, and there are homes that just rim the edge of Eaton Canyon here, and that is where the crews are focusing their attention now on structure protection. But right here in this section, unfortunately, this is getting very, very close to this home here. They had been here a while ago and put out some of the hot spots earlier, but it has come back with a vengeance. And when the winds pick up, and let me tell you, some of these gusts are so tremendous, it is just a sea, a massive wall of embers that just get blown across the area here. And again, there are homes throughout this area, just solid neighborhoods for blocks up here in the hills in Altadena. And it's those embers that really are the big concern, because it could get lodged in any of the homes next door. It also could start fires just, more than a mile away because of those embers. But as you can see, they are just swirling everywhere because of the wind here. I mean, it is just, it's a horrible scene, I have to say, but I'm amazed. They have brought in so many resources. We have seen firefighters from the Angeles National Forest, Pasadena Fire is up here, as well as several other local municipalities that have come up here trying to help and do structure protection along Canyon Crest. And wow, it is just, it's almost too difficult to stand here, because I'm gonna have Duncan turn around so he puts it.
All right. Maybe we should get Leanne out of there.
They're absolutely tremendous. I don't have any way of clocking them myself, but I have to tell you, Yep, here we go. We got it. We got.
All right. Leanne, I know there's an 8-second delay. Get out of there. We're going to check back with you when you're in a safer spot. But I think that picture says everything about how dangerous it is right now in Eaton Canyon, how quickly this fire is moving, and how this is of major concern for everybody, because this is going to demand major resources to handle this fire as well. And as Dallas just told us, Colleen, that these winds are going to increase throughout the night, not decrease. This is only going to get worse.
And I know that, we're not in the line of the fire in Glendale, but our studios, we're sort of running on a generator right now. We certainly are taking some power hits, and we know a lot of our neighbors are certainly dealing with power outages. So we're going to go back over to Jory Rand. Jory, you are at Amalfi and Sunset still. I'm assuming you've stayed in your same location, because boy, again, looking behind you is incredible.
Yeah, we're here at the same location, but I'm not sure exactly how long we're going to be able to stay here as this fire continues its march east. Again, we've talked about the pops that we've heard throughout the night. We've heard 3 extremely large explosions within the last 20 minutes. One of them, just as you were tossing to us, they could be transformers going, they could be gas tanks going, they could be vehicles. There was a time when we heard dozens of pops. It could have been ammunition that has been going off inside of homes. I was just checking to see exactly how close the flames are getting. We are told that if it hasn't jumped Sunset at some point down here to the west of our location, it is going to imminently. There are homes on both sides of Sunset here at Amalfi, and the tension here has raised up. It's ratcheted up as the LAPD has shut down Sunset Boulevard. They are trying to push people out of this neighborhood and staying on the main thoroughfare. But you can see as residents realize the seriousness of the situation, they have begun to pour out of this neighborhood here on Amalfi. If you look up, we're looking up north there, that neighborhood, we see cars making their way down. As they evacuate, there are more homes down to the south. One by one, we see cars like this vehicle right here start to trickle down Sunset and get out of this area as the flames have marched to the east. Again, we're talking about a fire and winds that are blowing to the south and to the west, but we keep having to relocate to the east because it is churning up this brush, and we believe at some point it will start hitting homes here on this side of Palisades Village. We were talking with a woman in Palisades Village a short time ago off Chautauqua. It was burning at the top of her street. There's a reservoir up there and just open land, and that had gone up in flames. The homes that were up there by the reservoir, she said, were gone, and she started getting reports of residents that were a little bit down, neighbors of hers, friends of hers that were down the hill from that wild brush, believing that they were beginning to lose their homes, and she thought hers was going to go as well. She was paying attention to the security cameras around her property, and after we left that location, because the smoke began to encroach on our spot and it got too thick, she texted and said she had lost connection with her cameras. She believed her home was lost. The entire neighborhood there of Palisades Village is under threat if it has not been lost at this hour. There are homes down below our location where you see those flames are. It's tough to get an exact view of what is burning down there, but an officer just drove up here, and I heard a couple of the other LAPD officers ask what it's looking like down Sunset, and he said it's getting bad. It's getting very close. If it hasn't jumped that location yet. There was an officer driving through here on the loudspeaker within the last half hour to an hour, telling residents, if you can hear my voice, there's another loud explosion. If you can hear my voice, he said, evacuate now, head east to the 405. Get out of here right now. So they believe that impact with these homes is imminent. A lot of these homes are likely to be lost tonight. We don't see much of a firefight on this flank of the fire, and so there are dozens, if not hundreds, of homes who are in the line of this fire, and there's really nothing at this point to stop them. We've seen one, maybe two helicopters cycle through over the last 3 hours, though we have not seen any physical water drops. Their altitude, one of them tore across here, across Sunset Boulevard at a very low altitude. We thought it must have been for some kind of water drop, but again, we don't have eyes on it. The smoke gets so thick as soon as you get north or west of our location. And so we'll continue to keep an eye. There's a crowd. A lot of this are vehicles that have been turned around by the LAPD on Sunset, told to leave, and so they drive through Amalfi and just park and get out. And so the LAPD, there's a lot of tension here with the officers here trying to get people out of this neighborhood, and vehicles that are now clogging Sunset Boulevard, and a lot of people just standing here waiting to see what happens. And so that's basically what we are doing as well, to see when these homes will come under direct threat from the flames. The LAPD wants people to get out now. They were coming through as if an official evacuation, mandatory evacuation order has come through for this neighborhood, because the flames, as you can see, let me step out of the way one more time, the flames are moving this way, heading east from Pacific Palisades, as the wind once again is picking up. It's blowing in our direction now, so that is going to take these flames directly towards us and directly towards these hundreds of homes here, guys.
Jory, we're looking at those heartbreaking images. We're going to go to our Eyewitness News reporter, Michelle Fisher. She is somewhat close by. She's on PCH near the Getty Villa. And Michelle, how is it looking where you are? Because we know that that fire jumped PCH.
Yeah, it jumped PCH, as you mentioned, Colleen. So to our right here, we have a bush that's burning and the ocean, which is a peaceful sound. To our left, we have the sounds of popping, as you heard Jory mention. We have fire alarms going off and just the sight of homes that are burning behind us on this hillside. It's also incredibly windy out here. And as we know, as we've heard our meteorologist team describing this afternoon, things are going to get worse. It's only 7:30 right now, and I believe I heard them say that it's around 10 throughout this night into early tomorrow morning when the winds are going to pick up even more. So that's what concerns me as we look at the conditions here. I'm going to step a bit out of the way so my photographer can kind of get a better view of what's happening, but it's just remarkable how quickly these homes burn down. The large property that you see here, when we pulled up here about 15-20 minutes ago, that home, you could still tell what the structure looked like, and it still had some type of formation to it. And now just 30 minutes later, all you see is just beams where they were standing, just fully engulfed, and this home just fully destroyed, which is a difficult situation. A couple of houses down just moments ago, we actually saw two people on a balcony screaming something. I don't know if they were screaming for help or what, but again, this area has been evacuated, so anybody who, for whatever reason, might still be in their property or still trying to save their property, I think at this point it's safe to say that you should immediately evacuate and try to get somewhere safe, whatever that may look like, because this fire is just burning so out of control in various different directions, and the wind certainly is not helping. Also, as we made our way near the Getty Villa, we ran into a man who was unable to make his way back into his neighborhood because he was being turned around by law enforcement and firefighters that were in the neighborhood, and he asked us, he said, can you please make your way to this address? He gave us his address. He said, if you're able to make your way up there, this is my number. Please let me know if my home is still standing. I said, well, when you came down this hill, what was going on? And he said, the brushes in front of my home were pretty heavily engulfed, but I'm hoping that somehow they got put out and that my home is saved. So at some point in the night, I'm going to make it my mission at some point in all of our continuing coverage to make my way to that gentleman's home to just see if his house is one of the ones that has burned down tonight, if it's one of those structures that has been destroyed by this Palisades fire. But it is a busy night, as we know, for firefighters that are out there, for our crews that are on the ground. The fire department's now calling in anybody who's even off duty to volunteer their time. I believe a couple minutes ago we saw a Ventura County fire truck coming through, which it was just a couple months ago that Ventura County had to deal with their own fire, and we know mutual aid from here was sent to help them. So it has been a very busy season in terms of the fires, and our thoughts and prayers just with everybody tonight that is being impacted by this. For now, we're live along Pacific Coast Highway. I'll throw it back to you guys in the studio.
Fire continues to creep eastward towards us. I'm going to step out of the way. One thing we've been talking about all night, I think I heard Jory mention it as well, are these popping sounds, these explosions. Recently, probably in the last half hour to 20 minutes, we've been hearing really loud explosions. Now, I don't know if these are fuel tanks on vehicles exploding or if they are propane tanks from barbecue grills, but some of these have been so loud, like they shook our car, and they're very noticeable. So that's one thing, one of the sounds we're hearing. The other, of course, is that steam train of wind that tends to kick up every so often and rip through the trees here, and it just will howl at times. So right now, from Rivoli here, it is a broad vista, and we can go from the north side over here, and you'll see an orange glow, and it's kind of hard because it's hidden by some of these bushes here. And then we pan all the way south towards the ocean, and it's an orange glow over there. So this fire is still burning out of control. The wind is ridiculous, just insane how fast these wind gusts are moving through here. Comes another one right now. So I'm sure that's going to feed more flames. But we have a whole night to look forward to more of these strong winds. And sadly, that is really bad news for Pacific Palisades. We'll throw it back to you.
Yeah, absolutely tragic, Rob. Thank you for that report. Try to stay as safe as possible as we continue to deal with this epic story that has been unfolding since about 10:30 this morning, as this fire has been raging through Pacific Palisades. And then also, as of this evening, we're dealing with Eaton Canyon and near Altadena, and the winds are absolutely blasting out there. If you saw Leanne Suter's report, it is of great concern of what is happening over there in Eaton Canyon. Just in the last few minutes, it has really ramped up, and the winds are blasting, and they can't get any air support there either because it is just absolutely devastating how gusty and powerful those winds are. And as we've been pointing out, they're only going to get worse as we go deeper into the night.
Right, and we are getting some, breaking news on the Eaton Canyon fire. We know that there are some mandatory evacuations. We are looking at live images right now of the Eaton Canyon fire, so you can take a look. Fire crews are trying to get in position. This fire is really a devastating one. You can see it raining down with embers right there. We know Leanne Suter had a very dramatic live shot, but again, there are mandatory evacuations, as in leave right now. It's in caps. This is the message that we have received. East Altadena Drive, Kinaloa Canyon Road, Outpost Lane, Glen Springs, Coolidge, Miranda, Roosevelt, Veranda, Kinclair. Again, this is according to the Angeles National Forest. They're putting out this. So again, if you are living in this area, heed the warnings, get out, have your ready, set, go bag in position, because this fire shows no sign of slowing down.
No, it's only going to pick up speed. I mean, we've been seeing it before our very eyes. And Dallas Raines, let's bring you in on this conversation, because this is where you're saying we are about to get into this moment where the winds will be at their maximum.
David, that's not going to change. We have to go through tonight, through early tomorrow morning, when there will be a pulse gust of Santa Ana winds that can reach hurricane velocity. That is not going to change. We will see a change after lunchtime tomorrow, but not for tonight and not for early tomorrow morning. This is a close-in shot of the fire zone in the Altadena area. It's in those canyons about there. And all of these canyon areas in Southern California, from the OC out to our friends in Riverside, are vulnerable tonight. As I mentioned before, earlier this afternoon, no fires had been started so far, thank goodness, down in the OC, and they have no fires started in the IE, but we just have this new one that was started in the Altadena area, and of course it is explosive. When we look at wind forecasts tonight, they are strong. This is for Pacific Palisades, north of Malibu, in that area, very strong. And look at that little burst there right around sunrise, 41, 46, and those are just possible sustained for 2 minutes. So we could see winds easily approach hurricane velocity in this. Now, Altadena, same deal. It's a canyon location. All of these areas through the canyons are the ones where when the fires are started, they're almost impossible to start. And we get into after midnight tonight, still really strong winds in the Altadena area. And then, as I mentioned, during the afternoon tomorrow, we'll see these winds start to back down a little. Where is that area of low pressure? There it is right there over the northern portions of the Sea of Cortez. Very powerful winds coming down out of the north, feeding into that area of low pressure. Tomorrow, that low moves on off to the east, and when it does, that's when you'll see those winds go down. As we go through time, there it is. Look in the right-hand corner at the time here, 11 p.m. tonight, still howling. OC, below the Santa Ana Mountains, where the term Santa Ana winds actually were developed for the mountains and foothill areas of the Santa Ana Mountains. Out there in the IE, powerful winds blowing through there. Then in the late afternoon for tomorrow evening, notice how the wind field completely changes. Here's the 7-day. For tomorrow, red flags. Red flags on Thursday. Clear on Friday, temperatures start to cool. And then again, when we get into next Tuesday, 7 days from now, I'm forecasting another Santa Ana wind event, which will more than likely be moderate to strong, not severe like this one, but this is the time of the year. And so far this season, we've talked about this, Colleen and David and folks at home. And with a La Nina, you're going to see a lot more of these offshore winds than the last 2 years, where we had just tons of rain coming in off the Pacific Ocean.
Man, we desperately need rain, especially after this, Dallas.
That's right.
That is just too bad. Thank you for that update on the weather forecast. Now, throughout Dallas's forecast, you saw the images on the right-hand side. That is Eaton Canyon, and then so is Leanne Suter. These are both, we're trying to show you how devastating this fire is quickly becoming. And Leanne, again, in order to solidify her signal, she is on an 8-second delay. So have some patience as we throw to Leanne. So Leanne, take it away.
You guys, the wind here is unbelievable. You just heard Dallas talking about how strong these gusts are, and I can tell you, we are experiencing them firsthand. We just had a gust, literally just a couple of seconds ago, that I'm going to say is probably around 50 miles an hour, if not more. Duncan, my photographer, we both had to hold on to each other just to stand up in the wind. It sounds like a freight train is coming through the trees here. Like, here comes another one. You can hear it kind of building as it starts, and then these winds really hit hard, these gusts, and that is the problem for all of these firefighters. As we look up the hill here, it's hard to see because there's so much smoke. Every once in a while, the wind will kind of blow out the smoke, and you can see the fire making its way all the way up the hill. But right now, there's just so much smoke in the air, you can barely make it out. But we have seen where there are hot spots now because so many embers had come from the fire burning in Eaton Canyon. All of those embers have blown up onto the street, or across the street, I should say. We have not seen any houses across the street yet on fire, but we have seen where at least some of the brush, some of the trees across the way have been on fire. There is a tremendous response by Pasadena police and other agencies coming up in here and going through the area with their announcements on urging everyone to evacuate immediately, warning of the danger, and this truly came up so quickly. So many folks up here really didn't even have time to grab anything. They had to just jump. Here comes one of these gusts we're talking about. Yep, these things are so strong. I have covered a lot of fires in my time out here in Southern California, and I have to tell you, I've not experienced one like this in terms of the gusts. I've been in windy fires and Santa Ana blazes, but these gusts are extraordinary, and you can understand why. It's fueling these fires, both here in Altadena and Eaton Canyon, and then the fire in the Pacific Palisades. The wind is vicious, and that is what is spreading the flames, and again, blowing all of those embers out into the area. I'm going to walk around